fact is that R8 is going to be able to take Pochinki uncontested, one of the arguably best loot spots here in the Wrangle, and one of the teams that's just qualified for this, and one of the lesser known teams is able to get that. So hopefully that can help them on their way towards that finals.
Almost call that the 17 effect, don't you?
Yep.
You know, a day when that team is not in the lobby, normally that is their preferred drop spot, and I don't think any other team is thinking that they want to challenge that for right now, even when they're not in the lobby. 17 playing a big part in how the map shapes up as we see. Looks like nobody getting anywhere near each other on drops. No early shenanigans to be found, and a nice circle right in the dead center to start us off.
Yeah, and let's talk about our defending champions here. Twisted Minds, Patudans, the IGL for this one here. And then on top of this is they're not in their usual drop spot. They have bowed down from school and apps, and they're looting here on that military island. And considering where our circle is, drop dead center on that school and apps where Petrichor Road are uncontested currently, it's going to sting a little bit for Twisted Mind. But being alone on that military island here, it's going to be plenty of loot, plenty of everything they need. They can, you know, loot for as long as they want to, get those vests, get maybe a flare gun to put themselves into that center.
We're going to ask an interesting hypothetical here. Do you think if they have Lou there, do you think they challenge Petrichor Road?
I don't think so. No, it's not worth. You know,
they did it earlier this year.
They have been, and there's some of the early fights here. Vitality are defending that spot that they want, that South George and crates area. I talked to them yesterday. They feel like those crates are so valuable. They don't want anyone to take their cars away from them. They don't want Vitality to take anything from this spot here. South side of the river is Liquid's. North sides belong to Vitality.
Yeah, a little bit of a victim of the plane path there, as I think Vitality was trying to cheat a little bit south of the river there, and unfortunately for them, Liquid were a little bit later in grabbing vehicles, and they will take one away from Vitality. We'll see if they're able to collect that chip at some point, bring that man back. It looks like Team Liquid will get Cowboy back on his feet, and they have crates to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's going to be plenty of loot for them. It's a chip in the car, and that means they're going to be exploding that chip.
I think we found the chip, didn't we?
The chip is absolutely there, and that means that Vitality is going to be playing as a 3-man for the rest of the game. They're not going to be able to bring that chip back and that player back, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Luckily for them, they don't have high priority in this circle here already, so they're going to be playing it very slow coming in from that North George area.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just kind of hang around north of the river as long as possible. Right now, currently, looks like we've got Nemesis and Tyloo up there. Myth all the way off into Stalber as well. So with Virtus Pro South Coast, still wide split. They do have Full Sense just off to their west, but it doesn't look like Full Sense is in any hurry to start their move into the circle either.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, of course, one of our big winners, won the Circuit 1 finals in the spring here, so their form is looking absolutely fantastic. Honestly, these teams are respecting each other quite a lot here. Talked a little bit with VP yesterday, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna put the hammer on this tournament. We're gonna make sure that some teams we don't want in the final, we're gonna make it hard for them, because they're certain that even without placement points, just with the kills they're gonna be able to get through this group stage here, they're gonna be easily making it into that finals here. Obviously, only 8 teams go out, so it's just a cutoff from that top 16 and that bottom 8.
They've been an absolute force to be reckoned with, for sure. Going back to last year, even. So they've not slowed down the respective changes and all the other additional changes that we've seen in our game. Last year, 2025's PUBG, not this year's PUBG. So as we mentioned, we heard Toffees talk about in the opening, it's been a lot of adjustment period, especially for teams like Twisted Minds.
It has been. A lot of teams have been grinding. One of these teams is Nemesis here on screen. You might recognize a lot of these names here. A lot of them have played for Na'Vi prior. Melbourne won PGC with Na'Vi. State's been there, Diffic's been there, Sosa's been there most recently. This team, basically a super team if you just look at the players consistently here. And in my book, I talked to Diffic as PNC, and he's like, we have a good shot at making and ruffle our feathers here, and I'm really excited to see how far they can take it. Might not have been as much of a big and known team because they're so new for this year, but they're very strong, extremely mechanically gifted, this team.
Not going to find too many teams with bigger chips on their shoulder either, if you talk about them as the ex-Na'Vi All-Stars, essentially. But a lot of talent on that team, a lot of skill as we check in with AGAL.
Some of this lobby
playing
has
south here on the dirt road. Nobody anywhere near them. just south of dead center circle, but just taking their time to slowly scout their way in and seeing a little bit more discipline from that team than maybe we've become used to seeing before.
It's always been like that. The first day of this tournament, especially the group stage here, where you just got to make your way in, a lot of teams are just slowly making space, trying to figure out this information that's coming in here. And very interesting is that we've got a red so dead center. We could end up having that terrain destruct, have a big impact here. Shots coming in here from Tyloo, trying to put some pressure onto Nemesis as it goes on here. One Draken on the roof here, getting a lot of information, a lot of damage done towards that Nemesis voice. They are going to be taking some peeks at them. They lost the tire already on the Dacia like this here. It's going to steer a little bit more difficult for that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach that. Looks like right now they're kind of itching their bits on being on northern circle, but it's close to the river. We have to remember as well, new circle settings has been applied to this. It does no longer in circle 4 and circle 8 go away from water. So we have a lot of impact with that, and circles can end up being in some of these very interesting areas.
He brought up quite a few there changes from last year. If you have not gotten a chance to watch competitive PUBG since last EWC, then there's a lot of new things that you're going to be seeing here, most notably that terrain destruction, as you said, and the most recent one being those circle changes. No more land ratio, which means that we're going to be seeing circles that we have not seen before, and or have not seen in a very long time at least. As we see, oh, hello, my bad.
Oh.
Vitality already losing Levante. Don't want to lose another one here, but they should be fairly safe. As you mentioned, they're sitting on the north side. Nobody anywhere near them.
We got to mention as well, losing Levante, basically their superstar, their top fragger. That's a big blow to Vitality to begin things off with here for our first game. Sure, we are playing 18 in the group stage. Each team will be playing 12, but still, that's a big name. One out of your 12 games here. Full Sense, PTC 2025, defending champions here. So far this year, it's not been looking too good for them. They're far out of our overall PGS score in terms of our international standings. They got here by a regional qualification. And with this, I'm excited for them still. Belmore, our MVP, IGL MVP. And yeah, excited to see how these guys are going to be performing here. Now again, it's the biggest stage. This is what most of the teams there are fully focused on. They have taken PGS maybe at some training here, but they have quite the way to make in, and they're making their way in behind Virtus Pro, and they'll be very adamant of protecting their behind here. So let's see what Liquid's going to be doing from this ruins here. We're going to have a circle pop just soon here, Paro. Oh!
There we go. The first of what is likely to be many hard shifts that we will see this week, all the way over to the west. So Team Liquid hanging out in ruins. Looks like that'll pay off pretty nicely for them, as GAM will be hanging out in the boatyard. They have to basically rearrange themselves now to defend it from all sides, as they are likely to see pressure.
Yeah, and GAM you might know as GAM the Expendables. They were 2024 PTC champions. 75% of the roster still together with Hong F coming in. They have a dead center spot who's looking really good for them. We talked about this circle setting. This circle has such an impact. So much water in play, and a lot of teams are going to be playing around that with how this kind of goes. A lot of teams are trying to lock down some of those central locations. The question is, though, this big little ridge that's coming in, it's going to have quite the impact from Russia, too. Big fights are already happening here. Ming Ming finds Spaceman for him. It's China fighting each other at the moment.
A lot of teams scrapping right now. This is just right in the middle, as 4 AM is losing a couple. One to start off with. Nice seat swap there from Shen, as it looks like 4 AM has just decided to take this fight in waves. 2 down for Petrichor Road. I-26 V6 with that side angle, though, causing some problems. To see 04MB in the vehicle on the move, trying to rejoin his team to see if they can get involved. But now Supers has arrived as well, dropping utility from the high ground. But Guman, I think that might be all he's going to do. See if he can go fishing with dynamite, but he's not going to come up with anything.
إجال يدخلوا منهم جوج. واحد مازال ناقص.
Especially in all these circles here. DN Supers taking space. Both sides of the road here for Rostock. Very greedy. I like it though, but with 4 AM having lost one of those kills, Shens gets one, and what a headshot that was. They're trying to lock down the southern side of this ridge I was talking about here. Virtus Pro also drive-bying just a little bit. Delvin currently, the IGL of AGL is down and knocked, and the other guys are getting punched away by both R8 and from Virtus Pro. Flush is coming in from Lukarux and confirming another kill for VP here. 2 points to them in this game.
Unfortunate there for AGL, running into Virtus Pro on the very south side of this new zone, just outside of Pachinki. But as you mentioned, R8 with that that northern angle onto that, could just free farm fire down onto it. So it kind of forced AGAL's hand. They lose 2. We'll see if Destroy and Sololzi can make their way forward as a duo. As we now check in with Nemesis. They've made the long wrap on the north side, managed to avoid, it looks like Geeke and Vitality, yes. So Nemesis, they're continuing that long wrap. Looks like it's going to pay off pretty well for him, though, as that western side on the north end is pretty free.
It's always, when you have these hardships here, you're always trying to look for these backfills here. And right now they're looking for a lot of players.
يجي يقدروا يريفايفوا عشرة.
Have quite significant amount of space. Let's see if they go south side or north side of the river. Right now, just waiting for that next circle pop to see if we are going to go any side of the river. Likely going to go south, but let's see what happens here. It is going to go south, southwest even. Virtus Pro is going to be laughing at that. There's some free high priority compounds available. Looks like Virtus Pro is going to be trying to grab some of that southern space here. Look at all the teams that's currently in around the Roshak area and outside to the northeast of Power. We're going to have so many fights happening in from that eastern and from that northern side.
Well, we were talking about it earlier, the GAM hold on Boatyard was going to be very difficult to do. It's a very difficult spot to hold from all comers. It looks like Tyloo was able to get everybody in there, and now they're just going to go ahead and reposition all together as Vitality is starting to make their way over. Myth also making their way over. Geeke, they're going to come over here from the eastern side. They're going to try to avoid Twisted Minds. It looks like Twisted is perfectly content just eating a little bit more blue zone and waiting and biding their time to come in as they have spotted out this rotation just ahead of them.
Yeah, and there's been some reses coming in as well with the recall. We're going to have to check out what happens with that. Twisted Mind continues his wide wrap on the southern side here. And even in phase 3, it's 1 damage per second is fine for them. The next one does have an impact. Infecting stops here. Actually has the barrel in hand. Tries to maybe set up for some shots towards Geeke. Did feel like a little bit that Geeke was kind of herding them towards and to stay away. Especially with the cars driving, those drive-bys can be extremely strong here. Let's see how far they end up going here. Geeke is entering that area towards the eastern side here. They might run into their countrymen from DN Supers on that east side of Roshak. Let's see what happens with that as the recalls are coming in here. Tyloo looks like have been able to have a recall on some of those players.
Also, always concerned about that inevitability of a third-party fight, as we see level 3 gear there on Sungjang from Geeke. So Geeke looking pretty stacked as they make their way in a little bit late. And finally, looks like they find a nice little path in to avoid shots from most of the teams. Tyloo, though, they're just sending it right down the middle, and they are getting absolutely peppered right now. Looks like they've managed to keep everybody. Oh, nope. Kong going to go down, and so will One Dragon. So Tyloo, they try to make a bold send to the north side of Boatyard, and they pay the price.
And Lee's last player here. Just going to try to go for that res potentially onto One Dragon, but shots are coming in. Myth and Jacob is saying no. 18 HP. Last player here from Tyloo. Can he make something happen? They have so many teams in and around the Boatyard. Goes for the ego peak here instead of going for the res on One Dragon. Let's see what happens here with Tyloo as they are in this fight with Boatyard. Circuit is going in so fast, so compressed with the amount of teams that's in and around that.
Lee maybe just making sure that nobody was intending to crash on him before he goes for that. I mean, he is so scared to go for that revive. It's just, and I don't blame him. I mean, you hear footsteps all around you essentially right now in this position as we check back in with Geeke. See, they got the P90 in hand as well, but Super's coming up over the top. We'll see what their utility situation looks like as that circle will hard shift to the north. So Boatyard it is in the end game. And we see a number of teams from the south trying to regroup.
And those are so rare again because those circle 4 shifts goes away from water. It's extremely rare prior to these circle settings that we've seen in England like this. And all the teams are already kind of camped in around that area. Tyloo tried to send it in, but didn't have an Halo find
to get from Vitality. قدروكس ضد فيتاليتي. فيتاليتي لاعبين غير بجوج لعابة. واحد فيهم مات وواحد دابا تنوكا. تايلو مازال ما قدرش يريفايف. اللاعب اللي بقى من تايلو مازال ما قدرش يريفايف صاحبه.
So it's just Alo and Purdy holding on to that ruined spot. Vitality at bay, but you can see Full Sense starting to look over in that direction to see if they can get involved. But all of these teams off to the south have to make a move, but you see Virtus Pro have eyes on Nemesis. Twisted Minds now on the move as well. I think Virtus Pro maybe need to get themselves back together, try to repel any invaders with a united front.
Absolutely. AGL here on the eastern side. 4 AM fight about to be happening here. MT with a pants of Austin to Batulins. That's rough. Heaven finds a con as well. Perfect.
أنا كان فايز من بين RA to Twisted Minds.
All of this rich line here. Third parties with nades coming in too. Batulins and Tab is both down. Teddy finds Tab, or gets found by Tab here as the Jar and Aimbot's last two players here.
Twisted هنا جابوا جوج الكيلز.
next to them.
نوك كيل وحده وجد نوكس غير واحد من RH.
Unfortunately just so many teams alive, so many available to play on there. Nice grenade will take.
بيرو هنا غيدخلوا الفايت. Third party.
Grace of the smoke, but you can just look at the mini map. So many gunshots being sent over in this direction, and that actually might be what saves them. Petrichor Road going to have to retreat off of this.
Trying to make space. Aimbot finds them.
نوك اوت ثاني بالجرينيد.
RA tries to defend this. Another nade comes in. That's perfect.
نايس.
It's going to be eliminated.
تويستد قدروا يلمينيتيو RH. غادي ياخذ الدبل كيل هنايا. تويستد غيحاول يريفايفو صحابهم ولكن كاينين بزاف ديال التيمز مسرندينهم. هنا جرينيد ولا شويه كاينه جرينيد وحده اخرى وغالبا تويستد غيخرجوا. نايس تويستد اوت من الماتش على الاول. ريت هما الاولين تويستد خرجوا من الثانيين.
17 minutes in, but you see the kill feed just lighting up like a Christmas tree as now AGAL is taking it with Myth. Nemesis is trying to hold off 4 AM. GK and Supers are fighting on the east side. So many fights happening all at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. A Melman gets found as well here by Shen. 4 AM getting involved in this one.
GK باقي منهم غير لعب واحد.
Shen tries to get that flush here, but Nemesis is trying to fend this
قدر يريفايف
as
صاحبه.
quickly as possible. Shen's probably going to go down to blue here, and Nate's going to come in and confirm that Stade gets that kill
4 AM.
confirmed here. Dean Super's also out. A lot of top teams are falling early on.
مثل جوج.
Hit the mortar.
Steal them away. Get a couple of those much-needed points as the circle does shift to the north again. All water all the time. That's what we wanted, right? Nemesis still trying to finish off HSMM.
نمسس هنا كيفايتيو.
as quickly as they can, but now getting shot
ما
in the
4 AM
back by
ولكن
Versus Pro, so
قام.
that timeline has reduced significantly here.
Yeah, and with that circle shift to the north as Cowboy finds Lukarox Liquid. It's going to be involved with that fight. Trying to
هنا نمسس غيحاولوا يدخلوا على 4 AM.
coming in, finds Stiffex with the M4 headshot. Soset and State tries to make the most out of this one here. They got 2 kills so far, but it's really extremely difficult. This team's going to have to try to make it inside the
سوبرز
circle.
كيموتوا باربعة. بيرو تا هما كيموتوا باربعة.
Next he finds 2 members of Petrichor Road as VP's taking so much control outside Boatyard, but it's going to be a Boatyard proper ending here. What a first
VP بدينا الماتش مخيرين. تيم فيتاليتي غيخسروا.
Vitality does get eliminated in the end. Nemesis keep an eye on Hazameme, but as you said, I mean, it's just getting that one kill. They thought it would be easy. There's just no easy outs here. EWC lobbyist Beamy will find Sosid. Hasameme just stands there healing up, laughing, surviving just a little bit longer here for 4 AM.
Beamy got the confirm onto Sosid.
VP قدروا يجيبوا الكيل السابع عليهم في هذا الماتش الأول.
Let's try to farm and close as many teams down to the southern side, and then we can fight for some space south side on that Boatyard here. It's Mehmet. Looks like it's just going to be him trying to get some heals. Obviously, we're also playing on the patch where heals have been buffed. VP is making their way in now. Oh, lots of damage from that nade. A great pre-nade, but all 4 members alive. 7 kills for Virtus Pro. Looking extremely poised for getting double digits potentially in this game.
Just picking the right times. Showing the right amount of patience.
VP كيحاولوا ياخذوا لا بوزيشن ديالهم في الماب. السيركل بدا ينقص ويصغر بزاف. اللي يقدر يقتل جوج لعابة في ضربة واحدة. الضربة الثانية قتل جوج الكيلز ونوكا واحد آخر.
With that M249, he tried to go for the rest. Now it's just down to Belmoth, our 2025 MVP from PGC and the RGL. Bluestone's
crazy team
hurled
Liquid.
at him, trying to hold them out. And Liquid's looking to shut this down.
Just bouncing the wrong way though for him. As see there, want to go out there and finish them off, but you
FS
also
غالبا
don't
غيموتوا
want
هنا.
to risk. I mean, you saw Cowboy just saw Virtus Pro with a 4-man squad backfilling. You don't want to take that risk that while you're trying to finish this off, that Virtus Pro is just going to sweep back around you. So
تيم ليكويد لاعبين سيف مبغاوش يمشيو يكونفيرميو الكيلز غيسايلو نتا إلا رجعوا.
better position now. They're still going to have to come here eventually.
Yeah, it's a great observation here. Honestly, for me, again, this 2-2 split for them, making sure they could potentially get the 2 points off from full sense, but also locking down that backfill or third-party opportunity onto Virtus Pro. That's exactly why Liquid is such a great team. As we look back on some of the kills here, so much fights, and what a crazy circle we had. All the fights we had in and around Rorschach ended up not mattering. It ended up being that Boatyard central ending here. Nixie finds Setsuna as well from Shadow. Akan goes down to Baron as well from Myth as they continue to try to involve themselves. And look at this, with this center dot being basically in the little harbor of Boatyard. It makes it extremely difficult to figure out, are we going to go west around or north around on that side of the Boatyard.
ميدن تايلاند هنا كاين في بوزيسيون شويه صعيبه.
Kind of up against it. They do have a little bit of a foothold inside the zone here, just under the bridge. Geeke on the other side of the river. They've got EJ and Akan trying to swim across, but meanwhile,
FS هنا يحاولوا يرجعوا ولكن ليكويد كانوا كيسينوا. ليكويد قدروا ياخذوا الكيل.
They will collect their 5th kill.
خامسة هنا.
Great start from Team Liquid. Now they control that entire southwest side with the bridge as well in control. Here's going to be huge. Glories with a pants on hand though, as Gam Esports try to advance a little bit. Purdy Curdy finds EJ from Geeke. And Lee here from Tyloo, last player. Can they fix it out? Can they get him done? And it's going to be a Glories with the Panzerfaust, a quick rest, and that's going to be quickly done here. Geeke also goes out in that 6th place, and now we're into the top 5. A lot of placement points are going to be distributed here in the next couple minutes.
اوكي دونك احسن 5 بانوا دابا قام في بي ليكويد وميت.
But it looks like they'll get him back on his feet almost immediately. But good job by Hwang F and Duck Juice to expect that backfill. And they're going to put a pause on VP's rotation up to the north here, while Liquid is starting to creep around here as well, starting to look down where Virtus Pro just was. But it looks like we'll probably slow down here, at least until this next circle pops. And then you got to imagine Myth is going to be in a hard spot.
Yeah, the next fights bound to be happening here is, of course, Virtus Pro and Gam Esports. And, of course, as well, Shadow Esports with Myth. Liquid's looking really good for a top 3 from this position here, controlling a lot of space, reinforcing the southern side while their IGL Pretty Curdy is trying to figure out, can we cross this bridge? Or are we going to have to third-party that VP and Gam fight? With the circle as well, going to the northeast side, they're going to have to make moves. It looks like the other guys are running to that western side to try to cross the bridge. Pretty Curdy might have been spotted that not that many people from Shadow Esports is reinforcing this bridge side here.
100% غالبا.
Of course as well, Myth outside the circle.
ما خلوهمش يدخلوا.
But Myth is going to be a big move.
إلا بغاو يديروا روتيشن كبيرة شوية ولكن ما عندهمش الوقت. حد الزون باقي له 30 ثانية. تيم ليكويد هنا كيحاولوا ياخذوا اون بوزيسيون في الزون الجديدة.
If you go on this western side, this is what you're having to deal with. And seeing maybe they feel like they've got a pretty good read on where Shadow Esports
تيم ليكويد هنا غادي ياخذوا الدروب.
Just a little bit. Yeah, why not get a late game just for the funsies? But Jexy kind of on the clock here for Shadow, as the rest of his team is watching Myth currently.
And that part of the harbor is
تايلاند غيحاولوا يدخلوا نيشان ويفايتوا مع اس اي ما عندهمش لا بون بوزيسيون اللي يكون هكاك كيديروا شويه دامج. هنا جرينيد من سكابي فيرتوس قدروا يجيبوا 2 ديال النوكس على قام. فيرتوس جابوا كيل على قام.
Yeah, 2 scraps going on at the same time. Myth versus Shadow and Gam versus Virtus Pro, while Liquid
هنا ميدين تايلاند قدروا ياخذوا نوك. تيم ليكويد غادي يشفروا الكيل. الميدين تايلاند ميدين تايلاند نوك واحدة أخرى. ميدين تايلاند كونفيرماو الكيل ديالهم. اسي دابا باقي لهم غير لاعب واحد وصاحبو نوكت.
Lots of utilities being, and
الكيل كونفيرم دابا بقى غير لاعب واحد من شادو.
Just have one player left from Shadow Esports, 3 players left from GAM, and 2 full rosters on Liquid and
اس اي غالبا هما الفرقه اللي غادي تجي الخامسه في هذا الماتش. ميدين تايلاند هنا كيدخلوا عند اس اي كيحاولوا يكونفيرميو الكيل الرابع اليوم او الخامسه بليتو في هذا الماتش. اس اي تاليمينيتاو ميدين تايلاند قدروا ياخذوا 3 الكيلز في الفايت هذا.
with controlling those bridges, those small ramps to get up, and that's going to be difficult for some of the team to make it in here. It looks like it's going to be ending just on the curb of the harbor edge.
What a circle to start.
ميدين تايلاند دابا خداو بلاصه زوينه في الزون. اوه تيم ليكويد هنا قدروا ياخذوا نوك كونتر فيرتوس برو.
The smoke wall is blooming down, but good return utility from Virtus Pro. It's not going to be enough to save Luka though.
تيم ليكويد لو بزاف الكلال ديالهم. هنا خصهم ضروري يهيليو. هنا كاين فايت من في بي وغام. غام نوك وجوج لعبة بوحدهم اللي الايف. اوه اوبورتينيتي زوينة عند في بي. هنا قدروا وات غام بلعب واحد ولعب ثاني نوك قدروا يقتلوا تيم في بي كاملين. برافو غام. في بي غيخرجوا في المركز الرابع. ميدين تايلاند كانوا في بوزيسيون خايبه بزاف في الزون. دابا عندهم كنترول واعر. قام لاعبين بجوج واش يقدروا يديروا شي حاجه قد كونتر ميدين تايلاند. وتيم ليكويد اللي لاعبين بربعه لعابه دابا مازال.
Myth have looted just a little bit here. Pretty crazy.
Liquid looks actually
لعبة كاملين باسيف دابا كيحاولوا يشوفوا وياخذوا زانفورماسيون ولا.
I'm looking at anything here. It looks like a Liquid victory. Liquid
ديالو
for this first game here. Just based on how they're set up, the
10 ثواني
they have, and also look at the dot just in their backyard.
الشيفت ديال الزون.
Myth, Gam's going to be fighting each other.
ميدين تايلاند ضروري خصهم يتحركوا. قام كذلك. تيم ليكويد مفرقين بزاف في الماب.
You see whatever left of the smoke in the bag being put down by GAM, seeing if they can at least get to these walls, but Myth just eyes on. Tanvu has the high ground.
ميدين تايلاند كيحاولوا يفايتوا مع غام في الوقيته هذه.
He's been spotted out. 5 kills for Myth, 9 for GAM.
تيم ليكويد مازال باسيف كيحاولوا غير ياخذوا الانفورماسيون. هنا بداو يلوحوا شويه اليوتيلز على غام.
For all of this, as Alo will take a little bit of damage, so Myth doing a good job of keeping eyes on where they need.
ميدين تايلاند خصهم ضروري يتحركوا كيتحركوا. كريزي تيم ليكويد نقدروا يجيبوا النوك. غام سبورت كيخسروا كيخرجوا من الثالثين. تيم ليكويد هنا قرب بزاف من الوين. ميدين تايلاند كيحاولوا ولكن ما يقدروش. برافو تيم ليكويد. أول وين التيم ليكويد لعبوهم خيرين سبليتو في الماب مزيان وقدروا يجيبوا الوين. برافو ميدين تايلاند حيت كانوا في بوزيسيون خايبه الصراحه في الاول ولكن قدروا يجيو هما الثانيين. وقام بطبيعة الحال الفايت اللي داروا كونتر فيرسس برو عاونهم بزاف. جوج كونتر 4 وقدروا يربحوا وياخذوا بونس بوينتس في البليسمنت وياخذوا بونس بوينتس في الاليمينيشنز.
But a lot of other big performers in that first game as well, though. We saw Myth, they have been looking so strong here in 2026, and they make it all the way to second place, but in the end, the fight from Team Liquid just a little bit too much.
Yeah, it was indeed. What a way to do it. Although the team's still 5 more games to play today here, but that is going to be such a moral booster, confidence booster for these guys here. I talked to them a little bit yesterday, and they were like, you know what? we're looking at and into all the teams that we're not used to playing against.
أنا made in Thailand.
They just rolled up
قدروا ياخذوا
and what a
كيل
pass
كونتر جام
through the smoke there.
ولكن تيم ليكويد كانوا في بوزيسيون احسن بزاف ميد ان تايلاند وقدروا يكليروهم كاملين.
Those comms, yeah, they're very excited as well. They should be, as that was a chaotic late game to say the least, as they were frogmen essentially, Navy SEALs fighting from the water up onto the shore and into our hearts and into the leaderboard. Team Liquid, your game 1 winner.
And of course, with Liquid winning this one here, it's going to put them really far ahead of anyone. Last year we did look at something around 55 to 60 points cutoff. With the amount of kills they had with this one, along with the chicken dinner, it's going to put them so close to be able to go straight to that grand final.
All right, well, heck of a way to start things off. We are going to go take a quick break, and we will be right back with more PUBG.
Play is in our DNA.
كاين دابا واحد لا بوتيت بوز.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
PGS Circuit 1 for Virtus Pro was a very interesting one because it
pendant la pause غادي نحاول
did nothing in the
نوريكم الفورما
first stage and
ديال
second stage of PGS 1.
الايفنت.
We started off pretty rough by missing some of our finals, but then we came strong and won one of the bigger finals we had so far this year. So I'd say it's been a bit up and down, but like we have adapted and improved a lot with this year. I'd say it was like average performance for us. There was also a lot of the up and downs, but we're looking to show our best performance here at EWC.
اوكي دونك احنا دابا في جروب ستيج. نحاول نقص شويه الصوت. دونك في الجروب ستيج كاينين مفرقين لثلاثه ديال جروب. جروب ا، جروب بي، جروب سي. كل نهار كيلعبوا جوج لي جروب. دونك اليوم كاين جروب ا وجروب بي يلعبوا مع بعضياتهم. غدا غيلعب جروب ا وجروب سي يمكن، ولا جروب بي وجروب سي. ونهار الثالث غيلعب جروب بي مع الجروب سي. دونك كل جروب يلعب يومين، وكل جيم كتزيد لك النقاط. دونك النقاط كيتحسبوا اون جينيرال، ماشي كل جروب. دونك كيكون اوفرول ستاندين. و من الفرق اللي لاعبين كاملين كاينين 8 فرقه في كل جروب. دونك 24 فرقه اون توتال. من 24 فرقه كاينين 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 الفرقي اللي غادي يتقصاو. دونك 16 فرقه الاولين غادي يتاهلوا ديريكتومون للفينال، والفينال غيبدا نهار الجمعه. دونك نهار الرابع، والفورما ديالو غتكون على حساب الماتش بوينتس. الفرقه اللي كتجيب ماتش بوينتس خاصها تربح وينر تشيكن دينر باش تاخذ التورنوا. مازال ما درناش ابديت، ما عارفينش النقاط ديال الماتش الاول. ما دابا شويه غادي يعطيونا results.
Guys are going to take the championship. This is the team second best in the world. They know how to play. And here's the thing. They've been playing since like 2018, right? So these guys know what it's like to win a circle while swimming.
That is a really good point, but they had to really fight for that, right? The utility they had to go through, the nades that was being rained down through them from Myth. That was a really intense game for them, but they were calm. They were composed as much as you can be in the water when nades are raining down on you.
And the way that they were able to kind of approach that too, especially when they had VP, they were throwing nades at VP there towards the end. They decided to slow it down because they saw Gam on the offside and they didn't have, I don't know if they had any extra smokes or not, but they played that so well.
I mean, if we're breaking this down, here's why Liquid wins this, right? They've got that off position by themselves. They hold a push using Luke 12's beautiful mortars. They slow play it into the water. I mean, I think Purdy was carrying a zip line at one point. So, like, these guys were prepared for anything that could possibly happen. And you're right. They showed restraint at the right times. They let the other teams deal with each other. And then, like in VP's case, they go, oh, there's 2 knocks. Let's just go ahead and slip in and finish this team off. But we're not going to overpush. We're going to make sure we maintain our defense.
There was a few moments where they were pushing across the bridge towards Myth that I thought maybe they were actually going to overcommit and then just get torn up, right? Because there was another team, Gam was entering on the other side, and that was going to cause a big issue for them. But they slowed it down. They didn't get ahead of themselves, and I think that's something that we had seen from Liquid in the past. But now they're just really playing the cards that they have.
Oh, as we look at the overall ranking right here, and I'm going to go to just directly to one team, even though we have so many top dogs that were able to perform there. And it's none other than that team in 5th place, Toffees. Shadow Esports is taking advantage, even though it's just game 1, but they're taking advantage of today.
Well, I said they got to have a decent day 1 or they're going to get absolutely lambasted tomorrow when 17 shows up on their drops. They come out, they got to a good late game finish, but only 5 points, Godspeed. And I think that comes down to Myth was just better. Scappy dumpstered the defense that they tried to hold him off on.
I mean, Myth just basically decimated anyone that was coming in from the north side of Boathouse, right? They made sure that everything was covered. Now, Virtus Pro was also doing a pretty decent amount of work backstabbing the teams that were trying to get in on Myth, but they didn't really need the help. VP as well, I want to talk about them. Gam with a honestly, a really good first game, all things considered as well.
I mean, it's almost impossible to push into that side. And I think what Liquid did, as you brought up, really smart here, is they kept waiting for these engagements to pop out. And then Luke 12, who I'm going to be honest, has felt quiet on this team. There's been so many times where we talk about Alo as like the go-to fragger when he's on. Cowboy, the new blood. Luke has been here a long time, and Luke has been one of the best exports out of his region for as long as I can remember, and there's been kind of, last year it felt like he wasn't playing up to his potential. This game looked like classic Luke 12, man. He was out there with the mortars, with the panzers, with the guns. It doesn't matter what you hand him, he's going to kill you.
The mortars, okay? That's what I was looking at. The mortars, because they were absolutely amazing. We didn't get a chance to fully see them, but hopefully later on today we'll get a nice little replay of just those mortars coming down. Now, for everybody currently watching Esports World Cup, there is something amazing coming up later this year, and it's none other than ENC.
For the first time ever, nations will compete across 16 titles over 4 incredible weeks, all in the pursuit of one championship. So get ready to stand behind your country, celebrate your favorite players, and witness history from day 1. The Battle Royales will include PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and of course, Apex Legends. And all of this action will be taking place from November 2nd through November 29th. And the real question here, Lace, is who are you supporting? I mean, I'm gonna support the Aussies, of course. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. And if I have seen the Apex Legends possible rosters, I mean, we might have the US beat. Listen, I'm obviously also supporting the US, and I'm just gonna say we typically do a bit better than you guys. I mean, it's because you take our players from over there, and then we finally get them back. It's going to be an insane 4 weeks for sure. So, of course, for all of you at home, make sure you're tuning in and get ready to stand behind your country for the Esports Nations Cup.
Down here on the ground here with Paper Thin, my name is Claris, of course, as we take a look back at that game and how everything went down. Of course, what's crazy about that, Paper Thin, is the fact that a boatyard finish makes things super crazy. We don't often get to see that in the previous circle settings. Now, this is going to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, exactly, and it forced the teams to adapt to a very bizarre situation, one that you're not going to be used to unless you're like hot dropping in that area just for fun, maybe in your normal game. So getting a really interesting part of the map that forced teams to do some really interesting strategies.
And no doubt. I mean, Team Liquid Liquid, looking at how they were able to capitalize off of that, the transitions and the holds I think that they were able to do there were quite special.
No, this was an insane performance from Team Liquid in terms of adapting to a really bizarre situation. They had a mortar set up to hold off full sense over on that western side. Really nice stuff there. And then coming up with the theory to get across the docks like that, to go through the water, that's so difficult to do. Anybody who's played in that part of the map knows it's really tough. A lot of times you feel like you got to fight through the houses on that eastern edge.
Yeah.
They went in the water and made it work.
Yeah, I did notice a zipline gun in the infantries, which obviously we didn't really see much of in previous metas, but there's use cases where it could work out. So I think they're good from Team Liquid, a great hold against full sense as well. I want to pivot a little bit. One thing that I didn't like as much, and I think bad considering where they were, Shadow Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty easy hold for a lot of teams on that northeastern corner. Myth is coming down. Yes, a very powerful team. We know how well Myth can frag, but you've got to hold that. You've got a 3-1 split there. Your one is watching Liquid, who's stuck in the water, so they're not that much of a threat at that moment. Your attention is where it should be, but they're not able to hold the line. They're getting taken out by utility and shots and some really good play from Myth, of course, but that's a hold that should happen probably 95% of the time for a team.
And then Myth and Gam obviously have to go up against one another. Team Liquid takes the position across that dockyard and that kind of 1-1-1-1-1 split. That was maybe more one than I needed, but you know what I mean.
It's a 1v1v1.
It's very important, though, that we're able to hold that position down and really exploit that. It was difficult for be it Myth or be it Gam to really come out of there swinging against Team Liquid, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at that situation and you're thinking initially this should be favored to whoever's on the coast, right? But there's actually a lot of cover up there. It's really hard for some of the teams to get that utility to land on the Liquid players on those ramps because you have to time the throws of those grenades so perfectly. So you saw a lot of them bouncing around, whereas Liquid had a ton of util left. They were able to make their grenades and other things hit in that moment, get that beachhead established, get some of those triangles down, those Doritos to give you a little bit of a setup, and then they made the finishing move.
All right, well, thank you very much for checking in with me here, Paper Thin. That is us done here down on the stage. Let's head on over to the studio to get everything ready to go.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Paper Thin. You know what? You guys were talking about how crazy that ending was and how we usually don't end up getting a finishing Boatyard. Let's talk about the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of this, right? Yeah, we got to the end. It was chaos who got to be there. But the issue is who got to be there and how they got there in the first place. There's not a lot of real estate in that area. By 5 minutes, we had everybody in the entire island inside of about 6 giant squares. Like that tells me the teams are moving quickly and they're moving early in this event and they understand how valuable center is going to be.
And the big issue with that rotation in general is you're going through waves, which is just south of Boatyard, right? You're going through that. It's very rough. Now you have the destructible terrain with the between just the grenades, you have the pickaxe, you have red zones, right? And all these things are creating cover, creating trenches for people to camp rotations. We saw a lot of that actually happening in that waves location in general. And then Boatyard itself, right? It's such a difficult area to fight. You have basically a giant U, you have an open middle, and then everyone else is just sitting in buildings. So it's just a nightmare. And for Liquid to have navigated that as well as Myth, Gam as well to make it that far, I think was very impressive for sure.
Would it be safe to say that Gam was a big surprise there to make it in the top 5?
I mean, I think Gam's a really good team. I think they've got a ton of potential in this event. I think that they did surprise us in how well they were able to sort of push in. I do think part of that came off the back of VP's stab, right? They slid up VP and around. When Luke 12 set off those mortars, they slid through that opening that I did not expect them to be able to make it through because Cowboy was covering it. But I do believe Cowboy got distracted cheering for Luke and how good that shot was. And VP executed a really nice transition. And that opened the door, I think, for Gam on the other side to make it a little bit deeper into this round. But again, I think when you're dealing with a situation where 8 minutes in, everyone is within 3 kilometers or 3,000 meters of each other. I don't know, math sucks, but you know what I mean.
Spot on.
That is 3 kilometers, right? Yeah, freedom units. Anyway.
I'm not going to pretend I know if you're right or wrong.
I don't know anything about this math.
But the other difficult thing about that as well is just coming in from like the North George sides, right? Coming in from that bridge, you have the separate island that separates the boathouse, and then you have other teams that are also looking on that hill for potential rotation. So it just creates a traffic jam, as you were saying, that just makes the rotations an absolute nightmare.
And one team that it kind of ended up backfiring too, and we expected a slow start from this squad, especially with what's currently going on, is Twisted Minds. They only ended up finishing with just 2 points that game. I know you guys were saying it's a slow start, and it's currently looking like it's going to be a slow start.
I mean, Matt nailed it, though. Twisted Minds is not an out-the-gate team. So even with the departure of Lou, like Tab is not a slouch, but they are not traditionally a let's go game 1 and dominate this thing. So for them, I'm not worried about it just yet. I think they should, even with the sub, have an easy path to the final.
I agree. I mean, we usually start working on with Twisted Minds on like the last day.
Yeah.
They usually find a way, and you know, with game 1 down, we're now Tago.
Yes.
Don't mind if we do.
Time to Tago.
Oh, out of Tago, which team do you think it might be using that to their advantage? I mean, we had some of the other squads. We saw what TL was just able to do. Myth as well. Any other teams that kind of come to mind coming into Tago?
I actually think VP. I think VP is a team that's going to be incredibly consistent overall this event, especially watching, you know, just PGS Circuit 1 and 2. They've just been so consistent in finding their windows, their openings, as you said. They have Nixie, who's just a disgustingly good player. That whole roster is just absolutely stacked. I mean, I don't need to name the roster, but I think the way that they've been able to kind of fix their rotations over the last year, when we kind of first saw VP, we saw what they were capable of, and now moving into, you know, 2026, that's a damn strong team.
You know, I talked to EB, their coach, a little bit at the start of the day today, and he said one of the challenges is moving to the mindset, right? They've been going through these PGS sequences, these circuits, and they're important, but the skin isn't quite as heavily in the game as it is here for the $2 million, right? This idea of EWC, and he said we got to get in the right mindset for this. I talked to the boys when they arrived here this morning. They were quiet, they were focused, they were ready, and they had that air. If you've ever been around an athlete, that air of this is the moment, right? That quiet before the storm, all 4 of them had it just pouring off of them in energy. So I'm not shocked they start strong. I think they'll continue.
I got a fist bump from EB before he played today. So just saying.
You had to reach up for that one.
It's kind of a big deal, actually.
Did you have to jump to fist bump?
It's the first time I've ever had to look up for a fist bump,
Right.
That's what I have to do when you guys try to give me a fist bump, bro. I have to look up every single time. Sometimes I'm like, Toughies, pick me up. But talking about some of the other squads, you guys were saying like the aura that you feel from some of these teams, right? One that comes to mind, and not necessarily in regards to what you were talking about, is Shadow Esports. And that's actually why I was so happy to bring them back up, because you were saying, Toughies, they do need to have a great day 1 here. They need to make sure they use it to their advantage. And so far, it's looking like that way. Even though they didn't get that many points, that's at least going to give them a little bit of more confidence going through the day.
Nailed it on the head. That is the biggest thing about PUBG. Outside of communication, confidence. Those are the 2 biggest things that I think propel you. Sure, mechanical skill is good, but if you've made it to this stage, your mechanical skill is top tier, right? That's where the minutia comes into play, and that is attitude, excitement, confidence. And the fact that they did make it top 5 in the first game, I think you're dead on. That's going to give them the hype to continue forward.
Yes. And I think the most important thing as well for a team like Shadow is for someone like me, right, who's kind of been out of the scene a little bit, now coming back in. This is a new team for me, right? Very new names, not very familiar, and we need that new blood. And for them to come in here the first game, even though it wasn't the most insane finish, the fact that they're still getting up here and showing
let's
like,
go.
hey, look, we may be kind of new kids on the block.
All right, well, Tago is ready. We're ready. Everybody currently watching at home is ready. So let's send it over to Avenger and Poro.
Thank you very much, and we are 1 game in, and Team Liquid has kicked open the door on this Esports World Cup group stages, but can they keep that going? It's going to be a tough challenge, as we saw a couple of other teams that were really stepping up there, Avenger.
Absolutely, and you know what, for me, here in this game, this circle being this wild from the top, from the very first start here, that just throws a spanner in the works for everyone here, and we have to focus in here. Just 5 more games to go today. 11 more total for all these players here across all the groups. And we're about to get Tago kicked off. It is time to Tago, Poro.
It is time to Tago. And lots of spanners, lots of works being thrown about here as we get to see all of our boys in the plane right now. Everybody looking a little bit more locked in. We started to see a little bit more gamer poses, a little bit more guys leaning forward this time as opposed to leaning back after that first game. But looks like we've got a pretty easy plane path going from southeast all the way to the northwest, so don't think we'll see any early game shenanigans once again.
Well, most of the teams trying to get into their usual drop spots here, and of course, sure, you have to get some cars, maybe get into Yongchong for Virtus Pro, get some of that. Get into your locked location here for Team Liquid to be uncontested in Palace here. It does feel like it's going to be an easy qualification, maybe potentially even on day 1. Hitting that 60-point plus threshold would be amazing. AGL just south of them in that fishing camp here. A lot of teams in and around and close to Hosan. Tyloo trying to get into that area too. And Vitality trying to lock down Ouyang here. Again, we've had some wild circles, and historically, so far this year, we've had a lot of them very wild on Tago as well.
A lot of hard shifts too, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially towards that water area. But we do have quite the east one here. Southeast, a lot of the teams are already in and close to this area here. Centers up somewhat close to Buksansa here for Petroka Road. That could be a great one for them. 4AM looking poised for this one too. Vitality all fall strong, not having lost Levante, they star fragger. and they could having some high priority compounds in this start here from the second game.
So you mentioned the 60-point threshold. What do you mean by that exactly for the people at home that are watching?
Yeah, so of course we have over the course of the 18 games we're playing in the groups, the teams are playing 12, and last year that 60-point threshold was around where we ended up being here. VP is looking to be pulling up onto Rex here. They saw he was a solo in this compound, and they are 2v1ing or 3v1.
هنا في بي يدخلوا عنده على سوبرز. كاين لاعب واحد من السوبرز هنا ويقدروا ياخذوا كيل. في بي كيبداو الماتش مزيان بحال يبداو الماتش الاول. وهنا عندنا الترتيب، تيم ليكويد هما الاول ب 22 نقطة، موراهم قام ب 14 نقطة، قاموا خرج خسروا هما الرابعين الثالثين بلوتو، جاو هما الثانيين في الريزولتا. في بي خسروا الرابعين واخا جاو هما الثالثين بسبب الاليمينيشنز. ميدن تايلاند هما الرابعين وشادو سبورت هما الخامسين. مازال ثلاثة الفرق بصفر نقطة، اي جي ال ار 8 وفيتاليس.
Getting that cut line, making it above, getting into that top 16, as it looks like did see some gunshots coming from Virtus Pro there as well at the end there, so I think Rex may be done for as that blue chip has most likely been destroyed. So Supers will be playing this one forward as 3, and they've got a long way to go to get inside this first zone.
And especially when you look at the circle, like that's the approach. You see, okay, we don't have any high priority going to this next circle here, so we have time to maybe go in and take, you know, one big name away from one of our huge opponents in DN Supers. So really love that approach. It's so VP, it's so smart. And you know, all with this, they're at 14 points total. They're going to be fragging their way into this final so far. And yeah, here with on board with R8 also have pretty good priority inside this next circle here. They could take some of these compounds away, but they could be bombing into Petco Road. And Petco Road has been looking great so far this year, obviously having the win in our Series 1 finals, the first PGS of this year here. Looked great for them. Good performance out of them so far. Now with a red zone straight onto 4AM, close to Geeklay and close to Vitality too. It's going to be creating lots of space here, as Spaceman is also creating some terrain area for him to set up maybe a little bit of a mold destruction if someone drives by.
Yeah, not too surprised to see this, as this has kind of become the story of Tego now that we have destructible terrain, is teams taking these, the top of these hillsides here, digging in little trenches and kind of playing in between, waiting like wolf spiders to eventually spring the trap on anybody that unfortunately gets too close. So we'll see if anybody falls into 4AM's trap as we check back in with Twisted Minds. Big wide 2-2 split here. That's getting a little bit close to Shadow Esports, but it looks like they've got eyes.
Yeah, the 2-2 split is huge, keeping Perfectix and Tab on the northern side. Maybe for information onto VP here, Liquid is driving straight up and close onto VP. I see shots coming out as well, potentially a big fight here between Liquid and VP. Alo finds Nixie outside Jongchong.
تيم ليكويد هنا قدروا يجيبوا نوك على فيرتس برو.
BDM for Twisted Minds, okay. As Team Liquid took a name away from VP here, trying to backfill that position inside Jongchong, maybe getting that bridge. I think VP was waiting because they now have a red zone coming in and close to them. Hopefully Perfectix doesn't lose this BDM to a red zone destruction. That would be insane.
He feels pretty bad about that one. It looks like Team Liquid actually sticking around here, or Virtus Pro maybe just repositioning themselves while in the city of Yongchon. They're trading shots back and forth. No more knocks coming through but just yet, but Supers is also starting to make their way over there as we do check in with the Polar Bears after losing Nixie. That is another big loss for them, but honestly anybody on Virtus Pro that gets lost is a big loss. They've all been playing so well together.
خسروا لاعب
Songjang here, one of the MVPs out of PWS, one of the GOATs. I remember him back in 2018. He's been here for a long time. Of course, representing Korea and PNC as well, just recently in Seoul, just a couple of weeks ago. And now he's here back with his team. They dominated the regional. And now he's here back to dominate once again. But yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for him being involved this early here. Shen getting that kill. Malaysian superstar on these Chinese teams here.
I think EJ might have been going for the... Yeah, I think EJ is trying to go for the chip.
4 AM هنايا
I'm not sure if he was
يحاولوا يحاصروا جي كي.
definitely seems to be the plan. See if we can maybe get Songjung back. He might be able to get it because it's really only Shen that's
GK
over here
ديجا
defending.
خسروا واحد من التيم ديالهم كيحاولوا
Making their way in. Remember,
ياخذوا
top of that hillside.
الكارد ديالو
Here as we check
باش
back
يقدروا
in with
يريبوتي
Liquid.
يريفايفيو.
Pro still keeping tabs on them as they make their way through, but you can see Liquid, it looks like they've managed to avoid the barricade for the most part, and they've made it to the bridge.
Yeah, they're going to be going
تيم ليكويد هنا
over
بداو
the
الروتيشن
ship
ديالهم
now
باش
for
يرجعوا
John. Look
للماب.
how close it is.
Supers.
Yeah, Supers also getting close and involved here with VP. Multiple teams. Beamy now trying to go for this one here. Deal with a nade in hands, going straight.
اوه
for
هنا
Beamy.
سوبرز
No damage, just connected. Just
حاول
where
يبريدكتي.
where the nade come from, so he could potentially see just a little bit. That's a great nade. Gonna do some damage onto him.
VP.
Doesn't knock him though, but let's see what VP and Dean Supers getting involved just again, and now it's going to be a fair.
VP هنا غيحاولوا يحاصروا.
Took one of the names away from VP.
سوبرز.
Indeed. And yeah, this is Human going to find Beamy.
اوه سوبرز
One player.
لقاو نوك على
Not in really a position to save
لاعب
them
من
either,
فيرسس
so
برو
they
هنا
could
فيرسس
get
برو.
run over, and now Corexi and Lucarup
كيخسروا
just
اللاعب الثاني ديالهم.
across that bridge, but Supers already back in vehicles. Looks like
كروكسي
they might be
غيحاول
going for the chase.
يهرب.
Makes sense here. Down to a 2-man now for VP, and that's what you get when you involve yourself early on with some fights here. Dean Supers looking for an instant retaliation towards them, but it was Liquid to take the name from Human. Some good driving here.
I don't think that's supposed to do that.
Just waiting for his teammate. Oh, Twisted Minds in this next circle here. Pre-driving towards the center, being ready for any potential setup. And it goes north here. Look at all the teams that's going to have to make moves here. Just 4 or 5 teams inside this current circle. Team
بزاف ديال التيمز كاينين برا الماب.
surprised with the amount of
تيم
space
ليكويد
that's
بوحدهم
ahead of them. Look at all the priority
اللي عندهم
compounds on the
بوزيشن
northern
واعرة.
Yet another hard shift once again, and again it's going to favor Team Liquid this time as they make their way in on that north
Twisted
side.
Minds
As you
دخلوا
mentioned, just nothing but
لوسط الماب.
miles of space, and they also know
مازال
that they
بزاف
can
فراقي
expect
برا الماب.
Virtus Pro or Supers coming in from that northern side. So knowing that the potential threats that'll be coming in from the north side are also pretty good when you're kind of playing from that edge location. As we check in with Shadow Esports, getting a little bit close to Twisted, but it looks like they'll avoid them for the most part. Yeah, after hearing those shots, just try to make your way into a safer spot.
Yeah, trying to sniff out open space, trying to sniff out if there's any compounds available. And right now, sure, there's one of these center spots here, but it's a 2-2 split for Twisted Minds. And, you know, some of their aggressive teams, if they figure that out, they're going to be able to pull that off.
الزون دابا بدات تتحرك.
Does look like to be connecting and going towards each other. Look, Liquid is coming in from the northern side, and shots coming in onto full sense as well.
Yeah, lest we forget that Twisted Minds does have that BRDM. We've seen how important those vehicles can be coming to the late game in Twisted Minds. One of the teams that knows how to play around them very, very effectively. As we check in with Petrichor Road on that south side, as you mentioned before, whenever the shift did come through, so many teams on the south trying to find their way in. It looks like, for the most part, they've managed to avoid each other for now. Nemesis really one of the only ones still making their way into Tyloo very far off to the south. To the west. But overall, looks like teams have kind of found a little spot to play here, although it looks like AGAL maybe getting shot at by Liquid, but it's more just forcing them around here.
With this next circle here and how this pseudo river is on that eastern side here, and not that much space is going to be able to be played until we see that next circle pop here. Liquid being very greedy with the amount of space they're taking, especially this western compound is very breachable.
Slightly less greedy than I think they were planning to do, because they had left Alo up towards that revive station up on the northern side, maybe expecting somebody from Virtus Pro or Supers to try to make a run for it, but they will pull him back, instead play that tight 2-2 a little bit closer towards the center.
And especially if you have, you know, top 3 prior compound locked down already in your 4 guys left, I'd rather see them play to be for as long as possible. And especially with this next circle about to pop here, all the teams are coming in from that southern side. They have nobody except for AGL north of them here. So let's see what happens. Virtus Pro, last 2 players in that emergency pickup here, and it's indeed an emergency for them here. They're going across. They're seeing all the cars that's locked down, and potentially some guys are going to be shooting towards them. Maybe it's just a drop for an open space, or even towards a shack to take some of that central location.
This is going to be rough for them as the circle does pop in. Fortunately for them, it does donut up right towards the center, a little bit favoring west, but I think Virtus Pro maybe not having a good read on how heavy the south side of this zone might be, and maybe they think they might have spotted something along that riverbed that they can play. They're going to drop 2 down, but unfortunately they're right on top of Petrichor Road, and Correxy will find one. But
هنا كاين فايت بين بيرو في بي فيتاليتي تا هما كاين فايت في بي غادي يتقصى في بي اول تيم غادي يخرجوا من اللوبي نقطة وحدة اللي خداو.
Getting that retaliation straight onto them here. And Petrichor trying to reinforce this position. And on this southern side, oh, look at that. So much space, so much of these open fields being controlled by so many teams. They have each their
فيتاليتي هنا شوية محاصرين.
Melman finds heaven.
Well, having to play these rice fields, these ridges early on, this early on, can't feel great, but important a storm here. Will steal
شفر
that's another one of the Steelers players going down. I think that's
Nemesis
now left as they'll make their way from the north on that dry riverbed. Liquid already in place. They're getting shot at in the backs and from the side by AGAL with a 2-2 split, but Nemesis is coming in here quickly.
AGAL كياخدوا أول كيل ليهم في الماتش، أول نقطة. فيتاليتي تا هما خداو ديجا الكيل الأولى ديالهم.
Difficult. They're trying to get anything just to have just slight pause here in this circle here, but everyone is shooting at them. And in a lobby like this, in a competition like this, everyone just hits their shots, even from far away. Lots of pressure being applied to Supers here, and now they found a little space, a few rocks. Oh, Human down to 6 HP. Oh, Luke finds him from Team Liquid.
Oh, Luke just finding that mini right now as they will secure the point.
Team Liquid هنا.
كيجيبوا
الكيل الثاني عليهم في هذا الماتش. من تايلد نوك على بيرو.
On that eastern side of the river, a little bit too much, but Deal going to push right into the midst of Myth.
And if this next circle does not go north, we're going to have an absolute slaughter in those fields. Look how many teams. It's so congested already. And with Myth holding on to just a little bit of an open space, they're going to be able to pop out and put some pressure on. They already got lots of pickaxes going on here.
They're going
putting some pressure onto some of these teams that's in the fields, but now let's see, just 10 more seconds, and we're going to see that next circle. We're going to be ending up here. Twisted Mind still aggressive with the space they're controlling too.
Surprising, haven't seen any mortars really come into play yet. Do you maybe hold on to those a little bit longer, wait for the next circle maybe?
As you say that, doing it up once again here. Half fields, half a few compounds in space where Myth is, and Myth actually holding on to tons of control. And as you talk about it, mortars are coming in.
It's like Vitality. I'm going to send a few over, but they're just not finding the mark as the skies have started to light up with these mortars. As soon as that circle pops, Thanadol will get that knock on a Duckjuice. Big game for Gam to start things off, but now they are down to 2, maybe down to 1 here as Duckjuice will get flushed out. Gam in a little bit of trouble.
هو افس نقدروا ياخذوا جوج الكيلز على جام.
The TDM hill here in the southern side, they have quite the information and control from Full Sense here. They're going to hold out Gam, they're going to have a fight with R8, and then they're going to be bringing the fight to all the other teams in this fields here. AGL with a big send on that eastern side, but Tulins finds
Twisted Minds
an R8 player here.
Knockout.
And more. Oh, look at the
لاعب من R8 crazy Nate.
Beautiful, finds another knock on J-Jar.
النوك الثانية لتويستد مايندز خاصهم كونفيرميو كيلز باش يوصلوا خاص بزاف حتى شي كيل في هذا الماتش هنا كيدوروا بابا باش يكونفيرميو الكيل أنا لعبت R8.
Ooh. That's just going to bleed out and be confirmed later on. Perfectic finds Wang F and gets flushed immediately by Tab. Meanwhile, it's Mehmet finds Salalsi. Gam Esports is going to be
nice Twisted Minds. كونفيرموا الكيز ديالهم بجوج. فريم هنا فايت مع AGL.
Those finds the confirmation onto Salalsi. For Ingerman being extremely angry and holding on to this location against AGL.
Keeping eyes on any potential third partiers here. This fight is taking a little
great nade in AGL.
He's going to go down.
Twisted Minds.
We'll
اخذوا الكيل الثالثة ليهم على 8.
And now 4AM is up against it. Shen on the riverside will find the spray. Window will finish him off as Himask just peeks past the smoke. Will reveal himself just enough, but he should be able to survive a little bit longer. But now Nemesis is starting to make their way down here on the riverbank as well. They could get involved in a third party.
نقول لهم غير جوج لايف واحد نوك. 4AM هنا غيحاول يهرب ولكن صعيب يهرب كلشي مطارقيتيه.
Maybe potentially get this confirmation on to him as the rest did come off. He's low, he's gonna have to heal, but they are disengaging just a little bit. They're trying to maintain control of this little crevice.
اوه نيد زوينة كريزي نيد جوج نوك.
Beautifully placed, beautifully cooked. The discipline to drop two smokes first and then Window will
crazy Window
gets wiped, but Window will go down to
نيد أسطورية ما كبيها جوج وقتل الثالث.
He's already in vehicle trying to go over there and defend his teammate.
3 نقاط اللي خدها هنا.
This is great for Nemesis, great for Deal.
شحذا راسهم من شي نيد ولا من شي مورتار.
Without some utility, get some smokes deployed. They're not inside this next circle here that starts moving in 30 seconds. To see all the fans cheering on.
برافو فريام في هذا الفايت هذا.
Esports World Cup.
Nemesis maybe being a little bit distracted here. Weren't able to capitalize off of that knock that they got on the 4AM, so they are able to get Winda back on his feet. And Nemesis will actually regroup. They've got Melman kind of the tip of the spear here. A little bit close. They've got Myth on the other side of the ridge line, but they've got to worry about how they're going to get into zone. As Shen will find
فورهم عاوتاني غيجيبوا كيل واحدة أخرى. Supers are eliminated.
4AM's waiting arms.
Yeah, what a clutch from Window, taking down AGL.
فريم خدوا ديجا 7 نقاط.
Out here, Nemesis. Are they too passive for this fight here? Or are they just really aware that this next ridge is just about in, and they want a third party and have a bit of a fight here? But Window is too quick about it. Now Nemesis is opening up, taking lots of damage.
Oh, Nemesis هنا كيدخلوا على 4AM كيقدروا يقتلوا واحد. واش وين عاوتاني يقدر يدير شي كلاتش.
They've got to make their way through the raid boss here. Winda, 7 kills now for 4AM already. Starting to get that snowball rolling just a little bit. Although they would like to get a little bit more placement here. They're managing to get points through kills and keeping themselves in the conversation, which is all you can really ask for as
Nemesis كيقلبوا على اللاعب اللي بقاو من 4AM. هذه الروتيشن كبيرة هنا يقدروا يقتلوه. 4AM out.
That's 2 kills now for Nemesis.
Surgically perfect for them to do exactly this here. Now they have the space on the eastern side, and now they're going to put pressure on everyone across the road here. Example finds empty. That is R8 out in 11th place.
GG 4AM خدوا 7 نقاط.
Continues their onslaught onto this western side of the circle. So
much space control. ولات عندهم 9 نقاط في الكلاسمون جلوبال.
We're closing in on the fields. It looks like
بس عندهم بزاف باش يتأهلوا للفينال.
But look at that northern side power. So many teams about to fight.
A lot of teams, and you can see Team Liquid starting to creep in. You saw Alo hopped on that mortar for a second. Not sure if he was aiming at somebody or just trying to create space for them to crash. But right now, they do have a little bit of a foothold here, right on the edge. Will keep those vehicles alive as best they can. Keep those smokes recycled.
اوه شحال النيت هنايا على تيم ليكويد. كريزي ميد ان تايلاند. شي 17000 نيد اللي لاحوا هنايا على تيم ليكويد.
Oh my god, what a way to hold on to utility until the time you know exactly when another team pulls up. They create a pseudo red zone with that amount of nades coming.
برافو ميد ان تايلاند.
From 4 to 1 immediately.
يقدروا يجيبوا جوج الكيلز هنا على الوينرز. اوه ولكن نيمسيس جايين من اللور يقدروا ياخذوا الكيل الاول على سكابي.
Are starting to fall through as well, though. Kiss will get the knock on a Melman, and that's going to force Nemesis to pull back a little bit. Diffix is
نوكاو لعاب من نيمسيس.
To commit to this fight. They've got the smokes laid down, but Myth is returning the fire.
Oh.
Got a little bit of utility left, and Levante is actually going to get the knock on a Diffix. So Nemesis now.
ليفانتي نوكا لعاب من نيمسيس. ميدن تايلاند كيحاولوا ياخذوا الكيلز. بيرو نوكاو. جيدروكس فيتاليتي. ونوكاو لعب واحد اخر من نيمسيس.
Just full third and fourth partying coming from the south side here. Sosa now the last player left alive. Blue tickling his heels. Kiss.
ميدن تايلاند قدروا ياخذوا الكيل.
Get the flush. And he will take down Nemesis. Myth now down to
على
3
Nemesis.
players, but they probably
Nemesis
could have lost
عاود
a lot
دابا.
more there. Great recovery from them.
Getting a little bit of kills for them. 3 so far. Could have gotten more. Belmont finds Gedrox. A lot of teams fighting for
Team
space.
Liquid.
This next circle goes northwest. Twisted Minds on
غادي يحاولوا يسرفايفيو باللعاب اللي بقى لهم ويقرابيو شويه النقاط من الكلاسمه. شادو سبورتس كيحاولوا يقلبوا على اللاعب اللي بقى من تيم ليكويد. جي كي غالبا
they're going to be able to reinforce and hold 3 teams off from that spot they're currently in here.
هنا
Park Pro, the Bush Monster.
بارك برو
Stay here as long as he could, but
حاول يربح شويه الوقت.
Shadow Esports, they were forced wrong. They're right above.
Ooh.
BJ will take down one, but will go down in the end as Shadow
هنا جي كي
Esports
قدروا
trying to crack
يقتلوا
down. Twisted Mind sees all this.
اللاعب ديال شادو ميدين تايلاند.
They've got the BRDM. They have a
كياخذوا الكيلز على شادو وعلى جي كي. ميدين تايلاند كياخذوا الكيل الخامسه اليوم في هذا الماتش. بزاف يوجي هنا على شادو سبورت. تيم ليكويد تقصاو. شادو سبورت غيبوشيو. انا يحضر بعضياتهم ولكن ما عندهمش كاع فيجن. اوه ميدين تايلاند قدروا ياخذوا الكيل.
He's going to have to heal. He's down to just 23 HP. Full 3 gear turn, but Nags comes in from Setsuna.
ميدين تايلاند صعيب هنا يهربوا.
Baron's going to have to put pressure onto him. He's half HP.
بارن بقى بوحده.
Myth is struggling to stay alive inside this circle.
نايس. بارن قدر ياخذ الكيل السادسه بليتو السابعه في هذا الماتش لفرقته. اوه نايت صعيبه بزاف والزون صعيب ميدين تايلاند يرجعوا من هذه البوزيسيون هذه. كريزي وخاك كبارن غادي يقدر يرفايف في صاحبه.
Considering to put some pressure onto this. One Dragon does find hello my bad. Vitality has been alive for quite a while here.
بيرو بقى منهم غير لاعب واحد نوكت. هنا تويستد غيحاولوا يدخلوا. اوه بيرو اليمينيتد. هما السبعين. فيتاليتي افونسو مزيان في هذا الماتش.
Tyloo has been hanging out here in the middle for quite some time. They are very well dug in, literally and figuratively, as you saw those pickaxes go to work. But now Full Sense is trying to make the push onto Twisted Minds.
Oh my God! What a headshot from coming in here. Example finds Tika though. Now Setsuna 3 gear 50.
هنا اللاعب الوحيد اللي بقى من شادو كيحاول يديرونجي بزاف ميدين تايلاند.
He's going to be hurt by the circle in just a second here. He's going to be able
صعيب يسرفايفي.
If these two teams are a little bit
أنا كاين فايت بين
we're going to have many
fun.
teams, many players.
اوه تويستد ماينز قدروا ياخذوا الكيل. قدروا ياخذوا النوك بلوتو. اوه فلاش قدر يضربوا ببازوكا. اوكي نوك اللاعب ديال تويستد ماينز. شادو are eliminated. ميدين تايلاند are eliminated تا هما. لا مازال ماشي eliminated ميدين تايلاند. ميدين تايلاند مازال منهم جوج لعابة. المرة الثانية ميدين تايلاند كيجيو في التوب 5. اوه تويستد ماينز كليراو فول سنس. فيتاليتي تقصاو تا هما مشاو. تويستد ماينز ميدين تايلاند وتايلو.
And now we're down to just 3 teams. Myth with 2, Twisted potentially with 3, and Tyloo with 4. But they have a lot of space ahead of them. They're going to have to move out of this corner.
بقاو سنيكين في الزون. وسط الزون ما تحركوش بزاف وما فايتوش بزاف. عندهم غير 4 الكيلز. عندهم المورتار هنا. غيأكتيفي المورتار.
I would think that would be the easiest target here.
يتارجتيو ميدين تايلاند.
See how close he can get. But once again, this is a late game Myth. Already 9 kills, and they have been fighting their way in. Will it land where it needs to? No. Not a bad idea sending it over towards that rock, but Myth just not there.
Made in Thailand.
They are looking up, eyes in the skies here for this one. You're going to have to try to dodge as much as you can without exposing yourself to
Made in Thailand كيبعدوا على بضياتهم باش ما يقتلهمش المورتار بجوج.
Still with arm in hand, but now potentially losing his car. Now he did stop it. And now he's going to try to damage done. 78 damage from the arm straight to the body of Lee.
ده مجوع على هنبار.
Terrifying duo to have to deal with. Even if they're down to
طيب كيحاولوا يسرفايفوا هاد البوش ديال تايلو.
And they've got some pretty big weapons in the bag. Tyloo does need to be careful here.
هنا كاين مورتار.
Continue to empty the bag. Send a few more mortars in. But Baron and Kiss doing a good job of keeping those smokes down, and unfortunately the mortars just not landing where they need to. Baron retreat back into the smoke.
ما قدروا يجيبوا حتى شي مورتار.
Now they're inside the circle. They got smokes deployed here. If they can get a little bit lower ground and start maybe using the pickaxe just a little bit, they might be able to create some space ahead for themselves. The circle does look like to be ending up close to this center rock here. And if you're able to maintain or grab control of that early on here, the next fight is bound to be happening. And it looks like it's going to be Twisted Minds.
هنا الزون باقي 10 ثواني وتحرك.
Basically try to survive long enough.
اوه تايلو هنا كيلوحوا النيدز على تويستد مايندز. بزاف ديال الدمج على تويستد مايندز جابوا النوك الاولى. وهاد النيد اوه زقلوها. ميدين تايلاند هنا كيافونسيو شويه وكيتفرقوا مع بعضياتهم. جسد كيحاول يقرب لتايلو. ميدين تايلاند دابا ولاو في بوزيسيون زوينه.
Where Tyloo was distracted by Twisted Minds and took the spot, took the rock closest to the circle. They are not out of this.
تايلو كيحاولوا يحفروا بيكاكس.
Tyloo set themselves up here. The smokes are down.
اوه ميدين تايلاند يقدروا يجيبوا نوك. اوه تايلو هنا بقى لعاب واحد منهم. تويستد وصلوا 10 الكيلز دابا. تايلو لعاب واحد اللي بقى من بعد ما كانوا عندهم 4 لعابه بقى لهم لاعب واحد. اوه تايلو كيتقصاو. تويستد مايندز كونتر ميدين تايلاند 1v1 بقات. كيس كونتر بيرفكت تكس. ميدين تايلاند جابوا الوينر تشيكن دينر كريزي كيفاش داروا لهم صح. برافو 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 ميدين تايلاند. ماتش واعر. برافو ميدين تايلاند. جوج كونتر 4 كونتر 3 وقدروا يربحوا. برافو عليهم. ميدين تايلاند المره الثانيه اللي كيجيو في التوب 5 وغالبا غادي يتاهلوا للفينال. برافو تويستد مايندز قدروا يجيو هما الثانيين وديجا خداو 10 الكيلز. حتى هما غادي يقربوا بزاف من لافينال بعد ما خرجوا بصفر نقطه في الماتش الاول. قدروا يرجعوا.
Had the pleasure of playing a little bit of pool with him and PNC, and he's hitting every single shot in game and on the pool table.
I'm telling you, man, Myth feels like one of those teams right now where everything is just playing out in slow motion for them.
Yeah,
like it felt like there was 3 or 4 times in that round where they absolutely should have been wiped, but somehow, some way, they managed to come out on top. And in the end, it comes down to a 1v1 Perfectix versus Kiss. 1,000 damage done almost there for Kiss.
Yeah, and 7 kills to come along with it. What a way for Myth to show that they are in form, just coming from that PGS2 circuit final win.
I mean, we've talked about it. They've come in here probably as the hottest squad after getting 2 wins really in that circuit too. It was Yes,
won the first series in the circuit too, yeah.
Yeah, first series, and then
and then 14th place, and then they just need a little bit of a break in that middle series there. But then coming back and then smashing, they're almost doubling the points of second place, and that's just unheard of. They broke all the records we've seen prior to PGS, and just so what they're made of. Very impressed with Myth so far, and yeah, with this game here, being able to put out that amount of points after what we saw from them in game 1 as well, they're going to be so close, even potentially after this day, going straight to that final after just having played half of their games.
اوكي الماتش الجاي مازال واحد ربع ساعة.
For the rest of the lobby to see, they
هاد
know
البوز ورجع
what
عندكم إن شاء
happens when
الله.
Myth gets a lead. They know what can happen when Myth starts that snowball rolling in the right direction. They've seen it before. They might be seeing it again here soon as Myth gets a massive win here in game number 2. Also, gotta say, first game, they didn't do too bad there either. They got a nice little stack of kills for themselves despite going out a little bit early. Remember, they were the ones that crossed over the road, took down Shadow Esports, fighting their way in. But to start things off here, we do have an interview with Purdy Curdy from Liquid. Let's throw it down to Caleres.
That's right. Thank you very much, boys. Here I am indeed with Purdy Curdy, talking to him mostly about that game number 1 here from the tournament so far. So thank you for joining me, Purdy, here. Let's start things off with that map on Erangel. The boatyard finish, not something that we see too often at all. Can you talk to me about that? Obviously, you guys were holding full sense. I want to know about like what you were thinking about all the other threats around whilst you were holding them. How much information did you have about where teams were in boatyard?
We were pretty well set with information. I think the biggest thing for that game specifically was at some point Luke goes, "I've got a mortar." I said, "Set that fucking thing up." Like, the full sense is our biggest threat, and the fact that he was able to get some mortars off on them made our game very easy.
That felt like a shortest range mortar, like 120 meters or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fair, fair. Let's move on then about the new circles, of course. It's not too many tournaments we've been playing with them, and you're going to have a lot of water in. A boatyard finish, obviously extremely uncommon as a whole. What do you think about these new circle settings? I saw that you guys had zipline guns available and stuff like that. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's the new land ratio in effect, for sure. That mixed with the speed of the earlier zones, it makes for some chaotic moments, and hopefully you guys enjoy them, because I don't.
Hey, what the viewers get to enjoy, I know it's going to be difficult for the players, and it makes things a lot more spicy and a bit more chaotic. Let's finally finish up with, how has prep looked like for you guys for EWC? Because, of course, I think that there's been moments where even I've been very critical of some of the Team Liquid performances. You guys had an amazing year, of course, and then kind of had a harder time trying to catch up to that. So where are you guys at right now? What's the prep look like for EWC?
The prep is really good. It's actually been very good for a while. We got a lot of hardworking guys. We got Nomi, our analyst, works his ass off. Russ, our coach, works his ass off. A lot of it comes down to execution recently, and that's something we got to improve on.
All right, Purdy, thank you very much. I'll send you back to your booth. Good luck in the next games, my friend, as I now head on over here to have a little bit of a chat about what was going on here with Mr. Matrim, who's going to be joining me to talk about this Tego game. Hey, Matrim.
Oh, hey, man. That last game was a barn burner. I loved the end of it. Twisted coming in very tail end of that one. Got a bit dangerous. I was a bit nervous, but the BRDM, the rotates, felt pretty good. But that western side, I almost thought that they were going to die before they managed to get into the tail end of the fight with Myth.
Yeah, obviously, Myth looking amazing.
Oh.
What do we expect like when it comes to someone like Kiss being able to clutch out those kinds of moments? And I think we'll see even more of that. I think it's scary for a lot of these teams now realizing that, hey, Myth's already coming in hot after those PGSs.
Dude, okay, we can talk about that. We can also talk about the VP dying early actually did open up an opportunity because that's an incredibly consistent squad. So we know the fact that anytime they falter out, you're going to have some opportunities for bigger squads. Well, I wouldn't say bigger squads, but bigger firepower to come out, and that's what we saw with Myth.
All right, well, it looks like we're good to go head on over to the studio here to break down everything that's been going on so far.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Ladies and gentlemen, Myth has arrived. As the customers were saying, they had an amazing game one. This game two, absolutely blew it out of the battle. By the way, Godspeed, Lace, Toffees, and the 7WG. Welcome back. Lace, thank you for joining us, but Myth.
Yeah, man, I've been out in the sunshine, so it's nice to be back on the desk, guys. I've seen too much sun here, but goddamn Myth! I'm so glad I got to witness this, honestly. I've been running around like a crazy person, but I got to witness the craziness that is Myth. Now, obviously, this Apex South team, you know, it's that kind of aggressive play style that gets me really going. I mean, match number 2, I'm not going to say it wasn't that great because it was a fantastic start from them. But as soon as was a Team Liquid sort of dissipate from that and almost Virtus Pro, that just paved the way for Team Myth to sort of make their comeback and their aggressive playstyle. And plus, you know, usually we, you know, give the reins to Jacob as the star player, but we gotta hand the mic over to Kiss because that was such an incredible performance, and to be able to hold that sort of northern side mid-zone while we had like Twisted Minds battle it out. It was just a waiting game, kind of sitting on that rock like a proud
It's
lion.
about getting to the rock. There's two teams that made a huge end game, okay? Twisted Minds, because they opened the door for Myth to get to where they got to. You heard Martin say it, you gotta take the rock. Well, Gibraltar was taken because Myth was able to slide in there during that fight between Tai Lu and Twisted Minds. And I don't care what anybody says. Scappy, he's scrappy. Jacob, he's a leader. But Kiss is the Reaper, and there's a reason we say Kiss of Death, because that man god's been going pop, pop, pop all over them.
I think what's just also so impressive, if you go back 2 years, you know, you talk about
time.
Let's take a little trip down
a little walk
memory
down memory
lane,
lane.
please, if you would humor me. Going back 2 years, you know, Southeast Asia in general was never really seen as a very strong region, right? They would come to,
I'm upset.
They'd come to an international, they would kind of get farmed, unfortunately, and then they'd go home. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've seen the rise of Cerberus, we've seen the rise of Forest. Now, obviously, in this fantastic team here, and Southeast Asia is no longer here just to participate. They're here to take over.
These Thailand teams are really turning up the heat.
And boy, did they end up taking over. By the way, Twisted Minds being able to use that BRDM, or as I like to call it, the Splat Maker. Because they were just going around all over the place, and they were able to bounce back. Remember what's been going on with that team? This is kind of what I wanted to see out of Twisted Minds coming into that second game.
You know, they're playing with a sub. They kept strong during that whole fight. And is there a more iconic duo than Batulin and the BRDM at this point? I don't know, because he seems to be using it really, really well. What the key to me is Tai Lu put a red zone on those boys. It was brutal. They got 3 back up. They pushed over the top, and they made Tai Lu look like children. They came over and they said, all right, you've got grenades when you can hide, but when it comes time for slinging lead, lads, we know how to play.
I feel like a child between you two tall guys.
That's why I'm all the way over here, okay?
I'm a very small man, but you know, I don't know why you'd feel that way. But speaking of red zones, by the way, let's talk about Myth red zoning Liquid. That was absolutely disgusting. And then something else I want to talk about when we talk about Southeast Asia or just Asia in general, Winda, dude, holy crap. Winda came through. He wiped AGAL almost completely by himself, which was absolutely disgusting. And then he went on with his teammate to continue to wreak havoc before 4AM went down. And this is the first time, I think, this year in a while that 4AM is really a serious team to look at, especially when they have Shen, the Malaysian superstar now. That team is disgusting.
4AM was given the reins to run the way they want to with this team this year. This sort of the latter
and you can
half.
tell.
And it is turning up really well. I think the other thing about Winda is you're right. He's dead on. He's phenomenal, but he's this sort of new blood that's emerging, right? It's the same idea as like, where was Kiss
Fresh
3 or
meat.
4 years ago? Becoming monsters. And that is the thing. You brought up SEA, right? The whole region has been powerful, right? We got from that region, PGC champions, 2 in a row. I think Myth has watched that and said, okay, we can do what they do. They've moved from forest. They got out of the trees. They've picked up a great support system. Now they have that behind them. In addition to everything else they're doing, they're named after their own country. Like, that is all the hype you need to drive yourself and go the distance.
I got a chance to interview them both as well, and honestly, the focus on these guys, and I'm quite a yappy, chatty person if you can't tell at home.
We didn't know. We didn't know.
Sorry, guys, it's coming out now, but my God, these boys are locked. I hope you guys get to see what I was chatting to him about.
We did.
You can see
Earlier
it.
on, we got a chance to see all of that. But yeah, Kiz being able to perform, Winda as well. I can't wait to see what other teams and other players especially are going to be stepping it up in the coming matches. But I want to take a look at the overall. I want to see how everything is currently looking, because another squad that's kind of building that momentum, building that confidence, Shadow Esports. Once again, not crazy stats, but I'm just with them Toffees. I just want them to do well, but you can see right now, Myth just kind of running with it.
So at their win at PGS, they averaged 5.1 points per game. They are already pushed well over that number, which means they don't have to really stress at this point. They have the freedom to run. And just to touch briefly on Shadow, they got wiped again. You know who wiped them this time, Godspeed?
Well, why don't you tell me?
Myth for the second time. Myth has their number. And so those guys need to adjust and just avoid the monsters.
Yeah, you can see the eliminations from all these squads. Team Liquid, I mean, we saw what happened with Team Liquid, especially what you were talking about, Godspeed. Those, Myth just demolished them, if we're being completely honest. Twisted Minds with the bounce back at Esports, but I also want to take a look at some of the other teams on that second page, because these are teams, as we're heading into the first half, in a way, halfway through today, we need to start seeing a little bit more out of some of these squads.
So, Lace, I saw Team Vitality in that game. You saw it pull off the sort of the pickaxes, try to lock it down. It was a tough situation for them to sort of decide, do we go in? Do we get out of this defensive position? And I'm not sure. That's what I'm worried about when you look at them, is are they making proactive decisions?
Yeah, look, I was sort of touching on I like an aggressive squad, and I'm not seeing it from Vitality whatsoever. And this is what you need to do in these starting matches. You do need to really sort of push through and get those eliminations early, because otherwise people are going to take that lead. And I did not see that from them. And also Team Nemesis as well. I did sort of pick them as my underdog, but now they're a little bit too under. To be honest.
A little too under the dogs, as they say.
Yes.
Some of the other squads, GK, not really having a great day here at this star. I know a lot of people are expected a lot out of this squad. They were able to previously be with CIS. Now they have a Korean team coming in here. What are the expectations going into this next 4 matches, especially going into the next match?
I mean, I think for the organization, the expectations are high. I think it is a challenge. I mean, I saw, it's hard for you to give a hype speech that involves a translator, right? So, like, the team owners are trying to hype up their guys, and that can be difficult. I do think, again, 2 games in, and you and I know, like, we've played this game, Seven, you know that it is not something that is won in a sprint. This is a marathon, and so I'm not going to write them off for tough 2 games where circles may not have favored them. I mean, Boatyard is kind of a one-off. Like, I almost got to throw away game 1 in terms of teams that didn't get in. Like, it's hard to do.
Well, let's give it a second, Godspeed. I want you to put yourself in this mindset, all right? You're one of the squads there towards the bottom. You're their coach. What are you going to be telling them, trying to hype them up? Let's just act like they don't have to.
I don't
say it.
I don't actually think you. My coaching style is a little less. How do I say this? Hand-holdy. I would just lock in. You guys need to lock in 2 teams that I think need to lock in specifically are AGAL and Supers. Right? Yeah. Those are 2 rosters that have absolutely no business being on the bottom. Now, again, we talk about only first 2 games, sure, yeah, whatever. Yep. But again, this is something that can snowball. You and I have specifically seen this so many times where a team that we know should make it, they're like, oh, we're not worried about them. Oh, we're not worried about them. All of a sudden, 2 games left, they're 40 points away from qualifying. So I do think those teams and those rosters are obviously strong enough to make a push. Again, we're early, but seeing them down there this early does give me a slight.
You're not out of it when you let it slide, but every inch of rope you let slide rips the skin off your hands. You know what I'm saying? So you have to make those plays early. And for every chance you fall lower, it becomes harder, it becomes rougher to mentally get yourself back into this. That's my word with Soup. I think the Supers are amazing. Everyone knows I love Soup, but I need them to step up and slam down here in game 3.
All right, well, we're going to be working on our coach talk here and make sure that we can actually end up airing it when we come to the desk. Because, Lace, you'll be the next one. Not right now. You'll be the next one maybe if one of these teams don't end up performing well. As we're going to be going into the last game, and for everybody watching at home, make sure you end up predicting some of these squads. Go to the EWC website, go to the app, and just put in your predictions because it's out there for everybody. And if you do share anything on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, as we will love to see some of the stuff that you guys are sharing. But it's time that we send it over to none other than Avenger and Borosaurus.
Thank you very much, gang, and we are back for match number 3. We are heading to the dusty dunes of Miramar. So far, made in Thailand, and Team Liquid at the top of the table, but right behind them, Twisted Minds, GAM Esports, Virtus Pro rounding out that top 5. But as the desk mentioned, there's a couple of teams that haven't really shown up just yet, Martin, and maybe it's time for them to find some success here on Miramar.
But are we the ones to pass our judgment after just 2 of 12 games?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do that then. As the game is partying up here, Puerto Paraiso straight up northwest here. Very easy and great playing path. A lot of teams can get into the usual spots here. And Shadow Esports straight into Picado here. Can they make the most of it so far? They're 9 points because of that first game. They got a good amount of points here, but that center spot there, is that going to pay off, or is going to have to be strong for them? I'll say this, though. we're going to only have one Miramar per day for all of Esports World Cup. The featured map is now Tago, where we have that twice per day. So Miramar just once. I do enjoy playing it. I think it's great, but we're going to be going just once per day here. Now for this and how everything kind of lines up, I think a lot of teams are used to those big rotations, and oh my god, look at that first circle pour. We're going straight up north.
We're back.
Just barely kissing the plane path there, isn't it? All the way up to the northeast we go, towards Crew Valle, up towards El Azahar, towards water treatment. See where it ends up taking us, but 4 a.m. they've got their pick of the litter as to where they want to go to start things off. That could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I know you've had a little bit of experience.
فين حنزل انت هي هذه عصران الصراحه احنا بدينا احنا معطنا تجي ثلاثه
become more of a problem, or would you rather be dead center, or would you
أشياء في هذا
working your
PUBG.
way from the edge knowing that your back is clear?
I mean, there's two metas that's very defined. If you are in anywhere of high priority into this circle, like 4am is right now, you are leaving extremely early to go to some of these high priority compounds, the barns, some of the areas around the center where you have a lot of control, where teams are not able to pull up onto your position just easily without you being able to put some bullets towards them. So you usually have one or two guys that go into that, you just get a few guns, not maybe even having a level 1 backpack, a level 1 helm, just get straight into that, a 2-2 split. It's not so much about preference, it's more about, do we have that, you know, high priority towards the center of the circle, or are we far away? And then that shifts towards, if we're far away, we're going to loot for a long time, try to get as much gear, get your preferred guns, attachment, everything set up. And also, as you saw in the last game, utility is so important.
Absolutely.
That's what the most teams, they loot for a long time for.
Yeah, it's a big difference between a good central compound and a central compound that you can defend.
Yeah.
Right? So, especially from all sides, as you know, you got some of the best teams in the world in these lobbies. And, they're always looking to third, fourth party, any potential fights, try to get those points. We have seen a priority being placed by these teams on securing those kills, making sure that they finish off any knocks that they get.
اوكي دونك بعد الماتش الثاني ميدن تايلاند وصلت 32 نقطة غالبا غتأهلوا باش صعيب تكون عندك 32 نقطة وتجي من 8 الاخرين. تيم ليكويد 24 تويستد مايند افونسو ربحوا 20 نقطة الماتش اللي داز. جي برافو اليوم. هنا يمكن فايت ما بين تيم ليكويد و ار 8. نو ار 8 يهرب. ار 8 محتاجين النقاط حيت راهم عندهم 0 من نقطة.
Disengaging immediately here. R8 so far 0 kills, 0 placement points at the bottom of that leaderboard here, and Team Liquid just pushing on, and it's outside the circle. There's no point to fight for this. This has no priority, so I understand from R8's perspective. There's no point in staying here. 2 nades, a Molotov in hand, no first aids for him, so he's still trying to loot up here. Maybe even going back to El Pozo is worth it for him. As Ajar is going to try to get some more information. Liquid is leaving. They're going to be going out here, and AGAL so far, surprise to me, only 3 points.
AGAL هنا يقدروا يطلقوا مع بيرو.
Has destroyed Delvin, him as installed. See, absolute all-star players. They've had a great performance throughout the year for them so far.
Yeah, a lot of expectations placed on that team, and with good reason. As you said, superstars up and down that roster, but nothing clicking just yet. But there's still plenty of time left to go as they fight their way in towards the center of the circle. We check in with Nemesis down there in Puerto Paraíso. Nobody really anywhere near them, and also nobody really hugging that eastern road ahead of them, so they should have a pretty clean path in, just depending on how long they decide to hold this coastline. If they decide to cut in, they may end up running into Virtus Pro, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, AGL obviously getting 2 second places in 2 of the series throughout the PGSs we've had so far this year. We take a look at 4am here. They're a little bit greedy, I would say. It's a 2-1-1 split for them, and if some of these teams sniff out that it's just 1 or 2 players in some of the high priority compound, they're going to get pulled up on. They're going to get drive-by'd. I'm looking forward to see what happens with that one for sure.
One thing they got going for them is that their split is pretty tight, so if they do get pulled up on, drop a couple of smokes, maybe a couple of Molotovs by the door, and you could slow things down enough that maybe your teammates could come provide some support, but then you open yourself up to the potentials of third parties, fourth parties. Obviously, you're dead center, right? So everybody is going to see that happening, and That is the risk you take by taking those high priority compounds. But we'll keep an eye on 4 a.m. as we check in with Vitality coming through just north of Picado. Looks like they should have a pretty free path in.
Absolutely. And now for the teams that come in late, usually these 6 to 8 teams that are not close or somewhere close to the center, that's just about information now. Trying to sniff out where other teams are, and especially with the circle pop, to see if anyone starts leaving that compound. If they are in a split, you can see a car leaving a compound, and it's like, okay, they're regrouping in another spot that they prefer, and that's where the backfill comes in, especially here from a team like Virtus Pro. They're going to come in from the southern side from a high ground spot. They're going to have lots of information available to them once the circle starts moving in closer and starts having a new pop.
Let's check in with Ty Lu. You see just on your mini-map there, Himas from AGAL. This has been a hallmark of AGAL's play. They do like taking these wide individual splits just to get a lot of information about what's going on around them. And it looks like they'll hear Ty Lu, if not see them. Himas will hold the line for now, and Ty Lu will just continue their way around. They do have GAM off to the north as well, continuing to make their way in. I don't know about you, Avenger, but this circle, and I say this knowing that we've had hardships before, but this feels like it's got hardship written all over it, doesn't it? I mean, it's just, everybody is crowding to the south side of this zone, essentially, and if this hard shifts to the north, it would be absolute
Team Liquid خذوا الدبابة هنا.
With Myth coming in on the northern side, wouldn't it be a classic that we do get a water treatment shift when they are so far away, especially with how far they've driven? We have
بعدين شوي على الزون.
with that coming in, so let's see how Myth approaches this one here. Also with Liquid and Arid.
الماتشات بجوج اللي دازو كانوا في بلاصة واعرة في زون تيم ليكويد.
For them to get just a little bit of love from that circle shift. But yeah, you are right. South and middle, very congested.
بعد شوية.
Lots of space towards that northwestern side. Would love a classic hard shift towards the northwest. All the teams would hate it.
Oh yeah, no.
Just us talking about it, they despise us.
I mean, look, we're here for fun. And chaos equals fun most of the time.
Facts.
Well, let's see if we're going to get it. We did see Team Liquid.
الماتش كامل لحد الساعة. ما كان حتى شي فايت في الأول.
Get that water treatment shift. So all the teams to the south and the east.
تيمز كاملين غالبا باغيين يلعبوا سيف.
Already in vehicles.
في الأول الماتش.
On the very far south side, they're going to have a hard time getting in as they've got Shadow Esports, Vitality, any number of teams that could make their way over there as well.
كلشي كيحاول يتفادى.
Absolutely. Whereas Pro not getting anything from this circle here. They're actually trying to
Sounds like يسمع.
Maybe go for a wide wrap here potentially.
You do see a couple of teams kind of considering, like Nemesis right now is trying to make a way up to the north on the eastern side, which
اللاعب ديال شادو
over towards Ty Lu. It looks like GAM and Myth from that northern side have actually been blessed because they have just their pick of the litter as to where they want to play. Is
oh my god. AGL full pull up onto
AGL هنا غيدخلوا عند
compound currently held by it
4 AM عندهم لانفورماسيون بوتنسيالمون يس عندهم لانفورماسيون نو فور انجري مان كيحاول يهرب يقدر يهرب.
That almost feels like AGL let him escape there almost.
And also because like if 4M already has a decent
AGL ما بوشاوش يمكن حتخافوا بل يكون كسر من لاعب واحد تما ولكن لاعبين سيف بزاف التيمز.
Getting at some MM out here is very crucial for 4M's campaign throughout this Miramar game that we have going on. Match 3 so far. After this game, we're halfway done. Losing a few tires here for some MM. That is not
مش مسكين هذا الطوموبيل ديالو تفات. واش يقدر يهرب ولا دمج رهيب هنا.
Delvin, IGL, and the goat coming in.
There's a little combination there between AGAL. Looks like Spaceman might be going on a rescue mission here to get Hazameme, but keep an eye on that. Here's Full Sense pulling up on this southwestern side. Now they got Tigger off in the blue, and they're going to spot out R8 just ahead of them. They should maybe spot out Team Liquid as well. I think Luke 12 was the only one left behind, but Team Liquid, nice path for them. They managed to make their way into that northwestern side relatively cleanly, so a lot of space for them to work around just on that western part of water treatment. But Vitality, they might be in trouble here. They're making the send in right between Twisted Minds and R8.
Oh, look at all these shots. And in the arena, it's rumbling. You hear everyone pumping their DMRs towards 4 a.m. And now with this one here, next circle's about to be popping here. And DN Super's ready for this emergency pickup. It goes somewhat south.
Nice.
I might wonder if one of them just stays.
Twisted
Minds looking great. GK looking great. AGL still in water.
GK كاينين في الوسط ديال الماب.
Moving in, and they're getting extremely close to mid here.
هنا ميدين تايلاند يقدروا يتلاقاو مع تيم ليكويد
shortly for water treatment control.
هما داخلين الماب.
It looks like Team Liquid's going to go for the treatment plant itself while Myth
تيم ليكويد غيدخلوا.
on those hills just to the north.
ما يفايتيوش.
Pro actually went south. They left the circle, then came back in. So that south side, you can just see it's so congested that the teams are being forced to kind of make somewhat awkward moves here. As Full Sense will full send directly into the south side of water treatment, but Liquid not really set up for this just yet. They're still kind of finding their way around as Purdy Curdy has that BRDM scouting around, and that sandstorm hitting it.
Nemesis هنا غيفايتيو غالبا مع جام.
Sure if he was able to hear Full Sense pull through. Here's Nemesis.
جام غيهربوا.
Shots at Gam, at least the trailing duo of Gam making their way through their territory.
They're trying to take some open space along
مازال ما عندنا حتى شي كيل.
Jacob, the IGL, is out front scouting, trying to get
هذا الراوند.
information from mid. As the other guys are backfilling.
داز ديجا 13 دقيقة.
Putting a lot of pressure on Gam as they move in and get closer to this spot here. Yeah, sure, they're inside.
أنا كاين جاكوب ديال ميدين تايلاند اللي كيسمع وكيشوف.
To take control of this northern side.
لعبة جام.
And the guys from Liquid are maintaining some of the control here of the water treatment, but I don't think they are aware how close and how many of Full Sense is inside this southern side of water treatment.
I feel like if Jacob had any more than just one grenade, he might get a little bit more active here.
جايكوب لحد الآن
He's going to at least keep track.
يحاول ياخذ الفيجن يشوف شنو هو كاين. مازال ما عنديش كوميتي. عنده الهاي جراوند.
But this is not a bad spot for Myth to play here. As I think Kiss has actually just popped on the mortar. He might be getting the coordinates from Jacob. We'll see if those mortars do fall on top of Gam here.
I love that approach from Myth. I think that frontline man with the information, the brain of the operation from Jacob, and then trying to set up a potential approach and assault onto Gam. Let's see what happens with this one here. R8 also getting somewhat involved here with the Full Sense and Team Liquid's shenanigans inside water treatment. They do have a lot of control on that western side here. If they get a western shift here, it could be huge. My biggest observation right now is that the 3-1 split Minds having example inside that little gas station.
وفول سنس كاينين في نفس البلاصة تقريبا. هنا جاكوب جبد جرينيد غيكوميتي كونتر جام. كريزي يقدر يجيب النوك على جاكوب. يقدر يجيب النوك على تانفو وهونغ. جوج النوكس لجاكوب. هنا 10 وغيجيو.
He's right here. You heard the nade. Shots coming in. He drops the nade though. Could be doing damage to him.
damage رهيب بالنيدز. هنا يقدروا يجيبوه. كيل واحدة أخرى.
He saw Purdy Curdy pulling up in the BRDM.
النطيل جابوا أول كيل.
Looks like Kurt was able to escape just in the nick of
جي كي توما غيجيبوا كيل. فيرتوس برو كيتخساو. كريزي. أول فرقة كتودعنا فيرتوس برو.
Oh my god, this shift is insane. There's so much open.
ميدن تايلاند كيخسروا جوج اللعابة.
Going through Chailu's sending it. Cowboy finds Kiss. Tiffic got the nade, but everything is opening up here. Guman did get Dragon. Jacob goes out as well. Team Liquid putting so much pressure on it. All the teams on the northern side there realize we have no priority inside the circle. We're just gonna fight for points. Try to get as many kills and eliminations as possible.
Oh, so many teams opting for the
ميدن تايلاند نوك ثالثة. باقي لاعب واحد. قام. ديجا خسروا لعاب ولعاب نوك. طايلو كذلك بحالهم.
The GK 4 a.m. gauntlet, and it looks like they're going to get away with it for now. Twisted Minds still managing to keep all four up while holding the line here against Shadow Esports. But there are eyes looking over in this direction.
Maiden Thailand are eliminated.
Might be sending something. Myth will get eliminated in the end as Gam and Nemesis crash down upon them. Looks like Team Liquid is now going to leave water treatment as well.
And this is a very breachable compound right
now. Minds عندهم نوك هنا.
both
كونتر
have
شادو
lost
سبورت.
players. A lot of pressure is being applied here. Forum is considering, is this worth it? Shots coming in.
Tylo
Who is out in
eliminated.
14th place? As Human and Deal is left to a two-man in this compound here, but 4 kills for them is going to push them up the leaderboard.
4 kills definitely needed by
Supers.
Supers considering the start that they've had right now. But
قدروا ياخذوا بعد كيلز في هذا الفايت هذا.
As we see Nemesis trading off
Nemesis.
with Gam. Only Glory's left alive playing around.
خذوا كيل هنا ولكن خسروا واحد من اصحابهم نوك.
Not going to find any joy.
نمسيس عندهم جوج لعابة دابا اللايف. كاين هنا نايد من نمسيس كونتر جام. تيم ليكويد قدروا يشفروا الكيل على جام.
Will find Huang F steal one more kill away as they continue to just play from the edge. See if they can maybe third party this, get some more points.
Shots and damage done here. We're talking about
Nemesis.
Team Liquid was so smart.
يموت لهم واحد بالزون.
Putting on pressure onto them and still got that BRDM in play here. Now they're going towards Geeky. That might be a big fight here. I don't know if it's worth pulling up in a compound like this, but it has no priority. Clarish finds Diffex, continues to have an impact onto Nemesis.
These solo players are so hard
كاين
to
اوكي
get rid of.
لعب نمسيس.
Showing him out
اوه
and
جام
Nemesis
سبورتس ار اوت.
will end up finishing him off, and we'll try to see if he can make his way in. It looks like he's electing not even to try. We'll just go ahead and try to heal up and heal through the blue, see if we can get anything off of that as we see Twisted Minds still having to deal with a shadow in their midst, but it looks like they're content with letting them hold that compound
جي
for
كي
now.
هنا قدروا يجيبوا الكيل على الو ديال تيم ليكويد. تيم ليكويد كل شيء كيفيزيهم خاصهم ضروري يهربوا.
For the center. Look, there's a few open spots here. That might be very playable for them. Yeah, actually, it is somewhat center in this zone. And we do have a big road in the middle that's splitting the zone in half here. Now Human is going to be trying to defend this spot here from 4AM.
We were waiting for this push. It looked like 4AM was sniffing around in this direction, knowing that Supers was down to 2, but Supers holding the line so far. As we see the circle will up to the north once again. More fighting going on as R8 is getting eliminated. It looks like Shadow
كيجيبوا كيل.
overstayed their welcome.
كيل ثاني ديالهم.
Trying to crash into that same compound. That's a little
شادو كيجيبوا كيل هنا لا.
pay the price for it as they are down to just 1.
R8.
Yeah, Nemesis out in 12th place here. So many teams
Nemesis
trying to
are
approach
out.
this Twisted Mind compound. They're being smart about it. They're holding off. They're maintaining control of the western side because they know they can third party later on. They didn't want anything from this very reachable side of the compound here. Now, damage done. Look at this. 4M got the res, but Supers are trying to put so much pressure onto them to get the most out of it. Perfectix finds Belmont, and now Spaceman. Look at that. The off angle from Deal pays off.
4AM now.
There's just 5-head plays here, but there's just too many men to deal with, and Deal will get spotted out in the end, and they know exactly where Human is.
محاصرة من سوبرز. فيتاليتي قتلوا لعاب نوكاو لعاب من السوبرز. وهنا 4AM يحاول يقتل. يس اللعاب اللي بقى مدين سوبرز كيموت كيتيليمينيتا وكيخرجوا في المركز 9 ل 11.
Again, 3 games in, only 8 points. Not the way they wanted to start their tournament. But 4AM still 4 up as Vitality have to send something.
تويستد قدروا يجيبوا كيلو واحدة أخرى. فيتاليتي هنا.
Could actually maybe keep an eye over here on this Twisted Shadow R8 compound.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fights with that. Fulsen's also trying to survive and make the most of it, but Flash, so much damage being done here by Phase 5 as everything
بقى منهم غير لاعب واحد برا الزون ولاعب واحد آخر نوك.
Some damage done here onto Vitality as they have this center spot here.
صعيب.
For them, but
يعيشوا.
how much time they got for it.
Man.
Oh, look at the util coming in. Levanta goes down as well.
حاول ياخذ شي كيل.
You almost feel like that was a bait mortar pit for them to hide in. It looked so good.
ما قدر يجيب حتى شي كيل. برافو فولسنس. كيتقصاو. فيتاليتي هنا غيموتوا غالبا. جاي في الوسط.
Get revived, but that is going to be asking a lot here as you see Chewy from Petrichor Road just keeping eyes on everything around him. Diggy hole, the mantra of the day as mortars will fall around them. 4AM on the move now too.
Down to just
أنا بيرو.
Just one more team.
قمنا جوج لعابة.
One more point for placement here. So
اوه
much pressure
بزاف
being put on
النيدز
by
هنايا
this
كانوا
man.
على
It just
فيتاليتي.
swings around the ball. The cars are exploding too. And yeah, you said it perfectly here. That could be a great bait set up for it. Did love it. AGL here. They
فيتاليتي باقي لهم لاعب واحد اللي الايف ومع صاحبه واحد نوكت.
They also have Team Liquid that's set up towards that center spot. We still have this big road that's effectively just a big
R8
river of nothing.
مازالهم لاعب واحد عندهم زيرو نقطة. EGL كذلك عندهم زيرو نقطة ولكن مازالهم 4 لعابة لاعبين باسي بزاف EGL.
Down south, 6 kills already for them. They've taken a knock. It looks like they're going to be able to get that man back on his feet. I think that's EJ.
هنا 4AM
To get him revived as 4AM getting a little bit.
حاولوا يدخلوا ياخذوا شي ديفيجن.
See how difficult this can be.
اوه كريزي نايد من بيرو نوكا جوج ديال 4AM تويستد كيشفروا هاد الكيل.
As Winda kind of offside right now. Not part
4AM
of
بقوا منهم غير جوج.
just yet. The Blue Zone grenade going to force Shen to move once again. Not able to go for the res on the spaceman just yet.
البلو ما كتشدش شان يقدر يهرب يحاول يريفايف عشيرو.
Might be able to get the rest off here. No utility being thrown at them just now. Pakro's out. Stolen by Pretty Curdy here. Look at makes the most out of this one here. Look how many teams is on the south compared to the north. AGL, Liquid, half a Liquid, half a GK basically. This might be an AGL depending on what happens.
4AM مازال كياخذوا بزاف دامج وما عندهمش بزاف ديال الهيل. صعيب يهربوا من هاد لابوزيسيون هادي.
But fortunately for them, they're still in right now. No more vehicles though. Be the rest of your game kind of decided by how many more smokes you have in the bag. As example, just free farming fire over on this direction. 5 kills now for Twisted Mind, still 4 alive. A lot of that having to do with the patience that they've displayed in holding this combat, letting Shadow Esports just remain as a 3-man.
ديجا عندهم 5 الكيلز وافونساو مزيان في هذا الماتش هذا. عندهم بوزيشن واعرة.
This is such a great compound to be putting out pressure to the rest of the circle. It's just flat terrain around.
تيم ليكويد مازال مسرفايفين بجوج اللعابة. EGL بعد بزاف على الفايت. تويستد خاصهم ضروري يتحركوا. قدامهم شادو ايسبور ولعب واحد ديال R8. هنا 4AM حاولوا يهجموا على بيرو يقدروا يجيبوا شويه الكيلز. تويستد مازال كيجيبوا كيلز. بيرو قدروا يجيبوا النوك هنا على 4AM. شادو جابوا نوك على EGL. EGL مازال كيعانيو.
Trying to fight their way in, but Chewy and I-26 just dug
أفضلك الساتمان تحياتي لك.
so difficult to try to dispatch with AGAL. Meanwhile,
EGL خسروا اللعب الثاني ديالهم. ما يمكنش EGL شحال لاعبين باسيف وفي نفس الوقت ما كيقتلوا ما كيجيبوا والو وفي نفس الوقت كيموتوا بسهوله. EGL دابا باقي لهم لاعب واحد.
As the leaderboard does light up quite a bit here. 3 teams in the top is alive, but look at that.
Twisted Mind
كل شيء معيم على EGL. عيوم يهربوا في التالي. كل شيء دابا منيش عليهم. شادو سبورتس كيجيبوا الكيل على EGL. EGL are eliminated.
Liquid might get a lot of points away from this game here. Hello, my bad fans. Shin here. Setsuna finds Songjang.
GK are eliminated.
Now as 4AM is eliminated. Hello, my bad. And
4AM are eliminated.
Defend this off with Getrox as well being alive inside this circle.
برافو اللعب ديال R8 قدر يجيب جوج النقاط. واخا بقى بوحدو. تيم ليكويد كذلك قدروا ياخذوا جوج النقاط. اوه هنا تيم ليكويد كياخذوا النوك على تويستد. تويستد هنايا. R8 are eliminated. تويستد are eliminated تا هما. كريزي. في لحظة واحدة تويستد مايندز خسروا ب4 لعابة ديالهم كاملين.
God, what
Crazy.
a way for Shadow to get that. Teddy made everything possible, and they could third party that fight between Twisted Minds and him. And look at this next circle here. Does go off the road here. Liquid's going to have to make moves. Petrichor Road is going to have to make moves. And Shadow, a gift from the gods. Their compound is still inside.
And they are
Team Liquid
fully reset.
ما
Vitality not
زالين
in a position to where they
بعد ما كانوا بجوج بيهم.
capitalize off of those two knocks. They just have great position. There's
والله
no
يقدر
reason
واحد
for them to
يبقى
push just
ويجيب
yet. We'll see what
توب
Petrichor
فور
Road decides
واش
to
يقدر
do.
يهرب
I-26 really, I think
ويبقى مسرفايفي
this might be just a game of chicken between themselves and Luke
أو لا غادي
to
يموت
see who has to move
ولكن ديجا
first.
سيكيورا بزاف النقاط لفرقته
Yeah, sure.
ولاو هما الاولى دابا.
Luke dying out when he has to run from this one here. It's difficult to make anything work without vehicles, without cover. Yeah, Petrichor Road about to be having a fight with Vitality. This could just be a straight up gift to Shadow Esports. Perfect third party opportunity from them. It looked like Twisted Minds had it in the bag, but Teddy denied everything from R8. Finally some points for them. 4 points overall, and now AGAL. One of the
ناليوك
favorites
الماب.
in last place.
Like it might have been a rare
اوه
misstep from Twisted Minds.
تيم ليكويد
Just
كيتقصاو.
not keeping track of R8 and
المركز
not
الرابع.
knowing that he was there.
برافو
They
تيم
saw
ليكويد.
Perfectix just solo push into the building like there was nobody in there.
كان عندهم ما يدير ليوك.
That is not something you see very often.
And first rule is you should never go in solo in a house you've not cleared together. Sure, you have confidence, but you need to go in together to be able to refrag so you don't lose players like that. The Twisted Minds made exactly that mistake, unfortunately.
Pay the price for it. Now Team Vitality on the hold here against Petrichor Road. They've managed to find a little bit of a foothold with the high ground. They still got
اوه
good
نايد
teams
هنايا
left, and they're going to drop them right
ما كانش
on
بزاف
top
ديال
of the
الدمج
map.
بروتكتاتو. بروتكتاه الفيكل ومن بعد الفيكل كان هو سبابه باش يموت بيرو يبقى لهم لاعب واحد دابا ولاعب ثاني نوكت. فيتاليتي هادي اوبورتونيتي الا بغاو يدخلوا. اوه هنا مبلوكي لاعب ديال فيتاليتي جيدروكس.
Really unfortunate there for Vitality, but I don't
ما
even think
يمكنش
they have any
يتحرك.
utility left to throw over at Petrichor Road, but Petrichor
اوه هنا جرانيدز بزاف د جرانيدز.
so does Shadow, who are taking the opportunity.
بيرو قدروا ينوكيو.
And now they're trying to collect some more points.
اوه بيرو اوت.
Petrichor Road, Vitality secures second place, but will
اوه فيتاليتي كيموتوا. شادو سبورت كياخذوا الوينر وين التشيكن ديالنا. برافو عليهم. كريزي.
What a way for them to defend that compound. Third party Twisted Minds take down Teddy and then take the chicken dinner here. Shadow Esports. What a way to do it. 9 points going into this.
GG.
Levanza just laughing. What are you going to do here?
ناخذوا هاد لابتو تيبوز ورجع.
You actually expected for them, considering that they sent it that deep into the circle, found some holes, dug out and put pressure onto Petrichor Road.
It was always going to be a tough game for Vitality once those circles kind of pulled away. They're fighting them from away from the south and just sent it, and they should be. What a game from Shadow. I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds basically allowed them to live right next to them without ever pushing them for a majority of that game, it felt like. And then in the end, as you said, Teddy just throwing just a wrench in the works for Twisted. It was like they didn't know he was there.
It felt like the way they set up was like, okay, as long as our part of the compound is in, we're just going to put pressure. You saw examples, tons of damage, no kills. Sure, the other guys got most of it, but still, they were able to just think, okay, let's try to stay on the roofs, try to get as many kills as we can from outside the circle, and then we're going to deal with the compound later. It felt like an easy plan, but the way it got executed was just not the way to do it for Twisted Minds. Still, sure, they got points. They are so far ahead right now. They're still in the top 4. It is looking good, and we're only halfway through day 1 here. Third game done, Poro. What's your thoughts so far on the teams?
Oh man, I mean, Myth looked absolutely dominant in their victory. Team Liquid now putting another good game up there as well. I think they're in sole possession of first place. So Team Liquid looking pretty strong. Twisted Minds, despite not getting a win just yet, they're looking pretty strong as well. You can't discount them. I mean, they exerted so much influence over that lobby this last game just because of that high ground that they were holding.
Shadow Esports, they know that they're about to win here. So excited.
Vamos. 3, 2, 1, go. Go, 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 go. Go, go
That's massive, man. You can't help but smile. You can't help but be excited for them. I mean, this is a team, let's be honest, not a lot of people had very high expectations of coming into this. They're not a known commodity, but that is a big, big win for them here in match number 3 to follow a pretty good performance in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Found themselves in the boatyard, were able to set up and then take the chicken dinner here in game 3.
We love that. Well, 3 games down. We've still got 3 more left to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey there guys, it's Kalaris at the Esports World Cup, and we have an opportunity here to test all of our players to be able to identify some keen plays from some past tournaments. Today we're going to have Luke 12 and Cowboy joining me here. How are you boys doing? Doing okay?
Doing well, yeah. Doing good, doing good.
How are you feeling about your chances here to figure out some of these plays?
Not good about that. Not too good, not too good.
Not too good. All right, well, let's roll the first clip and see if they can identify a play from the past. Okay, we're on Miramar. A crash. Which teams or players may be in this clip?
Genji and T.
Ding, ding, ding. That is a correct answer straight away from Luke 12.
I know this clip, I can't remember who. Yeah, I see the Genji logo now.
There you go, Genji and TE, the hold, 2v4. Okay, that's 1-0. Let's move on to the next clip. Actually, I can see on the leaderboard why this might be easy to identify.
It's Twisted and...
Twisted and someone not doing well.
Genji again? I think Genji again, almost.
I'll give you a few more seconds. You're right with one team, obviously.
Hanto is Arrow? I don't know.
No, I think in the end this one is Twisted versus All Gamers Global, actually. AGAL. Next one's yours, okay? Yeah. You've got this next one.
Oh, Team Liquid.
Wait!
I got it.
He did it!
I did it.
He did it!
All right, Luke, what happened here? You can tell it. I think we almost throw. Well, what's happening right there? Some chaos.
You know what's funny?
Genji, yeah. What player is that? I don't know. Some bullshit's happening.
You know what's funny? Is actually, yes, of course, it is Liquid versus Genji, and it is described as Liquid BRDM Chaos versus Genji. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, let's move on to the next clip.
Team Liquid. That's us. Who are you shooting at? Let's see who that is. Ooh, Bolt with that shot. Who's the Bolt? It's T5.
Guys, you're amazing.
I think we're camping T5 right now. Out of North George? Yeah. You can,
Purdy Headshot versus T5.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
There you go.
The Bolt guy.
All right, the final clip. Let's run it. Also might be quite difficult. From 2023, game is 8.
This Pixel? Oh, I remember this clip. Yeah, it's... I don't know the teams. The Pixel's the guy that clutched, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
I remember this.
But you don't remember who he's against?
SSG?
Nope.
No? FF?
Nope.
I have no clue.
It was E-Arena, but hey, you got Pixel. It's pixelated and you got Pixel. Guys, you did amazing. Well played, boys. I thought you were going to be doomed, but you knocked it out of the park. All right, that is our first iteration. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, Cowboy.
A team that nobody expected to do this well except one person. We were being told, don't even talk about them, don't bring him up. But Shadow Esports with the... That's right. In another top phase, you were believing in this team since the beginning.
I don't know if I go that far. I will say that I said that they needed to have a good day one because tomorrow is going to be probably the worst day of their competitive career because they have to go up against 17 for a bunch of drops. So they need to have a good day today, and my goodness, they sure did. Now, that was handed to them on a silver platter the way that end game sort of played out, but I'm not going to disrespect it. A win is a win. Doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile.
Look, we've seen a lot of teams with the same position who should have won not win, right? Not take the advantage and push that envelope forward. So the fact that they were able to get the win is great. Also, Setsuna, just great round from him. Really coming in the clutch right at the end with a couple kills. You know, maybe 1 or 2. Who knows?
Especially when we talk about that finish. I know Godspeed, when we were watching, it's like, man, that is one of the toughest finishes for a lot of the squads.
Yeah, so that circle, there's a few circles in Miramar are just horrible to play. play that specific one around that compound south of water treatment is one of those, because if you're not already set up in the zone, especially where you saw teams like Twisted already trying to get set up, it's a crapshoot, right? How many times have we seen that Death Valley Road kind of just become a problem for the teams? And as you can see, it was not a problem for Shadow, though. They were able to kind of put themselves in that compound that I'm talking about, and that's exactly why they were able to weather the storm and get that first place finish with 19 points, 9 kills. That's impressive.
And Team Liquid being able to bounce back in this one after Myth ended up just destroying them. You know what? We're just going to go with absolutely destroying them. Good performance out of this squad there with 11.7 coming in from kills. Now, Lace, I know you're looking at one team specifically, and it's none other than Full Sense, because right now they're not having one of the hottest starts. Very inconsistent.
Yeah, let's have a little conversation about them. For, you know, a defending world champ, we ain't seen this very champion-like team, but, you know, being in that sort of middle of the rank on the leaderboard, but I'm seeing a very slow decline. And like with a player like, you know, Belmont on there, I just don't know how they're sort of going to bring this back. And, you know, they came from a first, I think, in the PUBG Thailand series. So I guess their sort of competitor at the moment is like the likes of Myth, where they're doing exceptionally well. But yeah, Full Sense, they're in a little bit of a sticky conversation, we'd say, and we're not sort of seeing any good truth from them.
If we learned anything about Full Sense at PGC, it's that they're exclusively a finals team. So here in the group stages, we don't really know how they play, and I think they are being caught off guard. Now, they did well in the Thailand series, but my pick for that, and the reason they did that, is I think, A, it's a little bit weaker as a larger group, but more importantly, it's an aggressive style of play over there that I don't know that it translates as quickly to the international.
It's an APAC thing.
It is.
It happens in multiple games. I don't know what's going on in my region, guys, but we're just full send, but sometimes it don't work.
I mean, but that's literally what built APAC, right? When we talk about, you know, the slump 2-3 years ago when they weren't that great, that was still always their style. You look at teams of the past like Day Trade, right? They were so fun to watch because they would just send it in, but they would die. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of a throwback to that, which I'm not really a big fan of, because when they were servers before AJAL, you have him as some of the best players in the world. At one point, he was the best player in the world. The trend of going backwards is not what we want to see from these guys.
And something that ended up helping out some of the squads there that were in the middle of the pack is that I believe from first place to 6th place in Circle 6, we only had 2 squads alive. Only 2 teams, which kind of allows some of the other teams to catch up, especially with the dominance that we were seeing earlier on out of Myth. One of those squads being Vitality as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Vitality goes, and I'll turn that over to you to talk about in a second. I do want to say that you can't hold this circle against anybody, though. As you brought up, this was a nothing burger of a circle, right? Yeah. And some teams had to try to make a feast out of it. I know Vitality tried, and others came through with a little bit of a better position.
I mean, I was just going to touch on our joke that we had. I think they may have heard us because we were talking a little bit of smack about Team Vitality being down the bottom there. But honestly, I think that kind of pulled in their favor. Do I think it's down to skill and... No, I think it was a bit of luck. I stared into the camera and said that one. I'm so sorry.
Toughies, you mentioned burger earlier, man. Come on, I'm over here gonna get hungry because I know somebody that's currently hungry for a lot of kills is none other than Luke 12. My goodness, his performance today, Godspeed. We saw him earlier on with the mortar, but now backing it up, it doesn't matter what he uses. He's just performing today.
Look, when Luke 12 first joined the STK standouts, right? Steve, you know this. He was arguably, in fact, I don't even say arguably, he probably was the best player on that team. We saw him clutch. He was the reason that Purdy was able to finally win his first regional title. And so because of that, Luke has always been such a staple and such a performer on this team. Over the last 2 years, I don't want to say he slipped, but he definitely hasn't been that top performer we've seen or that we're used to. However, seeing this performance so far today, it's been wonderful to watch because Luke has always been a powerhouse on that squad.
The spark is back.
Yes.
Okay, the spark left and brought back the spark, if you understand what I'm saying. And it seems to work well.
Resilient.
Well, but I'm saying, see, you know, I think the change in the squad gave a little fresh air there. But you got to remember, like Alo, Purdy, and Luke have been playing together for we had like decades. 7-8 years at this point. So they have that chemistry, they have that system, and when it works, it works. The thing I love about what they did is they got caught on that rotation trying to go over to the left side from the top. They lost 2 players and they turned back, hunkered down, held their position, and salvaged, I think it was 4 or 5 points out of that recovery. And that's what the difference is between winning and losing these events.
I also have to say, that roster, you talk about the core 3, but when Sparking had joined that team, everyone was so excited and he was so dang talented. But Cowboy, I think, has been a wonderful addition, has really been stepping up in that roster as well. So I want to give a big shout out to Cowboy and his performances.
And he needs a haircut. You might see that.
Okay, I'm not saying all that.
He said it to me. He's like, where is the barber? And I said, I'm pretty sure there's one at EWC, don't worry.
There is one, actually. I ended up using it, so hopefully it looks okay.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, I'll let him know exactly where it's at. Maybe we'll have Kalaris catch up with him and talk about that hairstyle that he currently has. But for some of the other squads, I mean, we got to look at the bottom, too. This is the halfway point. We have AGAL there towards the end, too. This squad is going to have to step it up in a big way. You know what? We'll actually get a chance to talk about some of these other squads later on. Before right now, I'm hearing that we got something going on in the stage with Barney and Luti.
It's called the City of Love. Yeah. But you guys put garlic in everything. You must go through breath mints like crazy.
You know what, Bunny? What I wonder about London, it's called the Big Smokes, and you all have bad teeth.
Yo, okay. Well, snails are gross.
I know, but British food is like tasting of nothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
You suck at football!
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah. Truce?
Okay.
Okay, so we're about to go into match number 4. We need to rethink our strategy. What's our approach?
I think we just find a pickaxe, and we dig a hole, and we stay in it.
That's a good idea. Or we could get a third person's perspective on this next one. Casters, over to you.
I saw what you did.
Thank you so much, guys. It is going to be Matchup and Paper Thin reunited, and it feels so good, my man.
So good, my friend. I am so happy to be back. It is going to be awesome. Been having a ton of fun watching the games. You know, not as much fun joining, James on the stage just because it's James. But other than that, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we both got to go hang out with James for just a second. We're getting a pretty interesting situation going on with Shadow having to come up here at the end. Big shout out to Setsuna, of course, just a magnificent performance. And we just got to see them step up and him step up for his team whenever we looked at the ENC qualifiers. They got into that 4th place cusp position and barely managed to qualify for the main stage. So it has been just a good couple of weeks for Setsuna.
For sure, and he was also at PNC representing Indonesia just not too long ago. A very, very good player in his own right, really showcasing what he can do, given a little bit of space and opportunity. Very impressive the way he's able to lock down that compound and keep some really good teams out. They struggled with it in that first game. We highlighted it quite a bit that they couldn't hold Myth out, but there on that Miramar, no problems, and they come through with a big, big win. But over to Rondo we go next, Matt, and this one, playing path looks pretty fair, pretty much down the middle, almost a little southernly shifted.
Yeah, but we keep getting these hints of Jijina City here lately. We haven't gone Jijina City yet, but we just keep going on that eastern side. I would love to see if maybe we can get a Jijina City some point in the future, but
we got a boatyard.
Team Liquid off of a good salvage in that last game is just being really consistent. We started the day kind of talking a little bit of trash about them. If it takes talking trash about Team Liquid for them to perform like this, consider me a #1 Team Liquid hater.
All right, go ahead. Speak your piece, my friend. I'll let you wrap. I might need to start going off a little bit about the Korean teams then, because they have been not doing so hot here today. GK and the Supers have been just a little bit kind of underperforming, I'd say.
I mean, it's day 1 Supers. I kind of consider that to be kind of how they start. It's always a slow roll. Circle does pop a bit off that river coming out of Jijina City over to the west of it, so that is going to be Full Sense, who also just had a little bit of trash thrown their way by the desk. Now they're going to find themselves centered in a very open circle, so this is going to be a really intriguing situation for them and how they're going to handle it. Myth going to be pretty close to this, but let's go ahead, and I think that we've got a little thing that we're going to check out here.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of an interview that we want to hear from 4 a.m. soon. I promise.
When does it happen?
Eventually. Oh, I see what you did. How did I miss that? That was good. Well done, my friend.
龙都我最喜欢跳的是地图中心的车站，然后因为也是跟沙漠是雷同的嘛，然后地图圈中心，然后物资肥，然后肉点的人也多。
All right, Winda. 4 Angry Men, not a terrible day, not a great day, not a good day, but this is a squad I came in with a lot more expectations. Spaceman's been popping off, Shin kind of coming into the squad, having a lot of success, but Winda has been the guy so far whenever we've been looking at this, most notably today. 12 points on the day for 4 Angry Men is going to make for a lot more angry fans.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that we know can pop off. We've seen it this year. I mean, we've seen what Shen can do. He is outrageously good when he's at his best. So having the players behind him, like the caliber of Spaceman, who we've also seen be really, really good in the past, with Wenda, if he could keep performing at that level where he can bring in 2-3 kills for you, that's huge. Like, that's going to open so many doors for a 4 a.m. team that should be really frag heavy. And we'll see if they can just kind of continue that momentum. They're going to have a pretty nice look at it, of course, starting from the Neox factory. So they're going to be a little bit more central circle early.
Oh, Tigger, you've got some Petrichor Road friends hanging out. We've been talking a lot about 4 Angry Men, but Petrichor Road's been having a quietly consistent day. Now they're going to find themselves a bit of a split right next to Tigger over here, pretty close to the center of the circle. We still have 2 players for Petrichor Road making a rotate, while Example for Twisted looks like he's going to be trying to claim some territory. So Example might take a couple of pot shots. But with this big, wide split coming up from Full Sense, Tigger's pretty isolated, and I don't know if he has any idea that this is coming.
Yeah, something felt amiss for him for sure. It feels like he at least had some kind of sound cues that people were close, and now he definitely knows. Yeah, now he definitely knows. But the way he was playing it so cautiously really led me to believe that something was amiss for sure. And he is just going to try to get on out of there. Maybe a little bit of a rescue mission here from Tanadol. Trying to in, and it looks like this should be successful. You've got a little bit of coverage. This is a nice little setup for Full Sense.
Yeah, there's also a couple of hillsides that you can retreat away from. The timing on it's pretty good. Gamma is going to be getting to a hillside cluster just to the east of this in a little while, but it's not going to be a problem yet. They should be able to regroup just fine. That means the Petrichor Road gets control over the center of the circle. To the east of them is going to be R8. To the northeast of that is going to be where 4 Angry Men are going to be playing. And remember that river does cut in around the area where R8 as well as 4 Angry Men are. While Twisted is getting more and more separation and control towards the center of the circle, that does kind of put them on opposite sides of 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the expected split there between Twisted and 4 AM, given how they split the test track and the Neox factory. We didn't see anything in terms of a battle in the early part of the game. So Twisted, I mean, you got to give Twisted a ton of credit here. 29 points already today. You know, unfortunately not being able to have Lou come in the tab, a very good player, no doubt, as a coach, able to step through and help do some serious damage. But, you know, the 3 main players that are still here are very, very good, of course, as well. And these guys just continue to thrive no matter the situation.
Vitality on a little bit of an adventure here. Windows going to be on the other side, and that was so easy.
في 4 ام كياخذوه اول شت داون هنا عشان كيكونفيرم الكيل ياخذوا الفيرست بلاد.
Now presently in 6th place, going to have an early out for one of their players, and going to make it a little complicated on the rotate because the rest of Vitality is going to be tail ending, just coming into the circle to the east of where 4 Angry Men are going to be at.
Yeah, this feels like 4 AM offering up a little bit of a different look maybe you had seen in the past from them in similar circles, because Vitality pretty confident to just send a player up on top of this roof, assuming that it would be safe. But 4 AM this time actually leaves a bunch of players back, and they're going to profit for it. So that feels like a move that could be just related to trying to do something different than what you've shown your opponents previously.
We do also have an emergency pickup that has been called. It looks like it is going to be anyone's legend with 2 of their players. Dylan already going to be approaching the circle. Himmouse going to be playing back behind that one. Try to jump over the EMP. Vitality is going to have tons of information. Remember, they just up on top, so trying to see if they can get eyes on Winda, but he's not providing too much of an easy target. Instead, it's going to be a couple more shots coming from make it a little bit more complicated, but Winda should be fine as an emergency pickup is called. Teams that are not yet inside the circle, Nemesis is just now touching it. Super just crossed in, but Team 11 has Tyloo down to the southwest. They still have a little bit more pathing to go, while Myth is
and it looks like Tyloo's going to go for an emergency pickup as well, so they've got a few options to get into this next circle, maybe try to time it with the phase 2 pop, it looks like. Full Sense, again, that early restoration, keeping them out of the clutches of Petrichor Road. Tanadol is the Dragunov and just doing a little bit of peeking around, seeing what's going up in the air. Of course, Rondo, you're going to have some aerial threats that you're going to have to maybe worry about. Twisted going to be
انا كان فايت Twisted Supers.
Should be okay. There should be enough hillsides. Super should be able to get away from it, but good job on Twisted to control this territory. Just to the southwest of where they're going to be playing at is going to be where Shadow is. But it looks like Supers don't have too many other options, so they're going to send it inside of where Petrichor Road is playing. If they can get through this stage of the gauntlet, there is at least going to be some open terrain before they get to Full Sense in that VP territory. But there's not going to be a lot to play over here. A couple of hills, I think there's a couple of shacks, and yeah, okay, a couple of rocks too.
Rex is fine, able to hang on there. Looks like a bit of a love tap from his teammates. Let's see how they want to split this up. Supers looking like they're trying to figure out exactly what they can work with here in this situation.
It's one of those moments where you realize, why is nobody playing the center of the circle? Oh, this is the center of the circle. Nobody really likes it here. So, I mean, yes, they can dig down, they can do some stuff, but I just get so nervous in this section of the map for mortars. Especially if you're playing this the way that supers are playing it, there's going to be so many mortars just watching around the outside of it, as it is going to be anyone's legend.
اوكي انا enfin EGL كياخذ اول كيل ديالهم.
Taking a little bit of the high ground position earlier, so they're going to profit from that. DK, well, maybe they could do a safe rotation there, but AGAL sets up a little bit of a trap, and Delwyn comes through with the big kill early. Second circle is going to go a little bit southeast, but it's going to cut out the river that goes from Jadena City over towards the left. So just a lot of different options in play.
Okay, GK looks like they're wrapping back over, but here you go.
Supers هنا كيفايتيو مع
just sends it right into
FS.
territory where Full Sense has got control. Shadow is going to be on the other side of this. There's just not enough space inside this circle as we move closer to Tooling. Means that we've got a lot of hillsides, way more cover, less barren circle. But that means that there's going to be a lot of teams just trying to force their way in. Tyloo on top of Team Liquid to the south. Anyone's Legend's going to have to be roaming right in behind GK. But it is just a full cluster up here to the north as Shadow is going to at least sneak by. But on the other side of this is going to be Twisted as well as R8 and just to the south of course, Petrichor Road.
Yeah, things are getting really clustered. A lot of teams feel like they need to get in
Twisted
here.
لقاو نوك على بيرو.
It is of course one of the few
بيرو ديجا ناقصين لاعب ناقصين لاعب دابا يبقاو لهم جوج الايف. تويست يقدروا يبوشيو. يا غيدخلوا. تويست غيكونفيرميو الكيل.
Isn't going to find any more damage. Perfecto, though, has to be diligent, but he's getting shot in the back. 0-4 almost takes him down. But the molly, it's Ming Ming's gun who's going to get the job done.
He's just got to run in and flush this as fast as possible. He knows he is swarmed by Twisted. Nade's going to come up all around him. And it is going to be Example that gets the knock onto Ming Ming.
بيرو نقدروا ناخذوا كيل على تويستد مايندز. ولكن غيخسروا اللاعب الثالث في الفرقه ديالهم. يبقى لاعب واحد غيهرب.
That fence normally.
I feel that. It's every single time you think you're going fast enough just to break through the fence, it never feels fast enough.
I don't believe there is such a thing. I just don't try to hit him anymore. I just gave up. There's a lot of damage being done to him. And,
everybody's going to be trying to hit him now. He managed to hit the fence and
بيرو صعيب يرجعوا في الماتش.
So just narrowly.
It's by the skin of his teeth for sure. But he will
وبعد ما جاو
well, it's a place. It's not a
الثانيين في الماتش اللي داز.
Maybe he gets
يقدروا يكونوا اول فرقه كتخرج في هذا الماتش هذا.
In particular, Gam just kind of has to deal with other stuff, and he's left to survive for a while. But that car is going to make it very obvious.
My eyes are drawn back up to the north. You can see our eyes on looking at Twisted. But Twisted's trying to get their reses back in. 4 Angry Men has to go over to the east. Vitality's got to go to the west. And remember, this is the more open section of the map, so they have to make it by R8. Twisted, luckily being distracted right now, should provide a little bit more maneuverability for both these squads. Circle Pops does go to the southwest. So Perfectic's going to come right back into a very clustered circle. Oh my God, just look at everybody stacked up on top of each other in the center.
Yeah, and it's going to remain that way for at least another couple circles, it looks like, for sure. Pretty much about like 99%. That's going to be the case. Look at our 4AM boys. They give themselves a little bit of a prize. BRDM will be getting a really nice bit of extra protection. We saw this BRDM be really impactful for Team Liquid in the previous game, where Luke was able to use that to get into the fields and survive a lot longer than you normally would in a situation like that. So looking to 4AM, maybe try to replicate that success.
Anyone's Legend just creeping in right back behind Team Liquid. Team Liquid does have Alo right on the edge of the zone. I'm just going to go ahead and let Team Liquid rotate in front of them. There is a couple of hillsides to play over here that should get you some distance away from Tyloo, but it feels not as good as you want it to. So a little bit longer of a wrap over here into the west could find you a compound, but it's going to be right on the edge of the zone. Anyone's Legend, though, could have to deal with Nemesis that is wrapping in from the east, as the slower approach coming up from Anyone's Legend could be punished.
Oh, you're right. It is kind of their game, though. They're willing to take some fights out in the open. Curious if anything will brew. Meanwhile, Vitality trying to thwart 4AM from pushing in this direction, and maybe 4AM, even with the safety of that BRDM, feels like, oh, we should try something a little bit different here. Your biggest concern, of course, when you're in that armored vehicle is that there's just a Panzer waiting for you on one side or another. Meanwhile, teams are just going to light it up as much as they can to weaken it as much as they can before the later stage is empty. Getting a lot of damage in there. He's protected by his own vehicle. Not sure how much longer that'll last. Just wants to see how much exactly he can find.
This doesn't feel good. There's no easy approach in, but 400 man jumps out, does get the knock.
اوكي 4AM كياخذوا كيل على R8. كلشي كيهجم على R8. ليفانتي هنا غيحاول ياخذ شي كيل. يجيب النوك. يحاول يجيب الكيل ويكونفيرمي البوان. توستد تا هما دخلوا
in a
في
very
الفايت.
precarious situation. Twisted Minds as well, starting to angle in this direction. So 4AM's BRDM looking very much not safe anymore. A little bit of
إذا خسر غير
over
البال.
the hill. Example, retreat back to the safety of his vehicle, which has taken a bit of a pounding itself. Perfectix does have a little bit of space where he can take a moment to regroup and recover, maybe look for some new armor. Indeed, that is exactly what he's looking for.
We've got all of Nanjing that's essentially supervising this firefight that's going on between some of Vitality, 4 Angry Men, R8 and Twisted. So it is going to be Shadow as well as Full Sense. Super's mostly focused to the south as they've got Geekay that's next to him, but that's what's led to this really awkward rotate for all these guys over here, having to make more commitments in top of each other. And Levante continues to find more onto R8.
هنا النيد. نيد ثانية. غتجيب الكيل فيتاليتي. ليفانتي يقدر ياخذ الكيل في هذا النيد هذا. وياخذ الكيل الثانية. كريزي. برافو. Levante.
They are trying to take them down. Shen is taking a bunch of damage, and he has in fact been knocked. And there's a ton of util still in the bags here for Twisted Minds as he cycled through some of their players. I saw
كينوكي
still
وشان
available.
ديال 4AM.
Had to surrender the position with Levante, so they're going to go back to their high ground where they have Quizzy at. Also, still have Hello My Bad providing some supervision, but it's Twisted on the
Twisted
manhunt
confirmou
right
الكيل
now.
على
They
الشان.
know where R8 is back behind him. They know that 4 Angry Men is weakened in front of them. Hello My Bad is going to be taking the shots right at 4 Angry Men in front of him on one side, but here comes the rest of Vitality. As 4 Angry Men has nowhere to go, they're going to have to run up this hillside. Good shots. Two force Hello My Bad down to his back.
What's the escape valve here for Hello My Bad? Or is he just really stuck? Is there really no hope? Just try to fight through and see if you can at least get a kill out of it. Meanwhile, that was a knock from Levante, an example. Gonna steal that one for his fourth of the match already.
Twisted كيشفروا الكيل هنا.
Under pressure, it's Shadow Esports, your previous game winners, looking to see if maybe they could take down your defending EWC champions here. And Setsuna gonna take a charge at it. Perfectix able to get away.
Not going to get much out of it, and this is going to make for a terrible position. That rock cropping right in front of him. Twisted's going to wrap around the other side. There's no cover to be had. Setsuna in a ton of trouble. He's going to go down.
Shadow.
That leaves just one up, and Twisted already knows
كيخسروا
where
اللاعب
he is.
الثالث
On the other
ديال
side,
الفرقة ديالهم.
does at least manage to get a knock onto the two limbs.
امت ديال R8. بقى بوحد الفرقة ولكن واخا كيكون مازال كيدير بزاف ديال الدامج. يقدر يقتل اللاعب ديال تويستد. R8 are eliminated. 4AM are eliminated تا هما.
Hanging out inside of there looking for safety, but some of that terrain going to be affording him that for now. It's just a matter of can he do any more damage before he goes down, it feels like.
Twisted just racking up the kills. Eyes on that ninth one. Spots it out.
Nice. Shadow
that is
are eliminated.
kill count already for Twisted, and they have to go
من
to the
بعد
circle
الوين.
yet again. Can they avoid the Dancheng firing lines is the real
جو
question. They either
في مركز
have
14 في هذا الماتش.
or the Levante hillside control from Vitality.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure how it'll all play out. So we have 0-4 who somehow managed to get out of that building he was stuck in. Credit where credit's due. That was not an easy spot to be in, but he is just as much in trouble. It feels like it doesn't look like he's going to get caught by
اللاعب الوحيد اللي بكمبيرو غالبا غيموت.
the opportunity to try to go for the first aid. Has the smoke for a little bit of cover as well. Stayed going to throw a smoke of his own. Looking to just spam through and try to get a little bit lucky, but still has a bunch of frags in the bag.
نيد صعيبة. نايس جاب بها الكيل. برافو نيمسيس. قدروا ياخذوا كيل.
Tyloo in front of them on one side, Myth to the north of them. Circle does them favor though, pops away from that southern area of control, and everybody in Dancheng is breathing a sigh of relief. They were terrified that they'd have to rotate away, but now here is the firing line coming up from
اوه
Vitality.
فيتاليتي هنا.
Twisted still has nowhere to go to get in.
مزيرين تويستد مايندز.
Team Vitality looking to try to bolster their defenses here, so they're going to reposition Hello My Bad, who was able to regroup with the rest of the team. into the front lines, and yeah, Perfectix getting absolutely
Perfectix one shot كيقدر يموت بالجرينيد.
Twisted Minds trying to regroup. Perfectix is getting away from these frags, but those follow-ups.
بزاف ديال النايدز. بزاف ديال النايدز. مازال كيزيدوا النايدز. مازال ما قدروش يكونفيرميو الكيل.
This hill is going to be where VP has got full gatekeeping control on it all. Quizzy's going to lead his way in, trying to see if he can get a knock on anybody in the smoke. No, it's not.
هنا اكزامبل كيقدر يقتل كويزي ولكن ليفونتي تريداه. الطاب كيكونفيرمي الكيل كيقتل ليفونتي. فيتاليتي كيخسرو. كريزي تويستد مايندز كيقدروا يربحوا هاد الفايت. نفس الوقت اي جي ال كيجيبوا جوج نوكس على نيميسيس. اي جي ال كيكريليو نيميسيس. كريزي برافو اي جي ال بداو يرجعوا 4 الكيلز. هنا تايلو مورتر. one knock.
Or the flush, excuse me, onto Hausker. Just coming up a little bit off. Another one. Does he have any more available there?
Twisted Minds are eliminated. دوماج. سوبرز قدروا يقتلوا اللعاب اللي كان باقي منهم. كريزي مورتار من تانفو. تيم ليكويد هنا زيرو بزاف. تايلو قدر ينوكي جوج اللعابه ديال تيم ليكويد. اي جي ال كيدخلوا في هاد الفايت.
Nades rolling down right on top of Team Liquid. Can they weather the storm of VP? And they are doing just enough to stay alive. That stalled out VP, but VP's now turned their focus, looking into anyone's legend.
I mean, it's just a timing thing right now, and there's enough protection.
اي جي ال قدروا ياخذوا جوج الكيلز في هاد الفايت.
Rain damage and grenades down into some of these other teams. Look at what they've created for themselves with this little
made in Thailand.
that they have on top of this hill. That's going to be pretty going down to Nixie's grenade.
تايم ليكويد بقى منهم لعاب واحد.
He has stepped out into Virtus' Pro's firing line, and he is in trouble.
Oh, there is nowhere to go. Everybody's gotten too entangled over here, but VP has more space to work with. The circle's popped, and it's moved away, gone a little bit further over to the northeast. So anyone's legend can try to step away, but it's such a barren circle. There's nowhere to really go. Anyone's legend knows that they're going to be walking into a potential crossfire that has now been set up by Myth, who's got some of their players
in Thailand.
Has Scappy all the way over in the Dewey.
كيجيبوا نوك هنا على قام. قام مزيرين بزاف. جرينيد زوينة.
Clory's trying to scramble in there to see what he can do about me.
قام هنا جابوا النوك على بارن ديال ميد ان تايلاند.
Pin down, Perrin does get the flush onto Duck Juice, so that's
شكون يربح هاد الفايت.
out of the equation for Gam. That blue zone, I don't know if that gets anybody. Luke 12 just got a double on the backside.
جاكوب يحاول يريفايف عشيرو.
So focused over here. We've got Myth on one side, DK on the other. Don Ching has been abandoned by the circle, so that means that
فول سنس كيجيبوا النوك على سكابي.
their way in. And we still have this long standoff.
جي ال جابوا نوك على لوكاروكس ديال فيرتس برو.
12 has done enough to defend. Is anyone's legend going to try to pounce on this?
That's a great question, and I think this is a perfect opportunity. Luke here might have spelled the demise of Virtus Pro. Nixie looking to stick the revive. Looks like he will get it onto Correxy. They're safe for now. Clory's fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. He did take down Tanadol.
قام هنا عليهم فول سنس من جهة. وميد ان تايلاند من جهة واحدة أخرى. قام قدروا يجيبوا كيل هنا على فول سنس. قام سيطروا في هاد اللحظة هادي واخا غير بجوج لعابة. نايد واعرة هادي نايد واعرة. كيقدر يجيب كيل وكينوكي. تيم ليكويد اوت.
Now you're looking at Myth afforded an opportunity here to go for some revives.
Double res, full abandonment of
برافو ميد ان تايلاند.
get their players back up and ready to go. Full sense has now made a push more over.
رجعوا ب4 لعابة دابا. ريفايفو كاع شرانهم.
And Supers just can't find a way to get through this. Finally, at least gets one knock, but they have taken so many casualties on this push.
Yeah, they're not exactly sure where the players are, and they're trying to fish through the smokes to see what they can find, but Right now, DK not offering up much. I mean, Park Pro even has a JS9 here ready to go. Oh, Heaven trying to run through. He's getting lit up as he tries to do so. Going to be forwarded back and
يجي يجيبوا نوك على
opportunity for that
Virtus Pro.
just yet. And Human out of the game.
Fulsen's other side of this, waiting to see if they can jump in. Dancing around the outside. Rex does get spotted. Songjon pops off.
GK knock على supers. Supers are out.
Big explosion. The supers are eliminated, but now it is just Songjon, the last one up, and Fulsen.
Ooh, GK.
Now what a play there from Sungjon.
Zero.
That C4.
من full
Won that
sense.
fight for himself in what could have been a much more dangerous situation where maybe he goes down and it's Super still with the player up. Instead, Full Sense gonna try to see if they can claim his point, but Sungjon, not an easy task. He's gonna go over to an AUG, it looks like, but Belmont has a Groza in this situation. Level 3 gear, that is so scary, even though Sungjon has some level 3 gear of his own. So in terms of that, but he's as soon as he goes out of that
كياخذوا بزاف ديال الدامج.
we know you want those.
فول سنس عارفين فيهم فين راهم. Grenade. Smoke هنا. GK صعيب يهربوا.
No way that he can step out of it. It's just going to be the firing line set up from Myth, and everybody that's trying to get into the circle, hoping that maybe Gam gets a good angle onto Myth.
As for Sungjon here, you're almost hoping that Virtus Pro is forced into a bad position, so they can't third-party this fight, and you're at least given the fair 1v2. Going to use the smoke just to make sure that angle is cut off from his right-hand side. Waiting with the stuns, throws one out. In Full Sense, not really bothered by that, and Sungjon looking to see if he's found the timing. And
That is so well played. Realizes the moment whenever VP has to go, but VP is just going to send it right into the circle. That's going to put them in a crossfire by everyone. Myth was taking shots. Anyone's Ledge, and even Lee looked like he was trying to get involved in that.
Ooh, GK eliminated.
Where do you go with just
VP كلاو العصا.
Yeah, BB.
فول سنس بقى منهم لاعب واحد.
Salvager. Just seeing if there's any more scrap available in this game.
AGL لاعبين هذا الماتش مزيان. كريزي نايد هنا من قام. VP are out.
That's the last of the damaging utility, and it looks like that he had, but Hwang F still had a little bit. Baron trying to get up there and thwart him, but he can't.
There's nowhere to go. Myth has drawn so much aggro from taking shots at everybody for so long. It is going to be Glorious up on top of this. Spots goes for
Ooh.
he does go down.
مي قام are out. ميدن تايلاند قدروا بجوج لعابة يربحوا هذا الفايت هذا.
To really assert their dominance on this lobby, and you would think basically guarantee themselves a spot into that finals. I'm pretty sure they're already almost there. Lee
ميدن تايلاند ديجا مأهلين ومازال كيربحوا النقاط. يمكنش هاد الفرقة هادي. AGL are out. جاو مرة رابعين في هذا الماتش. تايلو are out بلوتو. AGL قتلوا تايلو. AGL جابوا توب 3 وغادي يافونسيو مزيان دابا في الجلوبال ستاندين. باقي لعاب واحد من فول سنس.
AGL falters so they don't get further into the tournament, potentially try to keep them out of that grand finals if possible, but a tough team.
برافو فول سنس. لعاب واحد قدر يعاونهم يجيبوه. توب 3 مينيموم ودابا يقدروا كاع ياخذوا توب 2.
In the team doing work, and that mortar almost gets flash.
That's all that really has to happen, though. He's just trying to survive for long enough, and that is going to go to AGAL. So another kill in the bag.
Full Sense are out. AGL قدروا يجيبوا الكيل.
Massive game with 12 kills, but how much more can anyone's legend get on the other side of it?
Made in Thailand و AGL.
Right now at 44 points, they've got control over the northern section of the circle and did just get the
3v3 AGL يقدروا يرفايفوا يشيرهم.
They've at least temporarily made it.
Ooh.
A 3v3 and a headshot.
ديستروي هنا ما يقدرش يرفايفوا يشيرو. إذا تحرك المورتار ما كانش في المكان المناسب. اوه ميدن تايلاند هنا قدروا يكونفيرميو الكيل. دونك 3v3.
As he's starting to try to just get into the circle, a couple of shots are coming his way. AGL is pretty trapped over onto point. Myth has got that little bit of a lip coming into the road, and they just keep peeking right underneath of, I guess, what is it, the railings that are over there?
Yep.
That is such a brutal angle to try to hit. You have to be so exact, but we know AGL can play that way.
For sure. This can come down to a situation where, you know, AGL's players just hit some really nice shots or
maybe Myth
باقي
kind of
10 ثواني على
overextends a little
الزون
bit. Right now, you're absolutely
باش
right. Myth
تحرك.
definitely has a favorable position.
ميد ان
compared to
تايلاند
their
عندهم
opponents,
بلاصه
but
احسن من
as
اي
the
جي ال
circle begins
بوتنسيالمون.
to close in phase 9, that can change the dynamic of a fight rather quickly. AGAL still a couple vehicles there. Not sure if there's any more mortars left in any of the trunks or anything like that, but smoke's going to have to be deployed here by AGAL to try to survive this.
I mean, there's a bit of a lip that they can try to get to that's
انت
just on the other
كيحاولوا
side of the road, but you can see that Myth has got so much
يصعبوا
control.
الروتيشن على اي جي ال.
It's just more to the northwest is the weakest.
اي جي ال هنا كيضربوا سموكس.
So Sololzi's going to try to use that little bit of a ridge to creep forward a bit more, finding something. Looks like Himas going to hop in a vehicle, try to do the same thing. They're not going for a lot. They're just trying to get enough.
اي جي ال كيتحركوا دابا. عندهم الفيكلز. مازال عندهم اليوتيليتيز كيضرب فيهم سم نيدز. هنا نيد واعره.
Ooh, that grenade, that was almost a really good one. You will at least destroy the vehicle of Myth there, so you're keeping a pin if this grenade hits. The car blocked it.
I've never seen that happen before. Myth was about to be in so
برافو ميد ان تايلاند قدروا يهربوا.
Anyone's legend just trying to creep.
كيس هنا قدر يجيب الكيل على سولوزي. هيماز كتريدي 2 في 2. نايس. اي جي ال خسروا لعب ثاني وميدن تايلاند وينر تشيكن دينر الوين الثانيه لهم هاد النهار. كريزي ميدن تايلاند. برافو عليهم برافو عليهم. رهيبه هاد الفرقه هادي.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That last fight was on a knife's edge between those two teams. Could have gone either way.
GG made in Thailand.
That's why I love PUBG International play. So much technical movement that's going on. Realizing the fact that some situations are just
ميد ان تايلاند دابا يقدروا كاع ما يلعبوش الماتشات الجايين ويتأهلوا الفاينلز.
That is an absolutely nutty game from them.
A brilliant game. I mean, understanding that they still need to maintain that aggression, keep those points, you know.
واي جي برافو عليهم من بعد ما كانوا من الاخرين دابا غيافونسيو مزيان في الكلاسمون ويقدروا يوليو مع 8 الاولى.
Where do you even want to dive into it? I mean, AGAL coming alive down in that lower section, finding so much. This is why so many people have such big expectations of him. He's just such a great player, but it feels like sometimes it's just so inconsistent, man. If he could find a way to consistently get like these 3 or 4 kills every single game, he would just be so hard to handle.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get a quick listen in there. Just a little nice. Yeah, I mean, Himas and Kiss, 2 of the best players we have in the world right now.
Yeah, and I mean, going back in the days whenever they were still under Forest and everything else like that, Kiss just, he can make some magic happen for himself. They know how to play, get into good positions to play around. And a squad that I was thinking that was going to be like a bit more dominant today was VP, who just can't seem to find a path into the circle due to defensive lines that are being set up by squads like Myth and the way that they controlled that circle.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I was really encouraged by that first game we saw from VP, but since then, they haven't really been able to kind of muster much. So let's see if they can start to bounce back a little bit in these last couple games. We got 2 more to go today.
Oh man, it has been absolutely crazy through all of this, and see kind of what's happening off that last round. Myth, of course, with a big game, 19 points. Anyone's legend back behind that with a 17, but Twisted Minds not even touching placement. Just off of kills are going to be in 3rd place.
Oh, that's incredible, dude. That team just never ceases to amaze. Every time you come to an event and Twisted is there, you know they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. DK getting some points, Gam, Full Sense having some okay point accrue, ability to accrue points in there. Super still kind of weird.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what's going on with Twisted and everything else, so let's go ahead. I think that Barney's got himself Batulins down on the stage.
That's right, we are here on the main stage with Batulins here from Twisted Minds. An impressive day so far. I've got to say, let's quickly touch base on Toffees. Had a chat with you earlier today to discuss your kind of team alterations coming into today. Give us an update from your perspective.
Well, so we have been informed just before the tournament start that we have to play with the coach because our player is not here because of visa. And coach didn't play for like 3-4 years, I don't know how many years. And feel like he still managed to know how to play the game, right? Because it feels like we actually play pretty well. I hope we're gonna do better and better, like every game. but I'm really happy.
اوكي تويستد مايندز عندهم واحد اللاعب عنده مشكل الفيزا ما قدرش يجي معاهم والكوتش ديالهم هو اللي كيلعب معاهم واخا هكاك جاو هما الثانيين جو بونس في الماتش الثاني وجلوبالمون راهم غاديين مزيان غالبا مأهلين للفينال.
Yeah, I would say that this game was a classic Twisted Minds from like FPP era. Like we literally like saw the circle. We knew we're not gonna get there anyhow. So we just decided to farm everyone, and we did very successfully. So I'm just very happy with what we have done.
No, it's been pretty impressive to see so far. Like you said, the expectations might have been slightly lowered because of your situation, but you guys are making the best of it. Finally, before I let you go, let's talk about your experience, your history as a team. I kind of looked into it. You and Lewin Perfectus have been playing with each other since 2019. What's the secret? What is the secret to maintaining this level of consistency over such a long period of time?
Well, you know, like it just like people, hardworking people found each other, and we had the same goal for like the whole life. I mean, it already feels like a life, you know. Yeah, we just managed to work and work and work, and I guess some good results helped us to stay together. Yeah, and just the same mindset. We keep staying together, and we keep playing good. You see. So yeah, that's how it is. I don't know, like it's not often, right, in esports when team stay together for such a long time, but we do so, and I'm happy that I'm in this team.
Well, we love to see it, my friend. And you know what? You've done so well so far. It's only day one. There's so much more to play, but at the same time, it's incredible to see what you guys have managed to pull out of the bag in day one, especially in your current situation. That's Batulins from Twisted Minds. We've got so much more PUBG action coming your way right after this.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey, Kalaris in the crowd here for EWC 2026, day number 1 for PUBG. Of course, you guys can be involved with everything that's going on as well with the EWC app that is currently being played out. You can kind of pick who you think is going to be winning the next games coming on up. I'm with Andy here in the crowd. Hey, Andy. Hey. How are you doing, man, so far?
Yeah, really enjoying the games. It's really an immersive atmosphere. I'm really enjoying it, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So I want to know from you, let's go for today, right? Who you think is going to do well so far? You've seen a few games here and there. So what's been your thoughts about some of the teams that have performed so far, as well as who you're rooting for?
I've been really impressed with Myth. They've been taking like really aggressive fights, third part in a lot of fights, and they're climbing up the leaderboard. So I've been really impressed with them. And I'm hoping to see VP do a little bit better. Apart from Falcons, obviously they're tomorrow. So VP, I'd like to see VP do a little bit better today. Yeah, absolutely. Have you watched a lot of kind of the VP wins from before? Obviously they looked really good at some of the PGSs, not so good at some of the other ones. Yeah, they were dominating some of the PGSs. Obviously since the roster changes, so yeah, I've been really impressed with what they've been doing, so they need to step it up today.
Yes, they do. All right, well, hey, thank you very much for joining me here, Andy. That's been us here. Make sure to check out the EWC Play apps to get your predictions in, just like Andy has. Myth leading to here were phenomenal. They were spectacular. Not only the two-time PGS now champions, but also one of the most dominant results of all time. They are so good right now that if they can continue that on here at this Esports World Cup, everybody else should be scared.
ผมรู้สึกว่าตอนแรกไม่คิดว่าจะได้แชมป์แต่ก็รู้สึกพอได้แชมป์ก็ดีใจและรู้สึกภูมิใจทีมทุกคนมากๆที่เชื่อใจกันและกันแล้วก็คว้าแชมป์มาได้ครับแค่รู้สึกว่าเล่นให้มันสนุกก็พอแล้วพอเราได้เป็นแชมป์เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าภูมิใจในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็สนุกมากๆครับสำหรับรายการ PGS
I think Myth is really good at finding areas that aren't as like defendable, and they find info really well, and they find the kink in the armor, if you want to say, and they exploit that really easily, and they end up getting a lot more space because of that, and I think that worked really well for them in those tournaments.
Myth are very good. They've adapted super well to the new playstyle, the destructible terrain, the new fast zones. They've been extremely good. I think they're very aggressive and they like to set up in front of everybody. So they get dug in, they get into really good spots, and then if they don't have a good circle, they just get any advantage they can and then crash a team or knock somebody and just go as crazy as they possibly can on them.
คิดว่าต่างกันที่มีทีมหน้าใหม่มามากขึ้นครับไม่ได้เจอทีมเดิมๆรวมถึงทีมหน้าใหม่เราอาจจะไม่ได้คุ้นชินสไตล์กับเขาว่าเขาเล่นยังไงเราคงต้องทำกันบ้านมากขึ้นแล้วก็บวกกับมีความกดดันที่ขึ้นชื่อว่า EWC
รู้สึกว่าต่างกันเรื่องความกดดันแล้วก็เรื่องเงินรางวัลที่สูงมากขึ้นแล้วก็เรียกว่าแต่ละทีมมีความมุ่งมั่นมากขึ้นที่จะแย่งการเป็นแชมป์แล้วทำให้รู้สึกว่าทีมแต่ละทีมเนี่ยมีความที่โฟกัสมากขึ้นแล้วรู้สึกว่ามีกดดันมากขึ้นมีความกดดันมากขึ้นครับ
If Kiss can produce some Kiss magic, if Jacob can look as good as he did during those PGSs as well, I think they could be a strong contender for the Esports World Cup.
รู้สึกว่าเราจะมาแย่งแชมป์เขาในรายการ Esports World Cup ครับในปีนี้
Hey, it's Toffees. I'm in the middle of a park in the beautiful Paris with Seven to talk. Seven Worlds Gaming. Get over here.
I'm on my way.
We're gonna talk about cool stuff. Hey, there you are.
Hey, I was relaxing. I was thinking I was Myth. You know, I just got another win. They got in 2 wins today. I was taking a bit of a breather, but honestly, this squad is performing.
جبت سعره سمحوا ما
At
كان.
the start of the day, I said, I wonder if they can handle it when the pressure is on. They dropped the ball at PGC. I think this has been answered. 2 wins in 4 games is absolutely banana sauce. I don't even know if that's a real word, but that's what this is. These guys have taken the game to a new freaking level and look incredible.
Banana sauce. I might need to add that to a croissant because that sounds delicious.
Everything's
now,
French with you.
It is. It has to be. Another team that has been able to bounce back really well, and especially in this last match, AGAL.
Yeah.
They needed it too.
You know, I think Paper said it during the cast. He was like, the teams here, as well as all of the teams in the cup, are watching this saying, I hope you falter. And AGL is a team that when they start running, you cannot get the bridle back. You let that head go, and they are unstoppable.
Twisted Minds, when you're thinking about that. I mean, we had so many question marks at the beginning of the day coming in with the sub. They're currently not being able to play with their actual full roster. That doesn't stop them. They just dropped 12 kills.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, they opened the tab on this can of whoop butt, right? Because he came out, he's played, he's a sub? Yeah, right. This coach knows how to play. They're in first place without Lou. What happens if the visa gets cleared and they show up in 2 days? The finals are going to be crazy. And if I'm Myth, I'm actually shaking. 2 wins, and I'm still dealing with Twisted Minds chomping it behind me.
Yeah, we're continuing, by the way, with players. We just talked about Kiss. We heard the piece too with Kalaris talking about if they can be contenders. Honestly, right now, they're keeping up with Myth. They're keeping up the performance that we saw out of them in PGS 6. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to stop them, at least so far.
At least so far. I mean, I think we've seen some cool things from teams unexpectedly, right? Like Shadow. Yay, Shadow. There's teams that are catching us off guard with how well they've come out here in the first 4, but I think in some of these teams' cases, like Shadow, they're going to get eclipsed tomorrow by the teams who are showing up. Possibly the worst day of their life tomorrow is sort of my guess here. So they need to keep grinding forward because teams like Twisted Minds, so you're like, oh, they aren't doing great in the first game. They come out.
Yeah, and for all the squads too, especially for the squads that are in the A group, they need to make sure they start performing. If you're towards the bottom, because tomorrow will be the last day. You're currently sitting with 8 games left. I mean, actually, I did the math right. 8 games left.
Sir.
That's all they have. And if they don't start performing, they're going to make it even tougher, and they're going to just be biting their nails on that last day when they're not playing.
And the hard part of that is you have to set your standards. You don't know what you have to do if you're not playing the last day. So they have to really have good day 1s and days 2s to make that work.
All right, well, you know what? I think we talked enough. I think it's time for us to go back. Claris, take it away from us. We want to relax and enjoy the view.
Thank you, boys. Yes, of course, I found the tall people to join me here. Thanks very much, guys, for growing exponentially compared to me. We got Godspeed, we got Avenger here to talk about what's gone on so far. We just had our rondo conclude, obviously, here with Myth looking amazing as always. Godspeed.
I mean, Myth is just making the case to be the best team in the world this year, honestly. I think so, especially coming off of that incredible PGS2 Cup final win. I mean, the sky's the limit, especially with Kiss coming here just, oh, so good.
Were able to come in, get the control that they had, and then Kiss just clutching it up, to be honest.
That is just next level. 2 wins, a second place, 52 points in 4 games. That is insane.
Yeah, they're looking really good here for EWC. Let's talk big picture, though, and see kind of what's going on right now, because there's some teams, obviously, that have surpassed our expectations a bit, and some that really need to have that step up now.
What happened to VP? They started the tournament so well, and they've really kind of floundered the last 3 games, Martin, and that's not really something we expect, especially with the consistency. You've got Nixie, Correxy, BB, they're so good. What's going on? 3 games
you're running into some funny stuff on Taker. We have one more Taker coming up here in the 5th game, of course, here, so let's see how they approach that. I understand the way that they're approaching, taking space away from supers. They're always aggressive in taking too much space around Godok, and they're looking to create that space around Youngchung to have an entry. So I understand it was great. You run into Liquid, Nixie was alone. I don't think they expected the retaliation that fast in that game. So I'm excited to see here what happens in the 5th game and on our second Tago of the day.
I talk to a lot of people, and they're one of people's favorite teams to watch because they do those kinds of things, as you're mentioning, around Youngchung, around those areas, over on Tago, etc., and things like that. But is that sometimes a detriment? Are you sometimes being quite fancy to the point where maybe you're in too many conflicts? What do you think?
Yeah, it's the saying of doing too much, right? They don't necessarily need to overextend that much, or they don't need to cut rotations that much if they don't have to. That being said, something that I actually really liked that AGAL did was setting up on that south side, and that's when we actually saw VP go for that. I don't want to say it was a send, right? But they had options. You and I were talking about it. They could have either gone west. They could have even taken the fight to AGAL. But because of that spread also, and because I think there was one member left, a solo in between, they just decided to go for that send. And it just, again, it's just doing too much. It didn't work out.
I want to talk a little bit more about AGAL. The first 3 games, 3 points here, 11 kills, second place. They could have won this game as well, but they didn't. So far, I don't know if it's nerves. Maybe a lot of pressure on them. They're here in the club championship as well. They're trying to put themselves in there, but yeah, it's not been the magic that we have seen. They've been, they've had second place, they had top 3 positions in our PGSs throughout this year so far, and they can compete this time around. You just need top 16, and right now they've been struggling until this game.
I'll not make a question, I'll make a statement from this one about AGAL, because I think, as Godspeed is saying, I think the position that they took here on the south side of Rondo, technically the control that they had across that area was fantastic. It does beg the question, though, allowing Myth to be able to even make that transition across the road, to have that smoke set up, and have what seemed like no utility to be able to respond to that Avenger, meant that eventually that really kind of bit them in the butt.
The big problem was you're losing a player. You should have been formed that late game. Losing Delvin, he took space too early. If he waited maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, the pressure would have been on Myth to cross the road to expose himself way earlier. So had they been fought alive, this would have been AGL's game, and that would have been 4, 5, 6 more points on the board for them.
And the one thing about that push is, even with limited utility, you saw that smoke on the tree. I think you even called it out, that allowed, I'm not sure if it was Kiss or someone, to get across in order to get the shots on AGL, which is actually what won them that game.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a look at everything that's going to be coming up as well here, because we've got tons on the way. We've already had ourselves Team Liquid and Myth with almost the back-to-back, but of course, it was sandwiched in the middle of another win here coming on forwards. 2 more games remain, though, today. It's not the most common map order that we actually go to here in a lot of our days. I mean, in most circuits, we actually play 5 games a day compared to what we have for the 6.
Yeah, this year's been updated to 5, and also we've seen so many times where it's just back-to-back. You play 2 Wrangles, you play 2 Miramar. Here it's spread. Now we go back, of course, we played Tago before, but it's disjointed in a way where the players have played so many games before, and you can't really go back-to-back with that. But sure, they're absolutely ready for this, but another Tago and another Wrangle. It's going to be good.
All right, we are going to head on over. We are ready for our 5th game here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the commentators here. Game number 5 on the way for day 1.
100% agree with what the desk is talking about there, about how, like Claris was mentioning, that it was Myth that had to move into the circle by going over a road with no cover on it into a defended position that AGAL had. I mean, at this point, we often talk about like these completely open circles being barren circles, but are they Myth barren circles?
Is that on purpose?
It wasn't.
Oh, you're nailing it today. I missed this, Matt. I missed this. I mean, I was kind of unsure a little bit of the situation with the utility, exactly what they had left in the bag to make that crossing, because one of the Myth players we saw didn't have any smokes left, but they had just enough to get the job done. Really well highlighted there by the analyst desk on a really crucial piece of information about that battle, as well as AGAL had a few frags left that they weren't able to connect there in that last fight to really make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Myth could have potentially kind of hung back, still used that cover where we were talking about with like the railing up next to the road and continue to press that direction. But instead, they saw the opportunity and jumped forward, instead going for more of that center control as it presented itself. And yeah, AGAL, they didn't have as much cover to work with, and they were probably burning out a lot of their utility, and they had a whole bunch of firefights going into it before that. But, I mean, it was still just Myth control for so long, because let's not forget, they were the team that was playing to the south of Danqing. They were the one that was also corralling all the teams up there. They had to deal with GAM. Nothing inside that circle was moving without them having some say-so.
Absolutely, and they had to fight tooth and nail to get out of that fight up in the north. I mean, it was on the precipice for a while of them potentially crumbling, and who knows, maybe it's GAM in that situation instead. You know, something like that could have come through. So absolutely, just it shows the level of this team right now, that they have great firepower, they have great teamwork, great coordination.
I still remember that moment with Myth where they just decided to not keep control over what was going on with GAM, as they had 2 players knocked and then had both players commit into a res at the same time. You don't often see that happen inside of competitive PUBG, because you want to have somebody keeping some control, making sure that nobody runs up and tries to drop a nade on the person that's going for the res. And they were just like, nah, we've got it on lock. We're just going to go ahead and hold it. I have faith in the fact that we'll just blind res both of these and nobody's going to come for us.
Sometimes you got to gamble, right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, that's the beautiful part about PUBG is
they gambled against GAM.
Like, oh, it's true, they did. See, we're on it today.
And I agree, Jiven Gaming.
Yeah, Myth is incredible. Well, they won 2 PGSs already this year.
Yeah.
Those aren't flukes. These guys are really good at this game.
And it just feels like they continue to find more successes and new ways to play. That's what's a scary thing, right? Like, whenever we look at squads like Twisted, we were always talking about, like, what's the upper scaling whenever we look at what the squad can accomplish. Myth is still getting to that stage that I don't know really where they're going to have to stop at, because it feels like there's always something new in the bag that they're bringing out.
To watch them progress, like back when they were fourth natural, like we didn't have like the highest of hopes for them some of the tournaments when they first started making it to the global level, and we're like, yeah, okay, they're from Thailand, we know that they've got some crazy fraggers, you know, APAC, we all know all players are cracked, we know, but it was like the evolution of the macro game for them that has led them to their most recent successes.
They went from being one of the most fun underdog stories to just being a dominant team right now. And it just continues to find more. And I'm starting to be a bit afraid for this lobby, because whenever you end up with essentially Myth on one side and AGAL on the other side of the circle, wondering why we're not seeing much out of VP today, well, what do you do when you're trapped in that?
Yeah, right. I mean, SEA is dominating today. I mean, 3 out of the 4 games that we've played so far have been won by them, and the only outlier is Team Liquid.
All right, so we keep talking about Kiss Magic, right? Specifically, it's like Hilarisi keeps mentioning it. It's like a phrase that keeps going around. If it's Kiss Magic, does that make him a Cupid, or like what's the mindset?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
A cherub.
A cherub, yeah. A succubus.
Now you just made me imagine Kiss in like a succubus outfit. I don't like anything that you just did to me there.
I'm sorry, not really, but you know.
All right, guys, it is time to Tego. The map is up, and you can see Plane Path coming in from the southeast, ending up in the northwest. So, of course, everything opened up, unless you want to go for a little bit of a long drop over next to Husan Prison and the swamps around it.
Yeah, this one pretty fair-ish, but cutting off some of those western landmarks can make things a little bit tricky. But as per usual, a lot of the teams kind of in their known homes, and like we mentioned earlier, Shadow gonna have a lot of central stuff, but this first circle, not central at all. It is going up to the north. A little bit of Shipyard, a little bit of Yongchon, a little bit of Army Base in there.
There we go. Okay, we've talked about Army Base a bazillion times. Trenches that are coming into the hillside. Big tons of space for everybody to kind of hang out in. Yongchon itself has VP there, so early positioning on circle is going to be great for VP. They get an inside track. We have kind of seen Shipyard be a little bit more of a core component for some of our circles here lately, but Myth's going to be over there making the wrap into position for that. Down to the south, that's Twisted Minds territory already off of draw. So this is a very hard circle for a lot of these teams to try to figure out where they're going to want to go, because you're having to deal with Twisted, Myth, and VP already in the circle at the start, going wherever they want.
And I think that immediately leads my eyes to Shadow Esports. What are they going to do? Like, are you going to be worried? Because Twisted has been very aggressive here today. In fact, 3 out of our top 10 players in terms of kills right now are on Twisted Minds. So you're looking at one of the best teams in the lobby right now that is completely surrounding your drop spot. Very, very scary stuff. Kike, actually, I think you're looking at this thinking, okay, we have really good access towards that shipyard area you were just talking about. If we can maybe control that bridge that leads to the other side, or at least have boats for a potential worst-case scenario pivot, things like that as an option, is going to be pretty nice for GK as soon as they can get there. But they're kind of late to the curve right now. I can see 4AM already ahead of them in rotations potentially.
Well, 4 Angry Men needs to do something. 4 Angry Men and Supers in 13th and 14th place respectively is mind-boggling to me. This is like the 4 Angry Men from last year, where it just felt like they would go into a position and then get picked apart slowly before they managed to find any kills. This year, it's been a much more active 4 Angry Men, finding big successes, really leaning into their firefighting capabilities, but they just can't find it today.
Yeah, it has been a little bit, other than the one game, the last Tego, so maybe this time, you know, we'll get to see a little bit of that redemption for that team. And Twisted isn't going to clamp down on Shadow too much. They're letting them go. This example begins working towards that northern edge of this mainland to see what is available for Twisted to scout.
Myth is still in a 2-2 across both sides of the river right now, kind of south of Shipyard and to the southeast of Army Base. They've got to be careful because 4 Angry Men is wrapping in back behind them. Looks like the more eastern duo is going to go for the bridge cross. I think that they were a bit hesitant, afraid of the fact that there might be a bridge camp. We have been seeing a circle leaning over into the northeastern area around Shipyard several times this year, and I think that they were expecting somebody to go for it. But instead, VP was going for a 2-2 split a bit more over into the west, keeping Yongchun as well as the foothills under control.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It felt like Myth was going to see if they could get away with taking a lot more space than they should be allowed to across both sides of the river, but going to have to regroup onto the other side. 4 Angry Men will be claiming their unoccupied space that was left over by Myth as they take in the view, looking over the river, just trying to figure out how Myth is setting up their defenses on that side.
We don't have too many squads that are doing this eastern wrap. It's been 4 Angry Men as well as Twisted. Petrichor Road's also kind of over here, but they're not really moving too much. GK looks like they might be going for more of a wrap over as well. It's been a lot more on the west as far as approach comes in. And speaking of approaches, it's going to be Athenadol finding a couple of bolts coming his way in the glider. Full Sense was playing around Army Base, so they're just going to squeak their way into the foothills over in the east. That's going to put them pretty close to Myth as well as VP that we were talking about beforehand.
Yeah, a lot of these teams need to be active in the scouting department this game, so having the glider really nice, and why it's maybe even more important than usual is because of that river that runs down the kind of middle of the circle. I mean, yes, it's more likely to go less than not in terms of just available land mass maybe, but it is still very much on an edge, especially with the fact that the new circles can kind of do whatever they want. So you're in a position where you've got to be making sure that you're tracking a lot of different options to get across that river if you're going to be anywhere near it. So you have the ability to find a way through and understand the defenses that you're going to be facing and how to plan for them when you get there.
We can see that, of course, VP had Yongchun. They left it. They went into the foothills. Team Liquid actually went for more of a position in Yongchun itself as well. You don't see too much of a commitment actually come into going for like a couple of these buildings that are inside the city itself at this stage. Yes, they do also have a couple of players that are playing more to the north, but this is a little bit of a safety net that it feels like Team Liquid's starting to play from. And for a team that's been pretty active as far as most of today has gone, this feels a bit more safe than we've been seeing. A lot more firefight-heavy Team Liquid has been the way to go so far.
Yeah, and I think this is smart when you're coming in a little bit later to this circle because it gives you some options, hopefully in terms of you have some safety of the buildings themselves. If you have to go north, you've got control of an edge of that area of Yongchun, so you have the ability to go outside of there a little easier than you normally would. And then if a team comes from underneath you, you can keep track of them a little bit better. And if no one comes underneath you, you have access to that southern bridge for free to make the faster rotations.
Got a couple of rotates coming in. AGAL going to be on the western side of the island itself, kind of wrapping in that Yongchun territory. Nemesis very far up to the northwest. This is, thank you so much, observers, what I had my eye on. Vitality wrapping in, using the dried out riverbed to kind of creep their way through. But GK still has Songjon that's going to be on the opposite side. Not too much that he's going to be able to aggress for, but this is stop off for gas where Petrichor Road hasn't gone for too far here. Like the Petrichor Road itself has only been probably like, what, 100 meters long that they've had to go inside this game. Vitality might be expecting more people to be playing closer to the coast, so they need to be very cautious over here.
That's exactly what they're doing, and this is really where my my eyes were starting to drift on the map. As Geeky very late to these rotations, but going to be watching 4 a.m. players mosey along towards the safety of the shipyard. So that actually kind of makes things a little bit more difficult here for Geeky, because you're kind of ceding control of that bridge for a cross to the west of the circle shifts that direction, and you're going to have to go for plan B, which may be looking to a different bridge potentially, and that's very scary because, as we can see on the map, Twisted Minds is going to be the team that's currently guarding the eastern Yongchun Bridge. Vitality, there you go. Yeah, they're being extremely cautious. That last game, I think, where we saw them lose a player early to 4 a.m.
But look, they stopped. They saw the lines. Emergency pickup has been called by Petrichor Road.
Oh, God.
GAM is on the other side of this. They may spot it as well, so it could be 2 different squads. This is the opportunistic Vitality. This is what I love about these guys, sitting in 6th place right now, just due to making stuff like this find out and work for themselves. Is now we've got eyes onto a rotating Geeky. We're nowhere to go. The circle pops, and it is going to go mostly over to the island. Here comes the helicopter. Are we going to get any shots coming up from Vitality? They're going to get a couple. Looks like they at least managed to get 1 knock.
I'm quite shocked that this is going that well for them. I think just Mingming gets onto the helicopter, as far as I can tell. Everybody else still on the ground there for Petrichor Road, and we have a ton of teams making their moves in towards the circle. There is Twisted right on the heels of Shadow.
Okay, Geeky is going to be coming up back behind this other side of the bridge. GAM already going to be going ahead of Petrichor Road, and what we saw with Vitality. Vitality taking those shots at Petrichor Road has kind of stalled them out, and that means that there's going to be a ton of squads all stacked up here. Let's even throw a red zone on to make it even more spicy. Shadow's got to defend up, but it's going to be Twisted. Now taking the shots at the rotate from Geeky back behind him. Doesn't find too much, just a lot of damage, but enough shots go back over to GAM to stall them from making the cross on the bridge.
AJL losing a player to R8's bridge camp. This is on the other direction, but right now Geeky trying to get to an area of safety, and the coasts of Tago really do offer you a lot of safety. There's quite a bit of areas where there's rocks and ledges, and in this case a dip that you can work with.
GAM keeps trying to make this work, and it's just like slamming their head against the wall every time they try to go. Twisted doesn't have anywhere that they can go because this 2-2 split coming up from Shadow. Team Liquid's mirroring that. Of course, we had VP also retreat back over here a bit more, so Twisted doesn't have a lot of territory that they can work with, and that means that GAM has no way to make a cross. They're just stuck over there, and now it's going to be them and Mingming just kind of chilling with Vitality, the only squads that are not on the island yet.
GAM has to wait. There's no other opportunities right now. All the other bridges are either contested, congested, or blocked, and they are watching from afar, as we do have a res onto Himas, so AGAL able to avert any disaster there. Here's that play. Gedrox watching it go into the air, and he's gonna get this. Levante actually gets in there and gets the final hit, but lots of damage done. If you hit this, oh my God, that would be absolutely mad. Doesn't get the M24 to go, but nice little play there. Nice little setup by Vitality as well to keep it hidden.
While this is going on, GAM's trying for their 3rd time to cross the bridge. I think that Twisted's now given them enough space to maybe make it happen. So they're doing their mad dash. R8, you can see, is going to be dealing with Team Liquid very close. AGL is going to be back behind them. A couple of shots coming out from Team Liquid to force R8 onto a different territory pathing, but there's actually nobody playing this area kind of to the west of the circle in the hillsides. It's entirely open over here, so R8's going to find that for free.
Yeah, this is a pretty okay find if R8 can kind of realize it and see it to fruition. Yep, well, I mean, why not? You know, just to take what you're given.
The red zone provides.
That's right, the red zone does provide in this case. Sungjong in a really tricky spot early on when GAM was making their move, but a little bit of fire was able to get them to halt in their tracks, and that's a really nice angle into this next circle now for GAM that is going to be blocking Geeky.
Okay, Vitality, you've got to cross the river most likely, but you can hang out over there with Mingming. Mingming's at least happy that he has some of his peninsula still in play. Tyler's going to have to make a wrap in from the north, as well as Nemesis. R8 that found that hillside open now has to make their way back down into Yongchun. Geeky is going to be kind of defending up over pretty close to GAM. GAM's going to have nothing to do with it. They're going to go ahead and make a send across over right along the coast. So they're going to be cutting right underneath of Twisted, trying to use the coastline itself. A follow-up is going to be coming up from AGAL, same pathing. The timing on it's going to be pretty good because you can see that Geeky was trying to get their vehicles a bit set up. Now, how far does AGAL want to go into this, as a couple of shots might be enough to deter them, maybe think it's time to get some kills.
Well, this is really awkward for Geeke because they were thinking about making a move behind Gam, sort of backfilling that space. It's opened up the door for Vitality as well. Players on Tai Lu starting to crumble. Full Sense as well, having a little bit of trouble. Beamy has taken Tigger out for now. Tanadol looking to see if he has anything to respond with. Tai Lu struggles here continue today. They've only got two left standing, and they're trying to get the hell out.
I mean, where do you go? It is just a gauntlet into another gauntlet. You're going to pass this section. Congratulations. Now you get to deal with Gam. If you keep going, you get to deal with Vitality that's managed to make their cross over here. There's just nothing to be had. Nith is going to be able to find one, and it is just Tai Lu down to one dragon and one life.
It may not be for much longer, I would think. Duckjuice cooks the grenade, just needs to find the mark. It bounces right on his heels, doesn't get quite enough damage, puts one dragon down to half health. He's gonna let go of the grenade. That's anywhere near Duckjuice. He would have been knocked, but apparently didn't quite get there.
Just having to use the other side of the rock for cover. Better be careful. Twisted hears this firefight, seeing if maybe they can third party on it. And they can't get too involved as they don't want to step out of their covered positions. That's going to be enough, as it is going to be Lucarux who hits the shots onto one dragon to take him down. Oh, and mortars. Everybody was like, hey, we saw you make that rotate. What, 4 different teams were taking shots at? One apiece?
Yeah, they all know where that was going down, and they were hoping to be the ones to claim those points. Lucarux with the M249. On just a little bit of a flank control mission here. He has Beamy ahead of him. A little bit more outwardly situated to watch the flanks.
Petrichor Road?
Well,
like
they're going to try again.
Yeah,
the first time didn't go so good.
And they're all going to drop on the crates that are out inside the water, so they might be able to find something over there. AGL making a wrap across the hillside, so congratulations. You can deal with Supers, Team Liquid. If you go the Super side of it, which is the way you're kind of pathing, you're also going to have to deal with Full Sense as well as VP.
Imagine if this goes east. Just imagine.
Petrichor Road would be laughing so hard. Remember, they're coming in as they've got nothing except for those crates. So this is glory to be had for them, except for, oh yeah, Gam and Vitality are having to play the coastline because there's nothing left to play.
Exactly. That's the real issue here, is that there is fortifications set up there on that edge, and getting over there is going to be very, very dicey, to say the least. AGAL trying to escape disaster, but Cowboy up and over the top has one. Can't find another. Delwyn going to keep him pinned back behind that hill. Alo looking for the other angle.
Delwyn kept Sololzi alive there. The damage coming up from Cowboy, almost too brutal to deal with. Got to be careful, though. It's going to be AJ that spots out and gets that finishing knock on to Cowboy, though. So Team Liquid has to be careful. They've got R8 back behind him. Take them shots while they're trying to push up the hillside. Now they have AGAL in front of them on the other side. AGAL has to be careful because they're getting shot by VP on the counter flank on this one. VP's just got a great angle into it. AGAL is trapped here.
Yeah, Sololzi's vehicle is not in a good state, to say the least, and just him and Delwyn left alive, trying to throw some smokes to buy some time, maybe seeing if somebody else could get some damage into Team Liquid and open up a little bit of safety to them. Delwyn is going to scramble to destroy to just barely get there in time. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road is trying to cross the river, and it is not going good, as you can see in your kill feed. So this fight continues. Cowboy back up and running.
Team Liquid better be careful. R8 actually just managed to leapfrog, taking shots all the whole time from Shadow. They've gotten right down below the southern section for Team Liquid, so this 2-2 split starting to get pulled in too many directions. Now what do you do? Luke 12 is gone down. Cowboy's got it thinned up. Delwyn's got the nades prepped. Do they have any idea where it's coming from? Looks like he does, but it's going to go too far down the hillside.
This is still very, very dangerous for Liquid. Oh. That was Nixie getting some damage in there too. Delwyn is trying to get a little bit further forward, has to use a lot of stuns, but Cowboy had repositioned. Are they going to be ready for that? Sololzi looking for anything, but every time he tries to move out of that rock, he is just getting absolutely peppered from multiple different directions.
Cowboy can't retreat. There's no angle. He's just kind of stuck here. Team Liquid's trying to support. They're dropping a couple of mortars, but really the position coming up from R8 just threw off all of the timing. So it is going to be defended position coming up from Team Liquid, who now has to figure out how they get in the circle while they have to deal with VP as well as Shadow. And Cowboy has just been isolated for so long against AGAL. Finally, Alo does have the angle to approach and provide some support. important. It is right in the face of Delwyn.
And they absolutely needed that. Cowboy tried to go out into the blue and almost paid the price to see if he could get the knock. Barely able to get on through, but here comes the reinforcements.
That's a big knock onto Delwyn, who is on the high side of the hill. Destroy in a little bit more trouble. Flank position is getting complicated. Delwyn's going to go down off of that push. So Destroy has to try to see if he can hold enough time here to go for the res. You can see Delwyn's trying to get over there fast as possible, but Luke is playing right up, using the smoke on the peak of the hillside. No fear. New circle pops, and it heavily favors VP.
Luke here can't quite see where his opponents are. They do have the res through, but it's going to be the instant re-knock from Luke 12. Alo smells blood and wants to finish the job. He takes down Destroy, and now Sololzi out in the blue, absolutely screwed.
Okay, what do you even do? Blue zone going to be the tail end, and Team Liquid handles a terrible storm, keeps all 4 players up and alive, but now the new hurdle is going to be getting into the circle. To the north, it's going to be Supers, who've been taking a fight with Nemesis for a very long time. That should make it easier. So said managing to get the knock, and a quick flush might provide some opportunity for Team Liquid to get in the circle.
Yeah, the Supers were fighting full sense up there a little bit as well. I saw in the kill feed, so it's been kind of a slog here for them. They've gotten a couple kills, but certainly not what they're going to be looking for from an edge position where they've been kind of scrapping back and forth for some time. So looks like for now they're going to peel a little bit further back, realizing that, yeah, Nemesis is in a stronger position overall in terms of numbers, in terms of what kind of terrain they're able to work with. You've got VP underneath you. This is scary.
Here's the push coming up from Team Liquid. VP's just got a complete angle. You can see it down on the mini map there, just getting demolished on approach, but they do at least manage to get a foothold over. DL just trying to get his armor a bit better in position, because this is all Team Liquid has to work with over here. Geeky also trying to get in the circle just to the south of this. You can see off in the distance. That might pull Shadow as well as Twisted's attention that direction.
This is looking awfully difficult for Team Liquid to go further forward. We do have a bit of a fight brewing with Vitality and for him, but let's take a little bit of a look at, oh no, right off the door. Poor Clory's nowhere to go there. Nice stuff from him. Park Pro in trouble. They're trying to make a crash onto Shadow Esports, and for now they're holding the line.
A lot of aggressive rotates. You saw that Supers came down from the hillside fast, just cut through the middle of anything. They're on the other side now, distracted. Twisted Minds going to be now looking that direction. DK kind of brute forcing their way through, but Shadow's doing such a good job on holding the line. Akan's going to go down, get flushed. DK can't find any angle of approach onto this, and we still have Jexy just waiting with the Panzerfaust on the other side.
Okay, here comes Team Liquid. They're sending it right down the hill. They need to do some serious damage into the backside of Shadow Esports. Purdy Curdy's going to stay back as an anchor, and this is exactly what's happening. Alo, a quick one and done there. It's going to be Myth taking down a player on the other side. Purdy Curdy has to throw some smokes and go for the heal. I'm not sure if that's VP who was shooting at him or what.
Shadow thought that they had this on lock for so long, and Team Liquid saw an opportunity and they exploited it. EJ on one side of it, and it's just full trap. Nowhere to go. Nice bounce around. Tries to go for the stun. EJ doesn't get too much more out of it, though. It's just looking back before him, and now it's going to be Shadow on the defense, finding what they needed, but they still have to deal with Team Liquid to the north.
Well, EJ hit himself with that stun more than he did his opponents, and he had no idea where they went. Sungjong nowhere to go. A Panzer ready and waiting. Shadow Esports deal with their southern threat. Now to their north, a 4-man strong Team Liquid still looming, still lurking, and Luke wants to do some more damage. Stuns to try to lead the way, but not really able to make a breach. And Jexy.
Good angle right down. Spots out Alo. Connects. This forces Team Liquid to run right in the building. No other options. This is one of those circles that is now popped where it is just time to get kills. Cowboy, Luke, they know it. They've just got to get whatever they can get and fight the whole way. Shadow jumps down right on top of him. Spots out Cowboy. Shadow popping off right now.
Kamal's found the perfect timing there. Didn't have his gun out, did Cowboy, had util in hand. Nothing he could do in that scenario, and that is so beautifully read there. Maybe heard the pin pop on the nade and went for the push. Luke 12 now trying to hang on to dear life. Purdy Curdy completely pinned on the outside, but he gets the knock on to Jexy. Luke, he's got the job done. Team Liquid gets Shadow out of here.
I wouldn't say job done yet. That's task done. Now Blue Zone on top of him. They still have to get into a circle that is in complete control by GAM as well as VP. They're going to have vision for days on this circle. Myth over into the northeast, also going to be dealing with Nemesis on approach. I mean, kudos to the squads that have been able to creep into here, because we still have 30 alive in the circle, and it has been a bloodbath firefight every step of the way.
And speaking of bloodbaths, this is just absolutely brutal Nemesis and Myth have absolutely wrecked each other, and Myth in another spot where they have to start going for reses. Diffex wants to finish it, and he will. Just barely able to keep Myth from going any further in this one.
Man, that is just a clutch moment. Can he get anybody back up? A couple of shots going to be coming out. Gam's a bit more focused on watching what's going on with 4 Angry Men right now. Vitality also jockeying up position very close to Twisted Minds. So it's just going to be a little bit of piecemeal fight. DL's still alive for the supers, but he's been kind of distracting the other side of this 2-2 split from Twisted.
Kind of wonder if Purdy and DL are aware of each other's positions there. Batu, we saw earlier, he had a bolt action in hand, and oh my god, poor Tanvu gets double headshot. HS getting involved and finding that knock at the very least. Vitality, a grenade barrage on top of them from Twisted, and this is a pretty safe position for now for Twisted. It's just a matter of what does DL want to do in this scenario. He's been phenomenal for the supers this year. Their top fragger globally, and that's a great grenade for Perfectix.
Just so well done. The Twisted day that could have been bad, just constantly getting better and better by the moment. Second place, 47 points, just 3 points ahead of Team Liquid, who's just clinging to life right now, so big opportunity for Twisted. Gam still just trying to counter move alongside of 4 Angry Men while Twisted is watching it all.
Oh man, and Perfectix just picked up a P90 to boot. This is just getting scarier and scarier for everybody else here on this southern side. Gam in an awful position unless they can clear 4 AM here, but that's only one player so far. Spaceman dead, but still the big danger players of Shen HS. And as we've seen today, Winda can do pretty darn good in his own right. And if they can just hold the line here as 4 AM, Twisted Minds actually gonna have a bit of an angle there. Now the grenades connect.
Kurt's going to get taken down by VP, who's trying to get into the circle, so that's going to be Team Liquid now eliminated. Okay, so 4 Angry Men just continuing to get madder and madder by the second because they just cannot find a circle that they can get control over. They need every single kill down here. It's them, Nemesis, and Supers in 13th, 14th, and 15th respectively. And when you have it, Twisted Minds looming large on the circle just to the south of you, it's got to start being terrifying. Gam's had to retreat just pretty much on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, literally your only hope here as Gam is that somehow Nemesis and 4 AM get in a fight and they kind of deal with each other and you're able to hang on. It could happen.
Right now, nowhere for Nemesis to go except for right into 4 Angry Men, so you called it the Prophet. Paper thin.
Yeah. just, I mean, I'm more hoping from Gam's perspective. I'm like, please get 4 AM off of us.
Oh, no, while this is going on, VP is taking control of the northern section of the circle. They're right along the road line. You can see them coming in on the mini-map down there. That means that half the circle they're going to have on lock, and everybody else is going to be fighting for the other half of it. That's going to be brutal to deal with. 4 Angry Men, just nothing to be found here as DL is going to get the knock onto Beamy at least. That's a interesting situation going on over there as Nemesis going to continue raining down cars, nades, and whatever they can throw right down on top of anybody hiding out from 4 Angry Men.
These are huge salvage points from DL, but Batulins will finish off Diffex. Nemesis doing some damage to 4 AM. Perfectix, pretty sure, yeah, he has a P90 and an AWM. That is an awfully scary combo for a player of his caliber to have. Huang F trying to put some damage down. Shen weak, but not out just yet. The digging continues, and the grenades getting into there, not getting the knocks onto Gam, who are now seeing Twisted Minds start to come through. That grenade, oh my god, it almost rolled in.
So close. The bottom half of our leaderboard from 8th down, it's just a couple of points across most of it. You can see it's going to be 22 points at 8th place right now, and all the way down in 18th at 15th place. So every single point that you can get as 4 Angry Men survive is just going to continue to shoot you up. Now up into 8th place, creeping up. VP in control over the circle on the north. Twisted in control to the south, and it is just Shin and DL kind of caught in the middle of it all.
Here goes Perfectix making the run here, using some of that level 3 gear to absorb Shen's damage. The Molly is going to come up a little bit short, doesn't matter. They've got too many angles. He is down and out, but a nice hold here from 4 AM.
Tab finds the kill. Man's a gamer, finding everything over here. So now DL has kind of forced 2 players for VP to come chase him down. That means that they've had to surrender most of the control over the circle just to deal with this. Double up blue zone nade, still not going to be enough as DL is just a cockroach over here, man. He will not go down. Finally, they managed to get him, and VP had to surrender a lot. Can Twisted take control?
Yeah, Molly even came out there and caught Nixie, but not enough to get the knock, and keeps things in a 3v4. Twisted Minds in a huge advantageous position right now. A lot of control with that edge that dips down just slightly to the south, giving them A nice angle, nice little ridge to play over. Corexy does have a rock, but that's outside of the next circle, so he has to make a move. The only player inside the circle currently for VP is Lucarux. Nixie looking for a flank angle, seeing if he could sneak his way around the side of the road, get on that southern edge. There's a hill that he could work with to sneak under, but
Lucarux.
oh boy.
That's ambitious. Can he get something out of it? No, he's going to get instantly dropped. Nixie's also going to get spotted. I think it was just maybe a hope that it could be enough of a distraction, but that's 2 down. Poor old Corexy all by his lonesome up to the north, and Perfectix has a really good idea on where he's at.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. So at this point, it's just a cleanup operation for Twisted Minds, who are doing unreal things today. Boom. And they are going to claim the win.
Oh, you can see Batu so excited. But I mean, Twisted, man, this is, you heard it from Batu himself. This was supposed to be a day that they weren't expecting anything out of, and it is just working. Everything feels like it's clicking. They're finding big kill games. They're now finding victories. I would start being scary for the squad.
No, I mean, it's just, it's like a well-oiled machine for them, right? They're just so smart that even when you have to kind of trade a player in or out, they have a system. They execute so well. They have the best micro, the best macro, the best everything you could ask for.
I feel so bad because VP had control over that circle for so long, but all the fighting was happening on the external sections of the circle. Nobody was really pushing into the area that they had control over. They could supervise fights, they could get a knock here or there, but it was so hard to find the flushes to really get much more out of.
Yeah, and it was really DL as well that did a lot of damage. So let's get a listen in to the end of this one. Just another day at work.
Yeah, you can see that they're so stressed now. This is pretty much qualification zone feeling pretty good for them. There's still another day of play, but stretching into that, they've already got the momentum out of it. You know that there was stress. You know, you heard it from Batu in that interview. We found out right before we got here that we were going to be playing without one of our core players. The expectations were just shattered, and so if anything, this is like finding $2,000 underneath of your bed while you're cleaning or something, and you're just like, this is the best day ever. I didn't even know that this $2,000 existed.
I didn't think the Tooth Fairy was real. I didn't think it was real.
Well, go ahead and get ourselves set up for this next game because there is still so much to play for.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, Lace, we have about 4 hours until PUBG kicks off, so is there anything you want to do today?
I think we should hit up Kadia City Grid and maybe I can go and tell all my problems to a pro player.
You do that every year.
Sounds good. Let's go.
That was really fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The game's on!
She didn't make it in time. That's what happened. She didn't make it in time.
Should have ran.
With all that stuff happening, though, in this arena for EWC 26, I saw some basketball, too, but we'll talk about some of that cool stuff that we might be able to do later, because right now, Twisted Minds, being able to overcome any adversity that they had to do with today, they're truly putting up the points and getting the wins.
Right? Getting wins in lieu of not having one of your players is absolutely wild to me, especially to see Tab coming out this strong. It makes you wonder, if Lou shows up, do they just leave Tab in? Because they are playing incredible. Like, this is a team with a sub, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you still want Lou, right? But the fact that Tab comes in, right? He hasn't played in a long time, especially at this level, right? I mean, we know he was good. He is a good player. Just coming in and filling and just still dominating, and that's a Twisted Mind things. But that also goes to show you how strong that core 3 of Twisted really is.
It kind of gives you a backup too. Now you actually have a solid backup, somebody that was your coach. If anything happens throughout this tournament, you'd be like, you know what, let's put him in. One team that was actually able to bounce back in this last match for Angry Men. We saw them being able to start off hot and then they slow down coming into this last match. When we were looking at the overall, they were in 13th place, but now with this top finish, I'm actually excited to see where they end up in the overall when we get a chance to look at that. But for this squad, this is what they need.
Yeah, and remember, guys, we're playing for essentially top 16, right? You just need to make sure that you're qualifying in the top 16. Anything after that is just academic, right? And so these guys coming into this game, 4EM kind of had a couple good games early, squandered a few opportunities in game, I think 3 and 4, but came back strong in this game, Steve.
I mean, I think the issue is Winda had a couple of good early games. What we need is the entire team to step up and have those big games as we move deeper into this thing. Another team that stepped up is Team Nemesis, as they got 4th in that one. This is the team. I think somebody jokingly called him Navi 0.5. I don't know who would do that. But they are a team that, like, I was like, oh, maybe they'll fire up more tomorrow when they look across the aisle. But here they are setting a standard. In fact, before we walked out in the green room, I heard Martin and James, who watch them play, who cover their region, say, what are they doing? Why aren't they putting up the numbers? These guys is a good team. And then they did this, which is good.
Yeah, and they absolutely nailed it. Another team that I actually want to talk about is VP.
Okay.
Okay, VP had a great first game.
They did.
They had an amazing first game. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. Not so much. But all of a sudden now coming back and finding this game, Nixie getting rid of DNS and Supers, being able to make it into this final against Twisted. Again, this was a massive boost because they were slipping. They were, it started the day really in top 5 and then they top 8. And what's going on? They're right back up there.
I mean, if anything, this was really outside of Twisted Minds in the last 2. Like, these are teams that needed to make those moves, right? The fact that Myth has slid a little bit, Liquid's not showing up here in the top 4 for this one. That's good news for everybody who's in the race going forward. But again, it just comes back to Twisted Minds, and it's kind of, it happened so early, it almost makes me sad because it means we're going to be talking about them for the next 6 days nonstop if they keep playing like this.
Talking about those guys.
Well, I know, but they deserve it, right? Because these are the statesmen. They won here last year. I think it was devastating for them that they did not give the performance at PGC that they wanted to. Last year was the year to pull the double. This could be it again with the way they're playing to have a sec. Can you imagine? Okay, can you imagine having a chance to do the double in back-to-back years? Like, that is not something that almost any pro gamer gets a chance to do.
When you get a chance to start the tournament with the sub, not with your actual roster, you know what? I would love to see that. And so far, you've been pretty spot on. Earlier, you talk about Shadow Esports. Now with this twist, I'm going to keep track of all this stuff, Toffees. Definitely know what you're talking about when it comes to PUBG Battlegrounds. For some of the other squads as well, I want to talk about squads that need to actually start being a little bit more consistent. We saw AGAL being able to perform well, but in this last match, the consistency is just nowhere to be seen at the moment.
Tell me more.
Go in. Come on, Godspeed. You know you want to.
There's a few teams that I think are underperforming right now. Okay, I think definitely Supers. Even though we do see DL here with 2 grenade LMs, we know how capable that roster is.
That means we're
right?
cherry picking stats to put them on there. Right?
Yeah,
like,
but at the same time, again, Nemesis again is another one of those teams who I think could have a higher ceiling than the way they're performing at. But yeah, Supers definitely. I'm looking at that team because they should not be struggling the way that they have been. Even though this is a strong lobby, I still think they should be getting more points on the board.
I still can't get over Myth with 2 wins in 5 games is astronomical, but then Twisted Minds, the team that pulled double-digit kills in back-to-back matches, is also one of those things when it comes down to averages. That's what we're looking for. These teams that can put 5 points per game together are on the long distance.
Or you want to talk about averages? Liquid has been incredibly consistent so far. I think they're currently still in the top 2. So, I mean, and Liquid is a team too where they need that strong start. You and I were talking about a bit in the green room. Liquid has to have a strong start because if they don't, you can start to see things slip away. We've seen that multiple times at multiple events. But again, with the change up, bringing in Cowboy, I think he's been a wonderful addition. Sparking shoes are hard as hell to fill. We just saw that at PNC, but Cowboy's been doing a phenomenal job. So I really like what Liquid's been doing so far today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Luke 12, by the way, when you're talking about Team Liquid, the one
Luke 12
another player that kind of pops out. in my head is Look 12. Every single match, I feel like we're being able to see him just clutch up points for his squad as well. Now, for some of the other squads, right, we're going to have Group B sitting out tomorrow when we come back. So teams like Twisted Minds, I believe they're currently in Group B. They'll be able to get a chance to kind of breathe a little bit, even though they're currently performing so well. And it's one of those teams that if you were that squad, would you really want to just sit out that one there? Would you just want to keep that momentum that they currently have?
I mean, I think they want to play the last days. The last days, for me, is
They're in
what you
first
want to have.
place.
But you want to know what you have to do to make sure you advance. And then on top of that, you don't know who's going to the finals, but if you're playing the last day, you can choose who goes to the finals in some situations. You can choose who you knock out or hurt so that you can have the spots you want. So I think that is one. They're perfectly happy to be on the last day, and I think the fact that they are is kind of bad news for everybody else in the lobby.
I think, and so Liquid was top 3, not top 2. How could I forget about Myth? But Shadow Esports is a big surprise here, too. I have to say.
Yes.
Shadow Esports is a team that I think none of us really had any crazy expectations for, but my goodness, have they shown some pretty good resilience so far in a group that you would argue AB group is one of the hardest groups we've ever seen. So
I'm going to be looking at Pretty Core because this squad, I mean, going into tomorrow, that will be their last day of Group A. They will have to do something here. So going into this last match, what are we expecting out of this squad? That kind of have to make sure something happens at the end of the day, Godspeed.
Look, Petrichor in the last game was in a very rough position on the east side of that circle, and they didn't really have a lot of great options. That being said, of the options they had, they still chose for some.
Yes.
They still somehow chose the worst of those options. So, and look, Petrichor is a team that this year has actually been much more consistent than we saw them last year, right? Especially when we switched the meta up. So, them, 4EM as well. I think the Chinese region in general has been strong this year, but we're not seeing that right now.
I just think Petrichor's successes have been too dependent on we need that shift to come to us. And that's, I think, where they set themselves up. And I think that can work really well for one event, but is that going to work for the rest of your life?
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is a set goals for the future situation. Another team that I wish was doing significantly better is Geek. Like, this is a roster made up of consummate professionals, right? This is like Korea's version of Liquid, just a bunch of old guys who've been playing forever and know the game, and they're just not stepping up and performing.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. I mean, when I came back into it, I was like, oh, Geek is Korean now.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And I looked at the roster and I was like, oh, those are really good players. But again, the performance is just not there. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because we're switching up the way the maps are working now, which, by the way, I actually like. We used to do the, double Erangel, double Miramar. We'll throw a Tego somewhere in the middle, then a Rondo. But it's actually been really great to see the switch up because it also gives the players kind of a fresh look instead of, hey, we're going right into another Miramar. We already know we're dropping it at Pecado. Like, it's the same set thing that you're dealing with. So I like the change of pace in that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, we were able to do kind of predictions too. We were able to pick which teams we wanted to. I'm not going to put you guys on that spot. I'm not going to make you just go blindfold, throw a dart. Now you guys really want to do it, huh? For everybody currently watching at home, you can actually select who you think is going to be winning this next match. Make sure you go to the EWC website or the app and put in your predictions. Just pick them. Let's see what you got. Maybe they pick Myth. Maybe they end up picking Shadow Esports, which honestly, we said no expectations. But after what Toffee's told me, I had high expectations for them, and they're currently delivering for me. But the game is ready, and I'm ready to see if my prediction is going to end up coming true. So let's send it over to Paper Thin and Matt Ram.
Thank you so much, guys, as we are on the last game of the day, and it should be an amazing game to watch. Remember, we do not have a last chance qualifier on this. It is just your overall amount of points between all three groups. The top 16 will win. So this match is going to be a pace-setting match moving in, as these guys are still going to have a 1 day of play each afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So if you include this game, 7 more games to go for everybody. You're really looking to, have a good finish to the day. Set yourself up for your second day very nicely. Make yourself a little bit more comfortable to at least get into that grand finals. As we get a look at the plane path.
Let's go. الماتش الأخر دابا.
Plane path, we'll say.
I was talking to Colaris and Vinger earlier, and they were talking about this new modified drop for Twisted Minds, where they're making a commitment into Novo. So shout out to them whenever we look at a plane path like this, how beneficial it could be to make a jump into that spot early. They're going to have inside tracks to a lot of different ways to go. So a squad that's been on a big come up, just continually building more and more momentum, even finding a plane path into an open drop is going to feel great.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like kind of an interesting new wrinkle for Twisted Minds, and they're just doing fine with it. It shouldn't surprise anybody. I think they could literally play from any spot on the map that'll give them, level 2
gear, you know, in terms of the armor and helmets consistently, and they're probably going to do A-okay, and that's not too bad at all for them from their perspective. R8 going to be in a nice spot there in Pachinki. VP very happy about their ferry pair position for sure.
Chewy is taking a couple of shots at supers, but this is just a dust up over vehicles on drop. It's a continued measure, right? Is most people want to just play for point of interest, specifically to keep control over vehicles. I would think that Chewy is just being a little bit spicy over there to see if maybe he can get a free kill out of it, but it should be supers being able to retreat to Rise just fine. Pretty much do center up circle should be A-okay for everybody coming into this. There's going to be a lot of open territory, specifically over the west, because right along over there it's going to be field, so I wouldn't be surprised if most of our teams just continue in a more centered meta, as that is going to be where we see Potato Mountain kind of being the focal point.
Yeah, with kind of the, you know, chaotic nature of the circles now, you have to be kind of aggressive towards the center because, you know, every time the circle shrinks, it's going to have to keep some amount of that center in there, so you're at least hedging your bets a little bit as time goes on in some ways. But
you know what's great about Twisted coming down to Novo? We actually get to see Novo more now. Usually the teams that get drops, no offense, aren't going to be the teams that are getting round wins, so we don't get to see them go down in Novo right off the get-go. So a little bit of a modification could be pretty interesting. VP also has a very long stretch that they're doing over here kind of from the center out. The squads that I'm looking at going into this last game, VP and AGAL, I think, are going to be wanting more out of
Twisted Minds ولاو دابا هما الأولى.
I'm not arguing that. Fourth place. Sure. It's more just, I think that VP was wanting to be closer to that 60
ميدن تايلاند مازال في الثاني بوزيشن مزيانة.
AGAL, how do you not just walk a direction and start killing people in 5 points?
I agree. I mean, I think it's always kind of this weird thing with AGAL where they'll have some tournaments and they look like they're unbeatable, and then the next event it looks a little scrappy. It doesn't quite all click. Himas is dying early here and there for some reason, and just not really able to get everything figured out. There's a lot of teams on this league that I really have high hopes for, and they're kind of in the middle of the pack.
I was talking to one of the players, and they said AGAL is the squad that tries to be so smart when they don't need to be. and I feel like that summarizes them so well. Like they'll make the play for the right position and do all this other stuff, but sometimes
I want to guess the player.
I'm not gonna reveal it. It's mildly toxic, and I'm not gonna reveal mildly toxic conversations. Let that one go. Knowing the fact that it's mildly toxic, you can already have an idea.
I'm pretty sure I know. All right, over towards the Supers, who we absolutely, I think, need to be kind of keeping our eye on this game because they really need to bounce back from a kind of rough day. 20 points in 5 games just isn't going to cut it in terms of what you would expect out of a team with kind of their history and caliber. Vitality as well in a good-ish spot, but only 6 points ahead. So from, you know, where the Supers are at in 13th to where Vitality's at in 7th is only 6 points.
But look at the cut line. Where we see Vitality at 26 points right now, it's only 7 points down to Nemesis, and that's in 15th place. The bottom half, if you falter right now, it's just going to hurt, and they all know it. They all know that they need just a kill here or there. That means that they could be putting themselves in more vulnerable points, and then instead finding themselves dead instead of finding those 1 or 2 points that they want.
Well, you're already looking at this leaderboard, and everybody is starting to sweat. Oh, Teddy, not good.
Oh, هنايا first knock من Supers.
One of the things about the Supers when I was kind of looking through some of their results was that they don't get a lot of their points from kills. They're one of the few teams that's kind of like consistently doing okay-ish or has had some good results, that a lot of their points come from placements.
That's all fine and good, like
First Blood.
Exactly.
Supers.
Squads that be popping off and getting kills like what we were seeing, like 10, 12 kills a game for some of these teams. Just getting like 2nd place and 3 or 4 kills is only netting you 9, so the squad that's in 3rd place is technically out point matching you every single round. Placement's just not enough anymore.
You got to drop bombs, man. You got to be averaging almost, you know, more than 3 kills a game to be one of those teams that we're talking about as winning PGSs and things like that.
You remember the fact that we used to talk about like a good points per game like 3 or 4 years ago was like 5 points per game. As long as you can hold an average 5 points per game. Look at Twisted right now. We played 5 games. They're at 61 points. Yep. That is 10 points per game. That's double what we used to consider being good or safe. It is just so hard. And yeah, we're still in qualification stage, so
sure.
Okay, yeah, 5 points per game puts you right around 8th place, but that doesn't feel good these days.
If it's a normal finals, I'm saying like that's the pace that I look at for the winning team, right? Like if it's just like our normal, you play X amount of games, you know, if you're averaging 10, 11 points per game, then I'm looking at you as a winner. Pretty much like 90%, as long as there isn't another team that's matching that.
And look, I love me an underdog story. Shadow, keep on keeping on, man. Like, you're finding stuff, and yeah, okay, it's not just finding position in the circle. They're taking firefights here or there. They're not the cleanest ones, but they are learning fast. And I love watching underdog squads that learn fast and manage to, like, really fix their mistakes game into game and just keep taking the curve up on their play real fast.
And I mean, again, I think it's just always a matter of time as long as a region continues to take things seriously and shows that they're willing to improve and has the, you know, the right players in the right place at the right time and the right coaches and everything. It will eventually happen that they will do some things. And today has been pretty good.
I'm a simple man. I just like bicycles, dude. There's something about it. It's just the sound.
I know, but I really want to like get the card on a laundry bin.
Yeah, okay. I got you. Get it going back behind. Okay,
that's right.
Let's look at our center circle right now. As pretty much centered up is going to be around that position where our 8 VP AGAL are all going to be playing from. AGAL is running a 2-2 split closer to Death Road, but on the western side of Death Road. Petrichor Road's running a 2-2 where they've got themselves essentially Potato of Potato Mountain up on top, going down into those compounds that lead out Pachinki into the apartment's school area. Other strong positions, Super have taken over Pachinki itself, but a lot of our teams are on that kind of southeastern area leading into farm and whatnot and the coastlines that provides, just because that is the safer area. There's way more terrain to be played to the south and to the east than there is to the west.
Yep. And Team Liquid is very late from the north. It has Vitality up ahead. So these two teams, we already saw it on the very first Erangel, had a little bit of a dust up in this part of the map, but this time around it's actually Liquid on the other side of the river, trailing well behind Vitality, who is just going to drive around the Everest Mountain and move along the freeway, and a pretty hard shift over to the west. The Supers, love to see them consolidate on the southwest side of Pachinki if possible.
Well, we've got the map up. You can see where Duck Juice has already gone for the Pachinki hillside. Anything kind of to the west of that hillside and to the south is going to be mostly open territory. Nobody's going to want to play for that going into Circle 2.
Yep.
That's a bloodbath position to play. That means that most of our squads are going to be forced into Pachinki and Potato Mountain and more along the coast. What we're looking at is everybody's just going to have to cluster right on top of each other, and it's going to lead to a much
Absolutely, and you can already see that Petrichor Road is getting involved with Full Sense, who's getting involved with R8, and it's just an affair on the outside of Pachinki. The Supers are moving their way outside. Gam has already tried to fortify. Belmoth out in a dip, and the rest of his team had to settle in and looking to maybe throw some smokes his direction.
Where do you go, Petrichor? You're kind of just circling the wagons down in this trench, and that's about the best you're going to find. AGL is just going to be to the south of you. Full Sense that we saw going around the Pachinki area. Looks like seeing if they can get back onto their res. Gam's going to have control over the fields to work with. Team Liquid in their later rotate's going to be just to the north of that, realizing that this is going to have a lot more friends over here than they were expecting. Nemesis is going to be on the other side of it. How much of a commitment do we see coming up?
الرجال جابوا هنا
It looks like they are going to try
كيل الأولى ديالهم في
right
الماتش.
up into Gam's face, and it's going to kind of work.
There you go. I mean, sometimes just a show of confidence is more important than actually having it. And I'm sure Team Liquid has both, and they are going to move in very nicely. And Gam going to try a different angle. Tai Lu in trouble. What a grenade here from I2. He's looking to finish what he started, and easy money for Ming Ming to come in there, get the job done for at least 1 point.
Every single peak is going to
Tylor
be
out.
so bad. Ty Lu does get eliminated. Petrichor
سلنهارهم PUBG غيساليوها بوتنسيالمون في البوزيسيون 14 ولا 15 بوتنسيالمون يقدروا يهبطوا حتى 18 حتى 16.
Game's going to have close-range friends that have been supers that have taken control over the compound just to the north of Pachinki Hillside that can be quite strong if the circle goes there.
I really like what the Supers did here. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them in the position they were at. Take a little bit of control there outside of the field. Get close to the side of that mountain. Set yourself up for a potentially really strong late game if the circles get a little bit favorable for you. And even if they don't, you should be able to find some ways to get some kills here and there. You would think Nemesis just going to turtle on up. This is way on that western edge, just to the edge of the field, and where there's a hill just on the outside of them with 4 a.m. looping around the back.
Sorry, you said the way you said where there's a hill, it made me think there's a way.
Where there's a hill, there's a way.
That's the secret to rotating in PUBG. Where there's a hill, there's a way. All right, Twisted Minds updated guys that are on the top of the leaderboard right now. They're in kind of not a great spot, not a bad spot. but they're kind of playing over into the east. You can see the examples at least got foothold. It was going to be Shadow that was taking a couple of shots. Myth very stretched out in front of them, and this is what I was afraid of, that the circle was going to abandon the spot, and now they're dealing with a very
Twisted Minds بعدين شوي على الظن.
Shadow's going to kind of funnel them and keep them from going north the way that they wanted to, so it's going to be twisted of all squads with probably the first rotate.
Yeah, this
حاضينهم مزيان.
one of those circles that's, you know, feeling like it might end up in those
ديجا
fields.
قتلوا.
It's kind of where everybody has
لعب
to
لوي
sort of
ديالهم.
hang out around the outside of it for the most part and try to just hold the line. Cowboy
كوبوي
doing a little bit of aerial
تشيك شوية ديال
viewing. And
vision.
not going to see too much out here. And he's doing a quick check of the field, maybe going to land and needs a, I don't know what exactly he's looking for here.
Hey, dude, sometimes the grass is just nice.
You know, it's just safe out there at least.
It is. Just kind of chilling, vibing. Everybody else is so busy chasing the circles, you know, involved in the rat race. Sometimes you just got to stop, live your best life, really just go smell the roses, touch the grass, you know.
I was literally looking, I'm like, is there somebody body that's on the ground? He's looking to go for the blue chip. No, that's not it. Well, whatever. Shadow Esports in a bit of a crossfire there. Virtus Pro hitting into Setsuna. Setsuna, 34 HP, trying to go for some heals. Will just barely bypass.
Remember how we talked about Twisted over here? This is going to be kind of what they're going to have to deal with in a second. With, I mean, I guess Shadow at least getting inside track on position first. But where do you
Shadow Esport عندهم لعب
لو
بزاف.
more to the south, they're going to put themselves in vitality.
ميد ان تايلاند قدروا يجيبوا النوك على الالعاب ديال شادو سبورت.
It looks like Twisted is going to go for an emergency pickup that has been called, so that's going
هنا
to
في
be
بي
instantly picked up.
لا يوجد المورتر فيتاليتي جابوا
Now, pretty close to VP.
نوك على شادو سبورت. شادو كيعاني ودابا
Very curious about Twisted Minds. What in the world they're going to end up doing.
قدروا يرفعوا في واحد من شرانهم.
That's in the current circle might be an option, but Full Sense is currently driving in that direction. So if you try to parachute there, you might be just a little bit late to the party. Nixie gets out the protractor, thinking about doing a little bit of geometry here. A squared plus B squared equals C squared there, my friend.
Here's the rotate talking about from Full Sense. It's going to be Nemesis right in front of him.
اوه Full Sense هنا كي galériu.
Twisted Minds now knows that they don't go that direction. Great shots come
على
out from
تاناد.
Gedrock's going to follow it up on the other side of the circle.
Gedrock's نوك على شادو سبورت.
Nowhere to really go, has to retreat right back out into the blue.
فيتاليتي كياخذوا الكيل على شادو سبورت.
Quickly over to the mini, and I don't know what in the world just happened to Setsuna. Had a grenade in his hand potentially, and a lot of his team went down.
Shadow Sports.
Down. Belmoth will fall to
قتلوه بعضياتهم
he looks to keep
بالجرينيد.
very much in the bottom half of this leaderboard after the end of the day.
And Nemesis should be able to pick this up, but it is going to be Twisted Minds who
يبقى غير واحد من شادو سبورت.
going to be in a pretty good spot. Sosa has had to stay back to kind of keep Petrichor Road at base.
لاعب تاني منوكي.
Safer, but it definitely don't feel good. The other side of the hill is going to feel a lot safer.
Made in Thailand.
Petrichor Road. New circle is now popped.
Knockout.
That means it is going to be AGAL, VP, GK, Myth,
شادو عاوتاني.
R8 and Team Liquid all rotating
هنا شبكة.
right near each other, and it is just a stack. Everybody's running on the field. Find you a dip.
VP AGL.
Well, and there's some runovers happening here.
AGL هنا جابوا جوج ديال النوكس. اوه ميد ان تايلاند خلطوا عليهم.
Looking for more. Salalzi very, very weak. Has more coming in. That grenade right next to Himas. He's going to go down. Nixie almost falling to that grenade.
تيم ليكويد تا هما دخلوا في الفايت فيرسس برو و AGL لقاو راسهم في الوسط.
No idea what they're shooting at. They're just shooting into every dip that has a firefight in it. VP gets
Versus Pro are eliminated.
AGL stays alive for now, but
AGL تا هما eliminated.
as a ton of utility rains down upon them. We ain't done yet as we still have another rotate, and that's going to be Myth passing just to the south.
Well, you're still looking at a couple teams that are outside of the circle that need to make their way in. The Supers on the north, Team Liquid up there as well. Myth over to the east. Park Pro is going to fall here. Baron getting the job done there will find the point. Purdy Curdy now wants that spot. He sees the damage that they're taking.
Is he going to go for the
تيم ليكويد هنا غيحاولوا يبوشيو جي كي خاصهم يردوا البال. اوه جي كي هنا قدروا يقتلوا لون تيم ليكويد. ولكن تيم ليكويد جاو مجموعين. بوردي بقى بوحدو هنا.
Akan. Those grenades not going to get there from Akan.
خاصو يصبر.
Oh, it's so close to wiping Liquid out.
It's just more cover potentially though. The
يقدر يهرب وكينسحبوا له بزاف. تيم ليكويد دار المنيتات.
Liquid's gonna go down. New contenders on approach. Supers running down the hillside. Myth on the other side. Nakan just in the middle of it all.
Oh heaven.
فيتاليتي يقدروا يجيبوا الكل الاخر على اللاعب اللي كان باقي من تيم ليكويد.
Nice little dips that they have found inside of the fields, right in the center of the circle. DL still kicking there. A couple members of the Supers with him, or just one other member of the Supers with him this time around. Now things settle. Most teams have found some kind of footing.
Welcome to the fields where everybody has a bit of a dip, and that's about all they can really work with. BRDM going to be big for Supers, and that's why they're kind of stealing this centered position right now. To the north of them is going to be 4 Angry Men, a bit more scattered across the fields to work around. Jack's hay bale is going to be about the biggest commodity you've got, unless you're down to the south and Vitality, who has themselves a great compound. Myth, though, they've got a different secret to success. Who needs dips whenever you can just shoot anything that's going to be in front of you and try to find a kill? They have an open opportunity and a path into a con if they want it.
I've seen Kiss dome a couple players with the bolts here in this lobby.
GK بقى منهم لاعب واحد.
No matter what, and love to see him getting involved. Now Gam
فيتاليتي هنا غادي يدخلوا يبوشيو.
seemingly get the res on the duck juice.
اوه هنا كاين فايت بين فيتاليتي وسوبرز. سوبرز كيبداو الفايت كونتر فيتاليتي. اوه فيتاليتي هنا لقاو راسهم مزيرين. خاصهم يهربوا.
What do you do? It's going to be Levante, I think, leading the charge forward to see if he can get a nade, but the BRDM is so strong, man. What do you can't really deal with it other than just dropping a couple of nades on top of him. Levante just has to deal with the threat right at the face and just keep burning utility piece after utility piece.
Yeah, Vitality in kind of an awkward spot.
Trying
to make their way forward. They want to deal with that BRDM in front of them. But it's really tough to when you still have some players and teams behind them.
Nemesis making a rotation on the western side, and it's going to take shots at them. Petrichor to the north, nowhere to go. They're going to have to be bumping right into Gam. And it is just Myth, slow, steady approach. Walking in is, what do you even have to deal with down here? There is no space, super flat terrain. It is just shoot whatever pops
Ooh, Perro are out.
Gets demolished on their rotate by Gam.
Oh, I hope we have the replay for that grenade. Tanvu hit an absolute banger on the Petrichor Road.
Shadow Esports are out
of his own. Shadow Esports eliminated in 10th, but a really nice day for them. 35 points, nothing to sneeze at. Myth now a little bit of a forward maneuver to gain a little bit of space. And look at this nice little dip that's been created for them.
That's not a little dip. Look at how many explosions. That is like you could stand up in that dip and stand up cover. That is.
بلقى اللاعب اللي ماتوا.
I give it to you. I give it to you. Supers on the other side of that are just continuing to use the BRDM to make sure that Vitality doesn't get too close. See if they can scout out anything else. Over the west, and Nemesis is just trying to creep their way and get into the circle. Twist is just going to make their life hellacious moment by moment as it goes. As most of our teams are playing over into the east. It's just Gam up to the north, R8 kind of the northwest, and this is what I was afraid of.
Oh, هنا كاين مورتار.
It's absolutely nothing. Nobody's in those trees. The Supers BRDM, by the way, is about to die.
مش مزيانه ما يدين طلع نقدروا نلقاو هلو ماي باد ديال فيتاليتي. فيتاليتي في بلاصه خايبه بزاف. بقى فيهم لاعب واحد اللي لايف. اوه هنا ميدان طلع باش نردوا البال.
Vitality has been trying to deal with the Supers BRDM for a very long time, and I think they finally did. But
Vitality are out.
Moment for them. Baron again
Made in
with the
Thailand.
grenades.
دمروهم.
6 kills for him on the board.
9 kills overall for Myth, and it feels like there's more to be had. Circle pops. It goes more to the south, so that's going to be Supers in there, burnt up BRDM, pretty much in the center of it. But guess what? To the west of that, it's Twisted. To the north, 4 Angry Men. Everybody else, welcome to the fields. And how does the grass grow? With blood.
Yeah, no doubt. And realizing that they have the Supers pretty well dead to rights here. There you go. It is going to be DL and Guman
Supers
paying the price.
are out.
Myth on the warpath once again. They have now taken first place
Made
in
in Thailand.
the lobby up to
11 الكيل ولا هما الاولى. تويستد مايند 0 كيل في هذا الماتش.
Right in front of them, looking on this western edge, and gonna have to play a little leapfrog there. A couple grenades still in the bag for Diffix.
don't know how much exactly everybody has. Melman has absolutely nothing. He has a Panzer, an AUG, and a Dream.
Well, I mean, Nemesis has been fighting over on the western.
الزونة تحرك من هنا 10 ثواني.
So many squads around them that kept trying to backstab. So I don't blame anybody in coming.
بعض الفرق اللي باقيين.
Smokes or anything else like that. Gam had kind of had a compound that they were playing from, and Petrichor road fight a second ago. So perhaps they have something to deal with, as it is just going to be an entrenched 4 Angry Men, an entrenched Myth, and an entrenched Twisted Minds, and everybody else walking into the field.
I think if Gam can kind of deal with R8 on this western side, they have a pretty good chance to maybe get pretty far in this game. They should have a lot of utility scooping it up off of the Petrichor Road dead bodies. They should be sitting pretty well looking into this late game. You know, armor and helmet should be pretty okay. Yeah, Duck Juice did take a headshot. Myth has taken full control of the center of the circle.
Look at this. This is the one little bit of a rise inside of this field, right? Over to the west, there's a bit of another one.
نمسيس نتحركوا اللي كتوسط قدروا يجيبوا أول نوك.
A bit of a fortification in that, I guess, the Big Dipper that
Oh, grenade!
for themselves, and it's everybody else just kind of scavenging for something. Twisted Minds
R8
good on their defense. Nemesis
كياخذوا الكيل على نمسيس.
There's still the tree fortifications that Gam is playing from, so I mean, R8 still kind of stuck over here as well, and you just have to brute force your way through. It's all just going to be on aim. That's the only way you get into the circle. You
نمسيس كيعانيو. يقدروا يكونوا من الفرقة التالية اللي غادي تخرج.
Do some serious damage and
Twisted Minds خسروا واحد.
309 damage in this one.
قوي 3 منهم.
To speak for it, has been hitting some good shots. Example, sitting on some.
كان ديك الشيء علاش كانوا باسيف في هذا الماتش ما كانوش كيفايتيو بزاف.
Tanbu is going to take down AJ.
قام
5 kills now for
خداو الكيل الخامس ديالهم على R8.
his way forward, but
اكزامبل قدر ينوكي كيس.
I mean, it's nade on one side, bullets on the other, and still just trying to creep his way forward. He's finding some way to do it.
قام كينوكي R8.
But other player for R8 does go down. Duck Juice is going to be the one that finds it. Nemesis is trapped over.
R8 باقي لهم لاعب واحد.
Coral Empty is just stuck with friends all around him.
GK are eliminated. قام وصلوا للكيل 10 في هذا الماتش. برافو عليهم. ولاو مرة رابعين. R8 are eliminated.
barely sidesteps that grenade, stays alive at least for now.
5 لعابة بقاو دابا.
Wiped out R8.
Look at this circle. Pops down to the south. Twisted's got control of the northwest.
Myth's
got control of the
كيهيليو
northeast.
قوم نمجوا لعابة.
Now kind of left the circle, left the safety of the rest of the players with Myth, and he's trying to wrap around back behind 4 Angry Men.
كيبوشين على Nemesis.
The 4 Angry Men, Gam and Nemesis all only have really one angle.
Nemesis are out.
All on top of each other.
Yeah, Gam now has to ping pong.
4 الفرق اللي بقاو دابا تويستد ميدين تايلاند وقام تويستد الفرقة الوحيدة اللي لاعبين ب3 لعابة. الفرق الآخرين كاملين باقي لهم سكواد كامل حي. هنا كاين C4 في الطوموبيل اللي فيها قام. غيحاول ينتحر عليهم. كريزي. تويستد بقى لهم غير واحد. قام انتحروا في هذه اللعبة هذه. قام ار اوت. محاولة واعرة داروا لهم. قدروا ينوكيو جوج. حركة واحدة. تويستد هنا غيتوفى. اكزامبل. قدر يجيب الكيل. كريزي. اكزامبل نوكا جوج لعاب ديال 4 AM وغياخد نقطة. جاب الكيل الأولى. نايس. ميدين تايلاند دابا مع 4 AM وغالبا وينر تشيكن دينر ديال ميدين تايلاند اللي مازالين ب4 بيو كونتر 4 AM اللي بقاو لهم غير 2 لعابة. الوين الثالثة غادي تكون ديال ميدين تايلاند هاد النهار. برافو ميدين تايلاند. كيساليو الماتش كيساليو النهار وما الوالا. GG.
I mean, the way that they play the edge of that circle, waiting for their right moments, extremely efficient with the grenades. Baron in particular doing a really nice job wiping out multiple opponents multiple times with his grenades. And Myth had one of the best days we've seen from them yet. They've had some damn good ones.
Oh man, and this has been some crazy circles too that have just been really hard to navigate. I mean, And pickaxes and explosions being really the only way you can find safety, and I would say about 3 of our games today.
Yeah, for sure. Those field circles in particular, it's almost a blessing and a curse to have like the ability to remove the terrain like that. You know, it makes it a little more exciting, but it also just makes it so much harder in those situations because everybody's doing the same thing, and trying to navigate those spots is very difficult to keep track of everything, and you never know when like new, dips are going to be created, who knows where, and then players can somehow hide underneath your vehicle. It's crazy.
This has just been an absolutely wild day. I mean, Made in Thailand just made with success right now, and Twisted Minds, who came in with really no expectations, having a crazy day of their own. I still am just dumbfounded by how long Example survived in that last game.
Oh, there's a reason he's maybe the best to ever do it, right? He is just incredible. He is so fun to watch, so smart. The reactions, obviously, through the roof. The individual skill we know, and the brains are huge on that Twisted Minds team. It's a thing of beauty.
We also did see Gam starting to find more, I guess, creative plays coming in the later stages of that. Using C4, it's really hard to drive a vehicle across the circle like that in a more flat terrain and still time out the C4 to explode whenever it needs to, because it'll often drive too far past if you come in with the wrong speeds. It's to be able to perform in that whenever you're under that much duress is really difficult, and especially you're getting shot and you're probably going to get knocked out of the vehicle. Like, no, my job is to get this in. You're like Luke Skywalker running down the Death Star trenches. Like, doesn't matter if I get shot, I just need to get this shot off.
On target. Stay on target. Yeah, and they did, and that's something they have done a lot in the past. Back when they were the Expendables, like I remember those C4 hits that they would try to varying levels of success. That one was one of their better ones. I think the way they played that end game, like when I said, okay, you need to clear R8. From that moment on, they played that game about as well as they could. Like, they racked in a ton of kills. They cleared so many different edges. That is like textbook edge PUBG. They did such a nice job there. I was really impressed with Gam.
Oh, VP, man, it's like they're playing good in a day where everybody else is just finding miracles.
Yeah.
And I feel bad about that, because it's not like they're like struggling. They just can't find what they want. But we've got ourselves an interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kiss.
The Myth. I like that one. That was good. I've got Kiss here from Myth. Kiss, let's have a quick chat, okay, before I let you go. Talk to us about today. 3 wins, an extremely strong day. Talk about those final moments of map 4, if you could, okay? Rondo, you guys faced off against AGAL at the very end of that map. It was a really strong show out. You had 1 player down as well, and you managed to win. Talk about the approach of how you guys managed to overcome AGAL to win that map.
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะฮะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะวันนี้3ไก่นิ่มๆนะฮะมองย้อนกลับไปที่เกม4กันหน่อยดีกว่าฮะรอนโดครับตอนที่เราต้องปะทะกับ AGAL ตอนนั้นน่ะเราเสียไปแล้ว1ผู้เล่นตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวกันบ้างฮะถึงแบบว่าเล่นออกมาได้สไตล์ขนาดนั้นได้
เรียกว่าเป็นมีกำลังใจแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่ตั้งแต่เกมแรกแล้วเราก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนนะมีความแบบว่าปลดล็อกในตัวเองครับและทำให้ทุกคนเล่นได้ดีขึ้นในทุกๆเกมมีกำลังใจในการเล่นมากขึ้นเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่แล้วไม่มีความกดดันแล้วครับ
Yeah, because it's like we already got the first chicken already, so we have no pressure at all. We just gonna play aggressively and giving them everything we got.
I like that. Now, Jacob has joined your team this year. Joined in as the IGL. He's obviously been incredibly impressive. Talk to us about his style as an IGL and how he's able to lead you guys to so much success.
มาที่เจคอบกันบ้างนะฮะเพิ่งเข้ามาเลยปีนี้มาเป็น IGL รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะกับการเล่นของเขาแล้วก็การสั่งแผนของเขาฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับที่มีเขาเข้ามาในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมเล่นกันเข้ากันได้ดีมากครับแล้วก็เรียกว่าเขาเป็นผู้เล่นที่เติมเต็มให้ทีมเลยแล้วกันครับใช่
Yeah, because to be honest, we were very happy and excited to have him in our team, and he became our IGL. I think he's one of the X factor of MITH.
Oh, the X Factor. Let's go. Kiss, thank you so much for joining us in this awesome interview. Congratulations on such a very strong day 1 in groups. Obviously, we've got more action to come your way. But you know what? Myth are absolutely popping off right now, and that's undeniable. But don't go anywhere, because we've got another interview lined up across the stage. It is, of course, Kalaris.
That's right. Thank you very much, Barney. Thank you very much, Kiss. Of course, I've got Nixie here with me from Virtus Pro. A little bit of a shift of gears here. Not been the easiest day for Virtus Pro here, Nixie, to get things rolling. Talk to me about the day and how it's been so far.
I mean, we started off strong with 13 points on Erangel. Then it kind of fell off because we're just trying to get used to the server, because it's a little bit different experience, I would say. So yeah, we're just trying to get used to the server, and I don't know. kind of keep the pace up from the first game, but yeah, we just died in rotation every game almost, so yeah.
Maybe a bit of a bounce back in the next days.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see.
We'll see. Of course, you did find your footing a little bit more on Tago. Can you talk to me about that and how it was going down? It was going to be difficult, I suppose, to deal with where Twisted Minds was compared to your position, of course, but before that and everything that was going on.
I mean, we got a really good zone first to sixth. We kind of like caught 6 zones, and then we had to play out of the compound. I would say we played good. We had good information on the teams around us, and we kind of lost Beamy for no reason to DNS guy, I think. And then it was 3-4 endgame against Twisted. I would say it was possible to win, but yeah, we didn't win. So it was possible, definitely though. So yeah, second place.
All right, coming into your next day of groups, then, are there any teams on the other side that you're going to have to go up against that you might be concerned about? Maybe they're kind of dropping near you. Obviously, you said on Tago with DNS, you were actually able to catch 1 or 2 of them in the previous one, and then, as you say, had a little bit of a loss here and there. So what about the teams that you're going to be coming up against next?
I mean, not really. We're not getting contested on any of the maps, I hope. So far, we're not getting contested. So, yeah, I would say, no, not really. Like, we are just going to go tomorrow with the same confidence, the same everything, and we'll see. We're going to qualify.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Nixie, here. Good luck for your next day. And that is us done and dusted here for the interviews. Let's wrap things up and get our first day all done.
And even though he might not be happy with his performance today, still a good performance considering that the top 16 after groups will be moving on to the finals. But we saw the confidence there coming in with Myth as well. And we were talking about predictions, and hopefully you were able to go to the EWC website and the app and put in your predictions, because these 2 amazing lads with me were able to predict it. Even though I wasn't going to put them on the spot, they were like, Myth. You guys were right.
I mean, they won 2 already.
We've been around.
We've been around. But I mean, it is. Any good first date in the City of Love ends with a kiss, and that's what we got to see here. Absolutely lambasted everyone. This guy is ridiculous fire, and giving him Jacob, taking him from E Arena, doing whatever you had to get that leader on the team has been the game changer. Kiss just he got the responsibility taken off his shoulders. He was given the freedom to play his game. He's got Scappadoo on his backside, making sure he's always covered. These guys look insane.
And honestly, I feel like when E Arena was at their best, it was with Jacob, right? And now that he has moved to Myth and he has the firepower plays like the French kiss himself, right? It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And I think that's why Myth have not only dominated today, but dominated so far this year.
How many kiss jokes can we fit into a broadcast?
Probably a lot.
All of them.
It's a tongue
just
twister.
wait until tomorrow, the beginning. We'll see how many we can
Just until tomorrow, that's it.
But for the squad, it wasn't just Kiss, it wasn't some of the other players. Baron was able to actually perform really well in this last match, being able to put up those kills, and talking about teams that were able to perform well when nobody, by the way, we did expect Myth to do well. One team that we weren't expecting to do that well was Twisted. But the adversity, honestly, it didn't feel like it was there. They started off slow, Lays, but they were able to pick it up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, we always have this conversation about placement and aggression versus eliminations, and I've brought the stats for you guys. Ooh. Obviously, we're looking at our top 3 teams. I'm going to give you a little bit of a breakdown up until match 5, but Twisted Minds had a placement average of 6.
هذا بلانوار اللي داروه قام.
However, drum roll, please. Their elimination average is 8.
تايمين أسطوري.
Which is actually wild above Team Liquid at 5.8 and Myth, who was on 5.6. Okay, so if you can see where that aggressive playstyle comes from, that's right in the stats there. But I mean, coming out of that final match, that probably would have improved their placement average as well, coming out at 3rd. But you know, they weren't able to hold on to that little top of the title because I think Myth got the same memo.
I also have to say, example proning in that defilade. On the second car, I was talking to James about it, and I said, do you think he did it on purpose? He said, no, surely he drop-shotted. But still, in all my years of watching...
اوكي دونك هذا هو الرانكين ديال النهار الاول. ميد ان تايلاند هم الاولى. تويستد مايندز قام تيم ليكويد اس اي في بي هذو غالبا تأهلوا الفينال.
With the consistency, with the amazing gameplay that we saw out of them, no surprise that they're currently in first place after those 3 wins. And also Gam Esports, this is a team Godspeed that I feel like today they started off strong and then they weren't too flashy, but they're currently finishing in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very strong roster. We've been aware of Tonfu, Duck Juice, Clories. I mean, Honga, if these guys have been around forever, but what they were able to do today on the comeback, bringing it, especially in that last game, I think was very important because, I mean, we talked about Shadow Esports, right? And they're good, and we think they're doing great, but I think 35 points is not enough, even though they're in 5th place now. You talked about
74 AM فيتاليتي هم الثامنين.
Do you remember last time we saw 17? Every time they
GK 9 وراهم نمسيس سوبرز.
part of this game in the early is loot efficiency. The idea of knowing
EGL ما لعبوش مزيان اليوم مركز 12.
They're going to get displaced. They're not going to drop 17 tomorrow. And that means they're going to be working somewhere that they're not as comfortable and practiced in, and that's going to be a challenge for them.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at AGAL here in 12th spot with those 23 points. Yeah, absolute yuck, considering that's also a team that's fighting for that club championship. A lot of people don't want Falcons to win. We'll see if they're actually going to be able to have what it takes to compete against them. Team Vitality, by the way, was one of those squads that
Perro
to bring it back as well after half of the day.
FS 14
They're a solid roster
تشايلو
made up of some really good
15
players.
R8
One or two bad games
وما
is never
الأخرين.
going to hold them down. I'm frustrated seeing the defending world champions though in 14th place, Lace.
Yeah.
We saw that, we made the jokes, but this is surprising. This is really surprising and a little bit hurtful because, yeah, we talk about this roster and this is something that they should be able to capitalize on, but it seems like a lot of zones did not go their way, a lot of play styles did not go their way, and it's really reflecting on that leaderboard now. But
Okay.
they do have the
حبسونا اخوتي
teams obviously do
كانوا
know
ضمن
how to
الماتشات
bring
ديال
it back.
اليوم.
We talk about the mentality of these
غدا
teams
ان شاء
as
الله
well.
غيكملوا
You know,
الماتشات
sometimes when you get into the bottom of these
ما
leaderboards,
بين
it can be
الجروب
difficult to
A
get yourself out of that
والجروب
mindset. But look, I
C.
100% believe that they can, and just
غدا ان شاء الله نشوفوا ونتفرجوا
I think the
مجموعة.
biggest issue for some of the teams that are coming into it is just
شكرا
receipt,
بزاف
right?
ونشوف.
I mean, just looking at a few of those teams right now, you got Falcons, you have Gen G, you have